nothing to do with the
have
fruitless
nothing
deeds
to
of
do with the
darkness,
fruitless deeds of
rather
darkness,
expose them.
but rather expose them. Have nothing to do with the
Have
fruitless
nothing
deeds
to
of
do
darkness,
with the
fruitless
fruitless
deeds of
deeds of
darkness,
darkness,
but
but rather
some
expose
of
them.
them still haven't been told about the tinfoil hat they're wearing on their nose and mouth. Autonomy and economy, they close it down. Notice how they let us know what they won't allow. Only sometimes ignore the lies and the double think. Pay no mind to the puppet strings, cause once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. Just speaking for us heathens that love freedom. One reason my gun's clean and I read books. Take a deep look into history, they don't teach us. The evidence is being purged from libraries, so lies carry more weight. They try to hide the core strength. People living without the trivium, unaware of the gift their ancestors have given them. It's been hidden, but to get the facts, you know you gotta get your whip, hat and coat and dig like Indiana Jones. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. MK Ultra, something maybe we might should know about. Building 7, something maybe we might should know about. John O'Neill, something maybe we might should know about. The dancing Israelis, something maybe we might should know about. USS Liberty, something maybe we might should know about. For Agreement, something maybe we might should know about. Bohemian Grove, something maybe we might should know about. British East India Company, something maybe we might should know about. Operation Mockingbird, something maybe we might should know about. Operation Paperclip, something maybe we might should know about. Ruby Ridge, something maybe we might should know about. The Opium Wars, something maybe we might should know about. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. Sierra Griffin, rock on. Anthony Sutton, rock on. Frederick Bastiat, rock on. Richard Grove, rock on. James Corbett, rock on. Gary Webb, rock on. John Taylor Gatto, rock on. Gary Bezmenov, rock on. Eustace Mullins, rock on. Alexander Solzhenitsyn, rock on. General Smedley Butler, rock on. Carol Quigley, rock on. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope. Before you can take the power back, I don't know where the power's at. Tragedy and hope.
Welcome, Truth Seeker. It's not easy to discern truth from fiction on holodeck Earth. Grand Theft World is a fire hose of illumination and inspires the hearts and minds of truthers seeking freedom in a world environment of manipulation and control. Richard Grove and special guests take a deep dive into the people, places, and events that have shaped our world. Through a lens of critical thinking, to polish the gems and sort the chaff, to reveal the true machinations behind world events. Piece by piece, podcast by podcast, a portrait of reality emerges that we can use to take educated action in the fight for consciousness, truth, and freedom. Grand Theft World episodes include clips from the brightest and best podcasters and articles every week. A weekly special guest brings their expertise and knowledge. Join the vibrant GTW community of researchers and like-minded peers to collaborate on solutions and how we can truly create change. Take your first step on this adventure. Join now.
Good evening and welcome to the Grand Theft World podcast, hosted and sponsored by the members over here at grandtheftworld.com. up here in the right-hand corner, join community. That's how you can access all the great things that people who love this show and show up for it consistently like to leverage in their lives, such as my history blueprint. You see it on the show, you get access to it as a member, and a whole lot more. This week in Grand Theft World News History, we have a lot of breaking stories. We have things going on even as of right now, late in the week, late on Sunday night. You've got big entertainment going on the White House lawn. The best thing you can do during a thunderstorm is put everybody attached to metal structures and put them outside and see what happens, everybody. So from 8 to midnight tonight, they're doing a little Tesla-like shocking experiment down there. We'll see if that actually goes on as we get through the show. The question is, what happens first? The UFC finishes tonight or Grand Theft World finishes in the morning? We'll see how that goes. Now, this past week, we've been talking about merging the United States military, integrating it technologically, as well as the United States intelligence community with our good time ally that we have no official treaty with, the state of Israel. Now, it's interesting because this is also, this past week, the anniversary of the USS Liberty attack, where our good time ally with whom we have no treaty attacked an NSA listening ship that posed no threat to the situation, and through a various stacking of war crimes were able to get away with actions no other country since 1776 has ever successfully been able to perpetrate on America. And maybe we'll learn a little bit about why that has been a thing unique in history and how that mechanism works. But we also have other things this past week. Elon Musk became a trillionaire. Now, I know that those of you in the future who watch this podcast in the past, you know about trillionaires, but this is the first one we've really seen in, person. There are people who have diversified their assets. So even though a family might have trillions in possessions or power or leverage, it's not so visible. Elon's the first person who choosingly put himself out there as a person with $1 trillion. We'll see how that works out for him. This past week, also, we're celebrating in America the President of the United States' birthday today, apparently, which is an occasion for the 250th UFC to go on coincidentally with America's 250th celebration. And you'd almost think like the president's birthday is more important than the actual country's birthday. But again, we'll get into these stories as we drop into tonight's melee of coverage. There's coverage stacking up against coverage. People were fighting. They're trying to create civil war, race war, all these sort of things. We're going to need to adjudicate these things, separate the facts from the non-facts, from the emotional rhetoric, and see if we could see down the middle, because I think things are becoming more and more polarized. Polarization is a hallmark before civil war type situations break out. So we can learn to stay ahead of the curve, and we'll also learn a little about the AI curve and how that's breaking down in a circular fashion. But first, let's go to my co-host for tonight, Scott Armstrong. Scott, how you doing?
What's up, Richard? What's up, everybody? Yes, what a bunch of craziness this week. Don't even know where to begin. I'm excited.
Well,
thank you.
We're gonna begin with Second Amendment rights, because you may have heard throughout your life, if you are a gun owner, someone who knows how to use firearms responsibly, someone who knows how to protect themselves and their family, that only the government is qualified to have such firearms, and the government has the right to tell you what you can have because these people are just more qualified. They are highly trained, okay? With your tax dollars and whatever they seize from whoever they go and jack out there, they get all that stuff. They cash in the drug dealer's Lamborghini, and they get some laser shooting stuff for the precinct, and they're all getting learnified, and they racking up their scores on fake laser shooting games. Well, let's see what they do in reality, because Colion Noir is going to bring us let's call it the tale of two police officers, and we'll kick it off there. Then we'll get into some important AI and breaking news this past week. Very encouraging what I bring you tonight in the AI department. I can't say that much for the Israel department, but we'll get to the AI and how Israel's seeking to use it, of course, to maybe collapse some of these other wave functions into their favor. Let's get into it with Colin Noir.
One of them pulls his handgun in a quick draw motion and points it to the officer behind the wheel.
For years, we've been told the same thing. The average person can't handle a gun. The average person can't handle their emotions. We're too untrained, too dangerous. Leave it to the professionals, the only ones with the discipline to carry. Well, here are your professionals.
Pasadena police have released video of a shooting inside their own parking garage. The chief says officers were playing around with loaded guns before one of them was shot through the windshield of a patrol car.
The night shift hadn't even started on September 7, 2025, when all of this unfolded inside the Pasadena police parking garage on Ramona Street. Two officers are standing near the back of an SUV. One of them pulls his handgun in a quick draw motion and points it to the officer behind the wheel. He puts it back. Seconds later, the camera jolts. Police say the officer inside the patrol car had drawn his own gun while sitting in the driver's seat. The gun fires through the windshield and hits the other officer in the left shoulder.
So here's the thing. I've got a lot of friends who are cops, and I can vouch for pretty much all of them. Good at what they do. They're smart people. Maybe that's just how I pick the people I end up around. But this is sheer stupidity. A level of stupid that honestly doesn't even deserve an investigation. It should be just open and shut. And let me be real with you. I don't care if you're a cop. I don't care if you're a school teacher. I don't care if you're Santa Claus. You pull a gun and you point it at me, we are no longer friends. We're no longer associating. I don't care if you knew it was unloaded. You don't point a gun at me because I don't know if you're about to accidentally shoot me, which is exactly what just happened here. Oh, and by the way, the gun fires? No, guns don't just fire. A finger went to the trigger. He drew a loaded gun, pointed it at a human being, and pressed it. That's a negligent discharge. If you or I did that, they'd call it attempted murder or manslaughter. But everybody here had a badge, so the city has a different word for it.
Horseplay and/or failure to adhere to safety rules and standards of professional conduct will not be tolerated.
Horseplay. This is nutty. Nutty beyond reason. I've never seen anything like this, and yet we're the civilians who can't be trusted, right? Because we're not trained. Here's something a lot of people don't want to hear. It's a misconception that a lot of cops are well trained on firearms. A lot of cops are not well trained to shoot. Honestly, and I've heard this from cops, a lot of cops can't even shoot. A lot of cops don't even care about guns. There are cops that don't even like guns. They carry one because it's part of their job. That's it. Now, compare that to the people they keep restricting. You've got a whole community in the 2A community that goes out of its way to learn firearms, take courses, pay the money, study, watch the videos, train on their own time. And we still get treated like we're the problem, treated like adolescents who need to be controlled, while the man who shot his coworker was the trained professional. Because here's what this really shows you. People are people. You can stick a badge on them, you can put a crown on them. At the end of the day, they're still people. And that right there, people are people, is why this country was never built to rest on the badge or the crown. It was built to rest on you. But they've spent years acting like the Second Amendment is the embarrassing part of America. The part to whisper about, manage, regulate into a corner, like it's the stain on the flag instead of the thread holding it together. That's the lie I built this hat to answer. See that? America across the front, and the I replaced with a bullet. Because the Second Amendment is a letter holding the whole word up. Pull it, and America doesn't spell anything anymore. You put this on, you stop keeping quiet about what you actually believe. You become the reminder that the foundation was never the badge. It was the ones willing to hold the line themselves. So I'm gonna put a link in the description section of this video so you can get your America to would be stupid. It's a stupid reaction to an isolated problem. They know that. They just don't extend that same common sense to you. That's the engine behind only the police should have these. It's why they fight to disarm you and surround themselves with armed security. Pasadena just put that fantasy through a windshield. So the next time someone says regular people are too reckless to carry, ask them when a concealed carry holder last drew on his buddy for laughs and then shot him. Two of the only ones played quick draw and one caught a bullet. The shooter lost his job. Good, that's accountability, but the department didn't get a new law dropped on every officer's head. You and I would. That gap is the whole reason they keep writing rules for us and never for themselves. So keep training, keep caring, keep being the responsible one. They'll never admit you are. Comment below, should that one cop's mistake cost every cop their Glock? Honestly, I also want to know if the other guy should probably be punished too. Let me know what you think in the comment section, because that's the same logic they use on us every single time. Like, subscribe, and send this to a friend who still thinks.
Your note about AI in our jobs, perfect for this clip from Sam Altman. It's not a new clip, but it's the first time I've ever seen it, about the mass purging of jobs in the U.S., but around the world.
I am happy to say that I am convinced that the job destruction in the next couple of decades is going to be massive. Like, honestly, one of the things that I struggle with, like getting out of the bed every morning, is that like my job is to help people destroy jobs. Like, how are millions of people going to replace the meaning they got from work with whatever they're going to fill their time with? And I think this is the number one challenge in kind of technology. Never forget.
It's interesting that at least sometimes publicly, even the sociopaths running these systems are like, oh yeah, it's going to be fucking Armageddon after we erase all these jobs.
I mean, it really exposes the cult of capitalism and the religious quality of its adherents. I remember when Tucker and Ben Shapiro were talking about AI. This was years and years and years ago. And Ben Shapiro said, well, how would you handle the question of like automated trucks? And Tucker said, well, I would just ban them because transportation is the number one employer of men without a college degree. And, he went on to make the point, like, I'm for capitalism, but capitalism is not a religion. And to so many people, it is a religion. And I think so many people lose sight of the fact that, markets ought to exist to serve people. People don't exist to serve markets, right? But that is just completely lost on people like Sam Altman, who say, no, this is going to cost a lot of people their jobs, but it doesn't even like occur to them to question the overall ethos. Well, this just has to be done in the name of progress, right? I mean, there's no way we can rein in progress. Progress meaning what? Progress meaning infinite and exponential accumulation of wealth for people who climb atop the capitalist system. It's a very, very dogmatic, religious way of looking at it. And oddly enough, when the Pope opens his mouth about it, they tell him to shut the fuck up. You know what I mean?
They're even going after the Pope.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the people that get to the tippity top of that system are almost exclusively sociopaths. Like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel made their first few million with PayPal or whatever. First few billion with PayPal. Any normal human, if that were a normal human being, they'd probably retire and go live on a beach and enjoy their life or whatever, or start a charity and some boring shit like that. But if you're a sociopath, you're like, how do I get more? I need to get more. I need to come to the top. And both of them have done exactly that, because the ones who win this game at the real top are fucking sociopaths. There's no care for what the other humans are facing.
Yeah, and you develop a God complex. I mean, these AI titans definitely see themselves as gods. They definitely see themselves. I mean, you have to have a certain ego and a certain inflated view of yourself to think you can be trusted with any kind of power, right? And so, people who run for school board have that up to here. People who run for, mayor have that up to here. People who run for president have it up to here. These people have it into outer space. I mean, they are not just exercising power over policy decisions. This AI revolution is going to upend everyone's way of life. I mean, you're talking about a real existential shift that is upon us. And it's anybody's guess as to when exactly it's going to.
Last week, Daron Acemoglu, a Nobel laureate at MIT, was interviewed for a piece that should be making headlines everywhere. 2 years ago, he predicted that AI wouldn't replace the workforce. And 2 years in, despite the headlines, the data is still very much on his side. But if AI isn't actually replacing workers at the rate that we're being told, why does it feel like it is? The answer is a playbook the AI companies are running to maintain a narrative of fear and uncertainty and doubt. One I've seen across my 20-year tech career that's been used by big tobacco and big pharma and countless other industries, and it even has a name. It's called manufactured doubt. And if you don't see it, you'll keep making career and business and life decisions based on a narrative that the data doesn't support. And very soon, once this playbook launches, you'll start seeing the headlines pop up everywhere. Except after seeing this, you won't be fooled. I'm Brendan Dell. This is the Leverage Class. Let's see through it. So it's 1953, and these men have a serious problem. A year earlier, Reader's Digest, one of the most widely read publications in America at that time, had run an article called Cancer by the Carton. And it walked the American public through emerging peer-reviewed studies linking cigarettes to lung cancer. That article was read by millions and millions and millions of people, and it led to the largest drop in cigarette consumption since the Depression. Now, fast forward to December 15th, 1953, and the CEOs of America's largest tobacco companies, the men we just saw a moment ago, met at the Plaza Hotel in New York City. And they had come to meet one man. His name was John Hill, and he was the founder of Hill and Knowlton, the largest public relations firm in America at that time. And Hill's plan for these executives was brilliant in its simplicity. Don't deny the science. It feels defensive, and we're just going to provoke more research. Instead, fund your own science. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to hire credentialed researchers. We're going to publish counter studies, and we're going to create the impression that the issue of if tobacco is harmful is unsettled, when of course the science shows that it's not. 3 weeks later, on January 4th, 1954, the tobacco industry put Hill's plan into action, and they published this ad, a full-page advertisement in 448 newspapers across 258 cities, reaching an estimated 43 million people. And it was called A Frank Statement to Cigarette Smokers. The ad questioned whether smoking really caused cancer, and it promised to fund impartial research. It assured the public, and I'm quoting directly here, that the companies, quote, accept an interest in people's health as a basic responsibility paramount to every other consideration in our business. Does this sound familiar? We can look at Anthropic and OpenAI's public-facing safety statements, and what we see is a similar move. OpenAI goes as far as to say our primary fiduciary duty is to humanity. Back to 1954. Behind the scenes, those same companies had created the Tobacco Industry Research Committee. And within 2 years, they brought in a credentialed scientist named C.C. Little, who was a Harvard-trained geneticist and a former director of the American Cancer Society, to head this whole thing. And the committee funded research at major universities, and it compiled lists of doctors and scientists who had publicly questioned the cancer link. And then it seeded those names to journalists, and as Wikipedia summarizes it, by amplifying the voices of a few skeptical scientists, the industry created an illusion that the larger scientific community had not reached a conclusive agreement on whether tobacco was bad for you. And this worked. Cigarette consumption recovered from that 1953 dip and then kept climbing, peaking in 1963 at an all-time high. And that playbook has a name. We talked about it at the beginning: manufactured doubt. Now, to be clear, I am not lumping the AI companies in with cigarettes. They are very real and very legitimate use cases, but the playbook works because most people never see it. And once you see it, you'll start seeing it everywhere. Big Sugar ran the playbook in 1967 when they founded the Sugar Research Foundation and paid Harvard scientists the equivalent of $50,000 in today's dollars to publish a review in the New England Journal of Medicine, shifting the blame for heart disease from sugar to fat. Purdue Pharma did it when they ran more than 40 all expenses paid pain management conferences for more than 5,000 doctors. And they paid them to tell other physicians that OxyContin had less than 1% addiction risk. The lead industry did it when the Ethel Corporation hired toxicologist Robert Kehoe and funded the Kettering Laboratory at the University of Cincinnati. His quote, show me the data approach was so effective that it even became a template. Historians now call it the Kehoe paradigm, and they document that asbestos and tobacco and pesticides and all these different industries have borrowed it. Does this mean that every time this playbook is used, it's nefarious? No, it doesn't. But it does mean that we need to understand how it works. So here's how this is about to start playing out with AI, as well as how you can sift through what is true versus what is spin. Back to Ajamalu. In his interview with MIT last week, he names this exact play: hire the experts, control the narrative, and in AI, it's taking one specific form: hiring the world's best economists to frame the conversation around AI and labor disruption. Here's how it's playing out. So in October 2024, OpenAI hired its first chief economist, Dr. Ronnie Chatterjee, who's a Duke professor and a former chief economist of the US Department of Commerce. His job, in OpenAI's own words, was lead research into how AI will influence economic growth and job creation. They later announced Chatterjee would be working with Jason Furman, who's a Harvard economist. In April 2025, Anthropic formed the Economic Advisory Council, which was 10 economists drawn from MIT and University of Chicago, Yale, Harvard, and other major institutions, and their stated job was advise Anthropic on AI's impact on labor, markets, and economic growth. And now, just recently, on May 8th of 2026, Google DeepMind announced it had hired Alex Immis, a University of Chicago economist, as its inaugural director of AGI economics. And here's what Ajamalu said about that hire in his own words. What I hope we won't get is that they're interested in economists just to further their viewpoints or further the hype. So then the question becomes, will they? Here's what I've seen over my 20-year career in tech. If we want to understand how a person is likely to behave, we need to understand their incentives. And the incentives of AI companies, well, of course, is to sell stuff. They can be better understood by understanding their market dynamics. Now, every company in the world is playing in one of three kinds of categories: established categories, new paradigms, and new concepts. And which category you occupy changes the way that you have to go about marketing and selling your products. So established markets are red oceans. These are your commodities. It's the things you already buy. As one example, cars. People already understand that cars are useful transportation. You don't have to convince them of a car versus a unicycle. The only question the customer asks is, should I buy a Honda or should I buy a Toyota? Then there are new paradigms. In new paradigms, you're creating a new kind of solution to a known problem. So when electric cars launched, they were a new paradigm. And the pitch was, you already have a car, but here's a different kind of car and it's worth paying more money for. In business, Salesforce didn't invent the CRM. They reframed it as software you run in your browser instead of software you install on a server. And the buyer already had a CRM in their budget, but Salesforce had to market to change where that money was going to be spent. And then there are new concepts. And these are the hardest things to sell because people may not even understand that they have a problem to solve in the first place. And this is where AI sits. So as an example that you've seen follow this arc, Uber. Nobody was sitting around thinking that they wish they could, push a button and some stranger would pick them up. That category did not exist. And Uber had to create a problem before it could sell a solution, which is why they started vilifying taxis and taxi unions so hard, which is a topic for another day. AI sits in this category. We weren't all sitting around going like, man, I wish I had this word calculator in my pocket that could look everything up and help me code. That's why the marketing looks the way that it does, because AI isn't selling you a solution. It's got to convince you of the problem first. In technology, the new concept pitch follows a predictable 3-beat arc, and you can spot it in every AI keynote, every conference talk, every LinkedIn post that you've seen this year. It goes like this.
Bet in the history of capitalism is being placed right now. $700 billion this year alone, $6.7 trillion by the end of the decade, all spent on AI. It is the most expensive thing the human race has ever built, but so far, most people only use it if it's free. And the really scary part, if you're thinking about getting in on any of the upcoming AI-related IPOs, is that the industry is taking on massive amounts of debt while only making a tiny fraction of what it's spending. And all the while, valuations just keep going up. It does not take a genius to know the current math does not work, but it also does not take a genius to know that AI could still have a lot of room to grow. And that conundrum is exactly why everybody's asking the same question. Is AI a bubble? But what we're going to be talking about today is that is the wrong question. The right question is, given that bubbles like this have formed many times before, what secrets does history hold that could tell us what landmines lay ahead of us and what the right way to invest is in a moment like this? What you're about to see is that history does indeed hold the key to understanding what's happening in AI right now. There's a very distinct economic pattern that plays out with revolutionary new technologies. And every time a moment like this occurs, some people get rich and others get wiped out. My goal with this video is to show you that pattern and help you end up on the right side of that equation. We're gonna do it in 3 parts. First, I'll break down the pattern, but I also wanna show you how there is a trap that's been set just for you. And in the end, I'll show you what the historical winners have all had in common. So be sure to watch to the end. All right, welcome to part 1, the historical pattern. 4 times in the last 230 years, a world-changing technology that has gone on to be utterly transformational, nonetheless, wiped out the first wave of investors who funded the whole thing. The canals in the UK that created much-needed interior waterways, the British railways that connected the entire country, the American railways that did the same thing for the US but on a much larger scale, and the fiber optic cable build-out that made the modern internet possible. Each one of these technologies ended up making good on their promises in the long run, but for the first wave of investors, it was a catastrophe. It starts in the 1790s. A single canal in the UK had just cut the price of coal in Manchester in half, and Britain lost its mind. Parliament approved 44 new canal companies in just 5 years. Then, all of a sudden, the bubble burst. Share prices collapsed, and only a handful of those canals would ever go on to make their investors a dime. But the canals themselves stayed in the ground, and they carried the coal and iron that powered the entire industrial revolution. The investors lost, but the new economy they accidentally financed roared on without them. 50 years later, it happened again, but this time bigger. They called it railway mania. By 1850, British families had poured close to half of all of the investment in the entire economy into just railway stocks, much of it bought on credit. One man, George Hudson, controlled a third of all of the track in Britain and was worshipped as a financial genius until, that is, it came out he was paying old investors with new investors' money. It was a Ponzi scheme, which I hope sounds familiar. When it all unraveled, railway shares were cut in half, and a generation of savings was wiped out. But the tracks remained. 6,000 miles of them, and they ran the British economy for the next 100 years. Then America caught the fever, twice. The Panic of 1873 bankrupted 89 railroads and set off a depression that dragged on 4 years. 2 decades later, it happened all over again. By 1894, a quarter of every railroad in the United States was in the hands of a bankrupt company. The people who funded that track obviously got ruined. The track itself, though, it never moved an inch. And it continued to carry the goods that built the richest economy the world had ever seen. And then, in our own lifetimes, fiber optic cable for the internet. During the dot-com boom, telecom companies buried so much fiber optic cable during the internet euphoria that at the bottom of the crash, roughly 90% of it just sat dark. It was paid for, it had all been installed in the ground through a very painful, laborious, and expensive process, but it was all turned off. Not because the internet was a failure. Obviously, it would go on to become one of the most important technologies in human history. It failed at the time because the infrastructure cost was so expensive that the revenue just didn't come fast enough to overcome the debt burden. So companies like WorldCom, Global Crossing, and a string of others went bankrupt, waiting for that revenue to come in. WorldCom was the largest corporate collapse in American history up to that point. Hundreds of billions in investor money was just gone. But again, the cable stayed in the ground. It remained an incredibly viable asset. And over the next 20 years, that dark fiber would finally get switched on.
Okay, that's interesting. Scott, did you, how old were you at the turn of the century? WorldCom, was that on your radar?
I was, no, definitely not. I was like 16, 17 in 2000. Yeah.
Trying to remember how, I was like 27, something like that. My point would be WorldCom and its disastrous decline, along with Enron, Anderson Accounting, there was a whole bunch of these frauds back then. They were the just cause for the Sarbanes-Oxley Act. People had been ripped off all these hundreds of billions of dollars. So Congress said, we have to protect the American people. We need Sarbanes-Oxley. We need this software so that none of this can ever happen again. And then when I'm selling that software Imagine my chagrin when I find out it has a Robert Maxwell-like back door in it so that every publicly traded company that is mandated to have this software is now at risk from blackmail and predation and all sorts of other nonsense that can go on when someone compromises your infrastructure. Just like to point that out. Let's get thoughts on that block, and then we'll have another quick story hit on the same thing. This is the most encouraging one coming up, but I wanted to separate it and comment.
You think you're $20?
Oh, well, he's lining it up already. Colby is. I heard it. What do you think about AI so far, Sky? Is it a bubble?
Well,
Is it much ado about something? What's going on?
Well, I think there's two different ways to look at it. So first off, what he was describing is he's looking at it on an investment level. Like if you're an investor and you're looking to invest in these companies, then it may not be the best investment because it could be a bubble that bursts and you lose your investment. I'm looking at it more of a consumer standpoint where I'm like, okay, so how can I use the AI tools to build wealth and optimize my life and build automations and build systems that can edit my videos and send out outreach to clients or whatever the case may be. All the things
so
that
you're going out a little bit on the AI limb. You're like, there's structure. This can hold my weight. I'm going out on it, right?
Yep.
Good.
Yep.
Keep going. Tell me more.
So that's the thing. It's like, so if the bubble bursts and then all of a sudden these tools are gone, that would kind of suck. But
when the bow breaks, the baby will fall. You know that there's like a nursery rhyme about that.
Yeah.
The bow's about to break, and it's in the next story. So go ahead. Keep telling me how you're building out on the branch.
Exactly. I mean, everyone's building out on the branch. Like you're gonna get left behind if you're not building out on the branch. I'm telling you,
right?
That.
You can't afford
baby.
not to build out on the branch for $25 or $100 a month, right? ChatGPT's 25, Claude's 100, right? Something like that.
I pay 20 a month for Claude. Sometimes I have to up my credits a little bit, so we'll say like 30.
Yeah. So the popular thinking is we have to leverage this economy of scale and democratization of technology to go do these things that we couldn't normally do. Right?
100%.
The question that follows in risk mitigation would be, what happens if they cut off that limb? What happens if you get rid of your human beings and you say, I got this AI budget. And instead of 20 grand a month, I pay 2 grand a month for my AI people, and you're running your company. And then they come out and say, sorry, we're going to stop subsidizing AI. And it's really 15 grand a year for what you're using. And now no one has a budget for that. They can't go hire the humans back fast enough to stay in business. And then it goes kaflooey. And that's what the next story shows us, because it's about like, what does the data say versus what they're saying, right? They have $1 trillion campaign of PR. It's like the second COVID, this whole AI bubble. And this is brought to you by the same people who made the last bubble, the .com bubble. When they were saying like the AI people that are developing it think they're God. Larry Ellison is famous for thinking he's God.
Oh yeah.
Right? What's the difference between God and Larry Ellison? God doesn't think he's Larry Ellison. Dun-dun-dun. There's a book called that, for Christ's sake. So my point is, yes, what you have heard, they got a lot of scary things going on, but they've also force magnified their scale. Like everyone wants this thing that they're selling, but nobody really wants it. And once we all start figuring that out, like we didn't ask for this, and it's going to end humanity, and you're going to end everyone's way of life and put them into fear and terror and scarcity for the rest of their life. No, I think we could do better. But first we have to get learnified. So we're going to go to the infographics show. The $15,000 AI bill, your $20 subscription is a delusion. Let's get on the record, and then we'll have our special guest tonight.
You think your $20 AI subscription is the deal of the century. In reality, it's a trap. A power user on tools like Claude Code actually costs $15,000 a year to run. But you're only paying a fraction of that because venture capitalists are footing the bill. You're living inside the AI Uber moment, a temporary illusion built to get you hooked before the price tags change. But the money is running out. When this $1 trillion house of cards collapses, the tools you rely on every day will either vanish or cost you 10 times more. The economics of AI are broken. Chapter 1. The $20 Illusion. It all starts with your wallet. A serious Claude Code user runs through roughly 10 billion tokens a year. Tokens are basically the thought units of AI. Every word it reads, every word it writes, every decision it makes relies on a token. If you paid for that usage through a standard API, those 10 billion tokens would cost you around $15,000 a year. That is the real unsubsidized price. No discounts, no incentives, just the raw compute costs. Now that same user on a flat rate Max subscription pays around $1,200 for an entire year for the same workload. From $15,000 down to $1,200, a 92% hidden subsidy. Imagine walking into a dealership, picking out a car priced at $15,000 and being told that you only owe $1,200 because someone somewhere else covered the rest. It doesn't make sense, and that's what makes this model so strange. But the answer lies in OpenAI's own financial projections, leaked to the information. The company is on track to lose $14 billion in 2026. Not revenue, losses. A $22 monthly subscription covers about 1.7% of what an active power user actually costs to serve. You are not a customer, you are bait. Every prompt typed, every line of code generated, every late-night chat session is being paid for by investors, and they are betting that nobody will be able to live without this product when the real bill finally lands. Whole industries are being signed up at a loss. Law firms running document review at 5 cents on the dollar. Marketing agencies are churning out campaigns at prices that would have been impossible 18 months ago. Hospitals trialing diagnostic tools at sticker prices that no model provider could actually sustain at scale. Every single deal is being propped up by patient capital that expects 10 times returns. If companies are losing money on every user they sign up, why are they racing to sign up more? Because we have seen this exact playbook before, and we know how it ends. Chapter 2. The Ghost of Uber. Back in 2014, a black SUV would pull up outside your apartment in 3 minutes. The driver was polite, the car spotless. The trip to the airport cost you $11. You would wonder how any of it added up. It didn't, and that was the point. It was never meant to. For the better part of a decade, an entire generation lived inside what economists later called the millennial lifestyle subsidy. Venture capitalists poured money into ride-sharing, food delivery, co-working spaces, and meal kits on purpose. They set the prices below cost to crush legacy competitors and build a habit. The plan was to take over first and then raise prices until it made a profit. Uber's take rate, the slice of every fare a company keeps, tells the story. In 2022, Uber kept around 32 cents of every dollar a rider paid. By 2024, that figure had climbed to roughly 42 cents. Drivers got a smaller share. Riders paid more. The company eventually posted a profit. Now it's happening in the AI sector. It's the same investors, the same playbook, and the same pricing memo. Industry analysts expect consumer subscription tiers to roughly double in price over the next 2 years. Anthropic has rolled out new rate limits that gently push power users toward higher-priced plans. Google is testing premium-only Gemini features that used to be free. A 100% price hike isn't a rumor. It's already penciled in on the calendar. Enterprise contracts are following the same curve. Custom deals signed in 2024 are being quoted much higher in 2026 renewals. It's the same product, it's just costing multiple times the price. Users need to take it or leave it. Ride-sharing only had to do one thing, move a car from point A to point B. The cost of doing that doesn't explode as usage rises. If anything, it gets more efficient. More drivers, more density, better routing. AI works differently. The underlying math of thinking doesn't get cheaper in the same way. It gets complicated fast. AI executives continue to say that compute is getting cheaper every year. The unit economics will work out over time. It's not exactly a lie, it's more like a half-truth. The price of running a query through a model has dropped year over year, chips are more efficient, models are leaner, each individual word an AI generates is genuinely cheaper to produce than 18 months ago. And that's the part they want people to hear. Here's the part they don't. Chapter 3. The Claude Code Math. Modern agentic workflows, the kind that power Claude Code and ChatGPT's deep research tools, burn through anything from 5 to 30 times more tokens than simple chat sessions of 2 years ago. When you ask a code assistant to fix this bug, it doesn't write 50 words of response, it quietly spawns subtasks, then it rereads your files, it checks its own work, it writes draft after draft, throws most of them away, and then quietly runs tests in the background. A single user request can chew through hundreds of thousands of tokens before any answer shows up. A model might be slightly cheaper per word than before, but it's also producing far more words per request. The total bill is shooting upward. It's known as the token tax. It bankrupts scrappy AI startups burning through their seed rounds. It's threatening to wipe out one of the most profitable business models in the history of the internet. Chapter 4. The Search Penalty. For 25 years, Google's printed money, and it's been brutally simple. A user types in a query, Google returns 10 blue links pulled from the open web. The total cost to Google, servers, electricity, indexing, is a fraction of a cent per search. And yet, the ads next to those results generate much more than that. Margin is one of those great financial miracles of modern times. Now Google is rebuilding that entire system on top of generative AI. A single AI-powered search response, the kind that writes a paragraph-long answer instead of just showing you some links, costs significantly more to produce than a traditional keyword search. Now multiply that across billions of queries a day. If Google fully replaces traditional search with AI overviews, the most reliable profit machine of the 21st century vanishes. The margins that have funded YouTube, Android, Waymo, and Gmail begin to dry up. Wall Street analysts have quietly mapped out the worst-case scenarios, and the numbers are catastrophic. And it gets worse. The advertising models become redundant too. When AI just gives you an answer, nobody clicks on the links, so advertisers will stop paying. Google is staring at a future where it serves up more queries than ever before, costs more to run than ever before, and earns less revenue per query than at any point in its modern history. Tech giants are willingly cannibalizing their most profitable businesses. On purpose. They've decided the only thing more dangerous than killing a cash cow is letting a competitor kill it first. Business school has a name for this, the innovator's dilemma. When a new technology threatens the core business, incumbents face two choices: sit still and defend the existing cash engine while a competitor builds the future, or cannibalize it themselves on their own terms, hoping that they can build revenue on the next platform before the old one erodes. That's the path companies like Google, Microsoft, and Meta are effectively betting on with AI. They're betting that AI will eventually replace the current moneymakers. Nobody can prove that's true. Everybody is in too deep to back out. If unit economics are this bad, how are these same companies posting record AI revenues on Wall Street every single quarter? Chapter 5: The Round Trip Scam. That's where things get clever. Microsoft commits very publicly to investing $13 billion into OpenAI. The press release is slick, the headlines dramatic, stock prices rise, it makes investors happy. But read the fine print and a different story shows up. A big chunk of that investment never actually hits OpenAI's bank account. It arrives in the form of Azure Cloud credits. It's essentially a gift card that can only be redeemed at Microsoft's own data centers. OpenAI records that sum on its balance sheet as capital raised. Microsoft logs the cloud usage as revenue. It's an investment and a sale at the same time. OpenAI has separately committed to spending up to $250 billion on Azure services, locking the loop in for years to come. Now, layer NVIDIA on top of that. NVIDIA announces tens of billions in commitments to OpenAI. OpenAI then turns around and uses that capital to buy NVIDIA GPUs. NVIDIA's quarterly revenue posts a record and their stock price soars. The whole cycle takes a few months, and almost no real money has actually changed hands. It has simply been given a different name at each stop. Add Oracle, CoreWeave, and AMD to the list. Each company invests and then sells services to the next and records revenue as the same dollar flows through the cycle. The technical name for this is round tripping. In Silicon Valley, it's called strategic partnership. Chapter 6: The Hardware Debt Trap. In 2025, big tech is projected to spend roughly $320 to $400 billion on AI infrastructure. Updated forecasts for 2026 push that figure toward $500 billion. Data centers, GPUs, cooling systems, power delivery, entire grids are being reinforced to handle it. Meanwhile, total global consumer spending on AI services is only about $12 billion, according to Menlo Ventures' State of Consumer AI report. Hundreds of billions are flowing out while only $12 billion is going in. The gap is the size of an entire mid-sized country's economy. It's being filled not with revenue, but debt. Corporate bonds, structured credit, and private lending. Meta alone raised $30 billion in bond markets in late 2025. There was another roughly $30 billion through a Morgan Stanley-arranged joint venture set up to keep liabilities off of Meta's public balance sheet. Microsoft has signed a 20-year power purchase agreement to restart 3 Mile Island. Google has partnered with NextEra Energy to reopen nuclear power plants. These promises don't go away if AI revenue underperforms, but the hardware itself doesn't last. A high-end NVIDIA GPU that powers most of this boom has a short life of just 1 to 3 years before the next generation makes them outdated. It loses most of its book value the moment a new generation hits the market, which now happens roughly every 18 months. A data center full of 3-year-old chips is, in industry terms, dead weight. Compare that to the original dot-com bust. When that bubble popped in 2000, telecom companies left behind millions of miles of fiber optic cable buried in the ground. New companies bought it for pennies on the dollar and built YouTube, Netflix, and Spotify on top of it. The crash was brutal, but the wreckage was useful. This AI bubble will leave behind warehouses full of useless silicon locked up into 20-year power contracts and concrete shells in the middle of nowhere. No one will know what to do with them. Utilities will pass higher electricity rates on to the households for decades, no matter whether the AI revenues show up. A gap of hundreds of billions of dollars cannot be papered over for long. Companies running this race already know it, so they're quietly taking steps to slow the bleeding before the public catches on. Most of the users have already felt it, they just haven't connected the dots. Chapter 7. The Stealth Nerf. An AI model used to one-shot your code, now it forgets your project halfway through. A chatbot used to write 5 paragraphs
Colby,
a stretch,
go ahead,
now it cuts off at 3. And
you guys got the gist. It's a bubble. There's people who are going to rip other people off. You don't want to be any part of that, and use it sparingly and use it while you have it to make other things that are available for when they pull it later. That would be smart. And many such instances in history that go along to substantiate that. Scott, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, I heard some good points. You know what I did is I took the transcript of that from YouTube and I ran it through Claude to come up with any counter arguments to it. And
That's
so
hilarious.
there you go. But I mean, I see both sides of it, man. And it's like, the being a person who does use it a lot and puts it to use for a lot of my business applications, it's been awesome. And it's like I see the how I could be walking out onto a plank and then I could be cut off at the knees and then I have to rebuild my business from scratch. But at the same time, it's like I'm going to use the tools where they're available. And like, the cost of tokens is going down. Like you're getting more and more powerful systems for less and less money. So I get it, man. I mean, I totally get it. I see the pitfalls, but I'm just getting in on the boom, I guess, while you can. And
Well, it's similar to when everyone was getting the YouTube boom, right? There was a lot of
Yeah.
people 2016, 2017, 2018, right? And I saw what they were going to do. They got everyone over there. They monetized a whole bunch of channels and then they're going to take it away. And I had done a speech at the Pork Fest, and the gist was influencers, creators, producers need their own independent media platforms, personal media platform, and then you own your client list and you can communicate with them. But Facebook and YouTube and these other places, you never have contact directly with the people who support you. It's a very broken system. And those who did that, they seemed to survive, and the other ones, a lot of them went away because they were dependent 100% on that revenue. And when it went away, they couldn't make a turn. So it's about like evolution for the long run. Freedom is a super marathon, not a sprint type thing.
Well, and dude, I'm so excited to talk to Mike about this, dude, because like he just put it in the chat. It's like literally like I can run an LLM on my computer. I don't even need to rely on their servers or any of their crap. So it's like, these tools are available. So anyway,
This is right,
excited
but
to
we
get
have
into
to
it.
raise our aptitude to do such things. So in order to do that, let's bring in tonight's guest. He is an entrepreneur. He's a family man. He's a DJ, which is going to be really cool. You might know him from his previous work on Alpha Vedic and the Alpha Podcast. He has a website where he has a personal media platform. Speaking of such things, MikeWinner.com. You can also find him over on Instagram, which I still have never had an account for. And over here, I was just catching his set earlier tonight from Confluence 26. Now, I got to say, Mike, it's first time meeting you, bro, but that was a pretty good impression because I was like, I have to do the show card and I had to listen to Confluence 2026 because it was on your link tree. I use Linktree, so I was like going down. I was like, oh, I want to click that. It's top of the list, and that was really nice. And I picked a song to play at the end of the show. How you doing?
Oh, boom. That's great. Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. This has been a long time coming for sure. I've been a big fan of your work, Richard. I know you've actually sponsored some summits I've been involved with in the past. And we, of course, crossed paths, I think, at other events, maybe Greater Reset and some other things like that. But yeah, we've never actually had any hang time. I've actually hung out with a homie of yours who's a DJ at the Greater Reset. We both played. I'm blanking on his name right now. He lives in the Pacific Northwest.
Well, you also know another common friend who I texted with this morning, Benny Wells. That's where I first.
Benny.
That's where I first heard about Alpha Beta. I was from Benny back in, like, I don't know, 2019 maybe or something like that. So years ago. But
Yeah, Benny came out to Music in Sky 2022 or 2021, that epic one we had in the Western Sierras that we had to close the gate because we couldn't have any more people come in. And Benny came down from Idaho because he had left LA and had done a really great set with his poetry. And that was a fun hang. So yeah, Benny's awesome.
Fantastic. Now, how did you meet Scott? You guys know each other, right?
I think, well, so for I think really what it was
Bertaria. Was it a
yeah,
Owen
well, there's the
Benjamin tie-over?
Bertaria overlap, and then there's also I started listening to Alpha Vedic back in the day too. I think I came across it maybe around the 2020, 2021 era as I was investigating the terrain model, and I stumbled across Alpha Vedic, and I'm like, oh, these guys are awesome, dude. These guys are the real deal. So I definitely gravitated towards everything you were doing. And then also just the community organizing, the community building, the entrepreneurship was awesome. And then I ended up going to Music in the Sky 2024. And I got deathly sick, my own doing. But I think I ate some salami that I had in the tent for like 2 or 3 days. And I was like, yeah, well, I was like, in my mind, I was like, the salami, they just keep it on the shelf in the grocery store. Like, it can just be like kept at room temperature, but maybe not like in a 120-degree tent. And so, like, maybe the third day I'd ate some, and then I was like dead to the world. But it was fun. I had a blast. That's how awesome the festival was, is that I was literally dying and I had a blast.
Oh man, that's classic. Yeah, and that could just be your terrain self-regulating because it's not used to that. Because there's this dude named Jonas. I say his name wrong. He's now passed, but he's featured on a new web app I've launched called Terrain TV, where he used to just eat rotten meat, and he actually let the meat rot on purpose. And he showed that you could eat just disgusting rotten meat that was like a year old just in a jar and no problem. So, but yeah, man, that was so great seeing you there. We got to hang in person. And I think, did you get some open stage time? Because we ran open mic that event.
Yeah, no, what it was is I wasn't really prepared to do anything, but I was working on an album, and I recorded some footage for a music video. So I do have a music video with some footage that I shot at one of the side stages. So that was freaking awesome. Yeah. So
yeah, at Jonas Vanderplants, I believe that's his name, Planets. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, Music in Sky was awesome. We did 6 of those, and that goes back to my DJ roots and doing festivals. And then when 2020 hit, and Gruesome Newsom, the governor of California, was saying that we weren't allowed to gather anymore and celebrate life and art and dance. A few of my homies and I were like, nope, that's not going to happen, because every festival was shut down. So that's when we were inspired to go against the grain and go old school, like how we used to throw full moon parties back in the day, just totally underground, or like break into a warehouse. And so we just did an underground festival, but we brought in truth and wellness and people like Troy Casey, the certified health nut, and people talking about natural law and germ theory. And it just sort of grew into this new model of a festival. And now we've got them popping up everywhere. It's great. Confluence was inspired by that. Alex Zek had come out to a few of our Music in Skies, as well as Eileen McCusick, and they were very much inspired by that model. And now Confluence is just this very, very successful festival conference in Texas. And I've been out to one in Australia. They're happening in the UK, happening all over the place. So in Missouri, one just happened. So it's really, really cool to see people gathering in this way to celebrate our creative, pursuits and our really what it means to be human, in this way that isn't the traditional festival, which of course was, mired in drug use and just total debauchery. So it's been a good sign of where consciousness is going, and I've been happy to be a part of it.
Let me zoom out. Did you go to public school?
I didn't. Well, so
see, okay, so because I'm always trying to figure out like what makes people different, and like where was the choice that led them out of the box, So you didn't even have to go to public school. Tell me more.
Yeah, so I grew up Catholic. I went to an all-boys Catholic high school, the Order of the Servite Friars, which have a very interesting background. Now I am not Catholic anymore. I was pretty devout back then, but it was a great scholastic education there. I mean, I had in my AP literature class senior year, Mr. Cotton, he must have been in his 80s. He was taught by J.R.R. Tolkien. So it was a really high-end education there. And so I learned a lot. Now I didn't hear of any priest abusing anybody there. Thank God. I was lucky, you know, to go get through that unscathed, because I'm not a fan of the Vatican. I'm not a fan of a lot of things the Catholic Church does. But yes, that was good, because I got a great background in the classic arts and all of that. And then I actually did go to public university, University of California, Santa Barbara. And there I saw, it was funny coming from that school. I was like, wow, this place is a joke. I literally floated through my freshman year with full 4.0. It was like so easy. And then that was when I got into DJing, and it was actually my rejection of public schooling that kind of led me into waking up. And actually it was a huge shout out to my dad, who gave me The Creature of Jekyll Island, of course, that legendary book when I was in college, because he was always just like at home, the Fed, you know, we got to know about the Fed and the money system. It's all corrupt. And so that was one of my doors into awakening. And then, of course, in college, I met a fellow DJ, Bryden Lando, whose father was Dr. Bear Paul Lando, who many know from the Alpha Cast podcast. And that I was brought into his knowledge around terrain health and such right out of college. And then that was my next step of awakening. And I was already listening to like Alex Jones. I was reading David Icke books. I was deep into conspiracy culture in college, thanks to a few mushroom trips. There are some benefits of doing psychedelics. Do them responsibly, guys. And so then that took me down the conspiracy rabbit holes, and then that led me into, you know, greater awakenings outside of that around health and wellness and dealing with my own health challenges, coming out of the sort of allopathic tradition that my family was. My mom was a nurse and ran hospitals, et cetera. So I wasn't really hip to natural alternative health until I discovered it in college. And that's what sort of brought me into where I am now. But I've gone through a lot. You know, I worked in Hollywood. I was a film major in school. I worked in Hollywood for nearly 10 years. I was a professional DJ, touring and playing everywhere. But this whole time I knew that probably my life's mission was to go into the health freedom space and then somehow merge that into the arts. And that's what led to Music and Sky and everything I'm doing now, especially in terms, I've always been a techie and really into, since I was a little kid, I would take apart my dad's radio to figure out how it was working. I think that's what led me into DJing, because I love music, but I was never really, musically inclined in terms of playing instruments. But from the time I was like 7 or 8, I was making mixtapes, you know, for friends. And so there's that emergence of technology and art that led to DJing. And so that all is kind of culminated also in my passion for decentralized technology and working in everything from blockchain to decentralized networking. And that's where kind of how I got involved with Cordal. We could talk a bit about that. And yeah, so it's I guess you could say I'm a generalist. I play in a lot of different places, but it's all based around freedom and sort of staying independent. I'm a Virgo. I'm super inclined to do what I want to do for my own, mission in life. And it's been fun, man. It's been a fun ride. I'm super stoked on where I'm at in my life now. And thank God I left Hollywood because I wasn't meant to be there.
Well, thanks for attending this Freedom Polymath meeting. And it's good to have a lot of dexterity in a lot of different areas. You're just a Renaissance man. Now, you're technically adept and you loved music, but you didn't play an instrument and you wanted to fit in.
Yeah.
Tell me about becoming a DJ. And you learned how to do it, and then at some point you figured out the entrepreneurism aspect. Did you have that before DJing somewhere and you just combined them, or did you have to formulate that on the spot because you're like, I need to pay for speakers and a mixer? Or what was your story?
Yeah, the entrepreneurial thing came out of just pure necessity. It was just that. It was literally, I have to buy records because I was a vinyl DJ. I'm a 90s kid. So I was going to school in the late 90s where I came up with my DJ crew at University of California, Santa Barbara in Isla Vista. And there was no...
I just have to ask, are they the Banana Slugs?
No, they're the Gauchos.
Okay.
That's
I just
Santa
remember the
Cruz.
last Santa Cruz. That's right, because it's in Pulp Fiction. It's the T-shirt that Travolta has to wear after the Anyway,
Yeah,
I just had
yeah.
to ask because every time you said UCSB, I was like, are they the banana slugs or not? The Gauchos.
Banana slugs are the most hilarious mascot you can think of. I mean, it really represents that area too. It's just like just chilling, man, just hanging
Gauchos
out.
are cowboys, right? That's
Yeah,
cool.
gauchos are technically like an Argentinian cowboy. So I guess based in the Spanish roots of Santa Barbara.
From the
'cause you have
Pampas.
yeah. Yeah. And so we would throw tortillas and basketball court during those games. And it was a party school. It was a raging, crazy party school in the 90s. It got rated the second best, second top rated party school in Playboy magazine when I was there, fresh sophomore year for Halloween. It was like infamous for. So it was a good place to be at DJ because there was a gig every night. And I actually, my sophomore year, lived with 5 other DJs. And we weren't, like hip hop top 40 DJs. We were underground house DJs. So we were very much in the subculture of the rave culture at that time, which was actually very
That was very edgy back then. What years are you talking? Like, give me a
this was 97, 98 when I started DJing. I'm aging
best
myself.
time to DJ in human history right there.
Yeah. So this was like my idols were like DJ Dan, Donald Glaude, Charles Feelgood, which all became my homies. And I will say my roommates were entrepreneurs because they were already throwing like massive raves up in Oakland and in San Francisco. They were part of a crew called the 12 Monkeys, inspired by the movie. And so I was just the kid. I was just like the kid coming up in the scene because I was so new to it all. And so I would just go and like flyer for them, put up posters, and I was promote, and then I would get to play like an opening set. And I remember going to these raves and there would be like 10,000 kids in an underground at like home base in Oakland. And my friend Pat's parents, he was smart. He had his parents there collecting the money at the door because that's the only people he could trust. And we would pull in tens of thousands of dollars at these events. And I mean, we were 18, 19, 20. And so I started to see the power of the entrepreneurial spirit of not, because I'd always just worked for somebody before. I even worked at Disneyland when I was in high school because I grew up in Orange County, and I never wanted to do that again. So that's what drove me to switch to a film major, because I was going in as a law major and a law double major law history to be a lawyer. Because I thought that's what you're supposed to do as a good kid that went to private school, and my few pre-law classes, I was just sickened by the statutory process and just how purely like fraudulent it was, and just I could just already see through it. And I was like, I'm an artist. I've always enjoyed music, and I always was making home videos in high school. And so then I switched my sophomore year to film, and my goal was to become an independent filmmaker making documentary film. That had made impact. And while that didn't happen and I got kind of pulled into reality television, I was still always trying to be my own producer. So I never actually went through the whole casting couch process of Hollywood. I actually went home for a year and then was trying to do the Hollywood grind and realized I can do this myself. So I went back to Santa Barbara. I pitched my friend who had a lot of money on a show idea. I'm 21 years old and I got a $30,000 check written to me to do my first pilot at 21 years old. And it was called Eats and Beats. And it was a DJ, because I was really into food culture too. I worked at restaurants and I was really into the culinary arts. I'd almost considered going to culinary school. And so this first show I did, which I did pull off, it didn't sell, was mixing DJ culture with food culture. And I was pitching it to MTV as sort of their first cooking show. And this was like when the Food Network was blowing up with like Bobby Flay hot off the grill and Emeril Lagasse and the Iron Chef and all that. So that was my first foray into the entrepreneurial world at 21. And boy, did I mess it all up. I let people take advantage of me. I spent the money in terrible ways. The end product wasn't as good as I was hoping. I spent like $8,000 on the graphics, which was a lot of money back then. But it was a great learning experience, and it helped me see like, hey, this is what I want to do. I don't want to work for anybody ever again. And so I've been successfully an entrepreneur for going on over 20 years now. And I know that's a big thing that you push, and that's a big thing that I push, Richard, as well. Like in 2026, I don't see any reason for anybody to work a 9 to 5 for a corporation, especially if you're trying to be a free sovereign person. We have so many tools at hand right now that it's just ridiculous, like how easy it is to start your own business. And I will say, you had that piece about AI. I'd love to get into that because I do believe in the power of leveraging these tools. However, as I spoke at Confluence this year, I did a whole workshop on this about walking across the bridge towards digital sovereignty. It's about using it locally. It's about doing it decentralized. It's about using open source, right? It's not about tapping into these cloud models, even though I still do at times, because I'm not going to purity spiral on how I interact with this technology, because my mission on life is to bring health and wellness and truth to the world. So I do leverage these technologies for good. I transmute the technology for good. However, I'm still walking across that bridge towards using them correctly. So for instance, tomorrow it should arrive. I was able to find a hyper powered, really good computer. It's actually, a Mac Studio M3 Ultra with 256 gigs of unified memory, which you can't even buy anymore. I found one used, which will arrive tomorrow. So I can start running some hefty models that will be able to let me do a lot of what I traditionally have done with like Claude. So we're all in that process of doing that, but we should leverage these tools to be entrepreneurs and to find out what, to really first tap into what our true mission is here, what our true skill set is, what our passion is in life, and then apply that in some sort of business framework to bring abundance into our lives, into our family, and to our community, and then inspire others to do the same. And then no longer will we have the thing during the COVID era where people were pressured into getting jabs because it's my job. My friends that were running their own business never had that problem because they were already, running their own business. So I think that's a really, really important thing for people to try to strive to do, is to figure out, one, what your mission is, what you're passionate about, and then how can you apply that within a business framework for yourself.
And I think that's like schooling teaches you metaphorically how to drive, but entrepreneurism is you learning how to fly for yourself. There's no place to pull over. You better check your airframe and your engine before you take off. All these sort of things that it's just another level up. It's responsibility. But if you can do that, then you can be an employer. You can write checks instead of cash checks. All these cool things that they don't teach us in school. My personal path was I was official. Like I went to public school, so I didn't know any better. And I was going through my 5 years of college when I figured out it wasn't going to pay for itself. So then I got into entrepreneurism, but I quit because I was like, oh, I don't, I was running a small scale business and I didn't see how to apply the skills largely to the market. And by the time I figured that out, I was back in paycheck plus commission world. And I stayed there for a few years. And then when being a whistleblower made that not possible to pursue that career anymore, I then reapplied the same skills. So I'm thankful that I had an on-off entrepreneurism paycheck back to, I had a couple different phases. It wasn't just like this part and this part. It's like I had a little and then I had a little. And then for the past 20 plus years, I've been an entrepreneur, works for myself and assigns my own time, 168 hours every week. That's where we're all equal. We all have the same amount of time. It's just what we do with it, right? So I gotta run you back like 10 minutes and ask you this. 5 DJs living during college at that young age, a lot of times people are competitive and they don't want to share skills, but I can just imagine the dynamic interactive feedback of learning from 5 other people passionate about that same thing, and how if one person knows how to book a gig, all you guys can figure out how to book gigs and do all the things. And that in and of itself, I think, is more valuable than most college experiences, just that little petri dish you were describing. So what did that do for you confidence wise, skill building wise, all these other things that college at the same time was you're paying to do, but they're not giving you, right? So I just wanted to
it's so
flesh that out
funny,
for a
dude.
second.
I learned so much more in the hard knocks of DJ culture in life at that point than anything in college. And it got to the point where I was barely going to school. I was really resting on my past education and just the way I was able to get through classes, through hacking the finals and stuff, because my whole focus was on exactly that, like building my DJ skills, playing the bigger parties, and then also, just honing my craft and networking and all that. And it's funny because like some of the guys that were my roommates and that were in our crew, we were really competitive. It was super competitive. And in fact, Big Pat, DJ Pat, shout out to DJ Pat Swayzak, who inspired me to get started into house music. We were in the dorms and I was like, what are you doing? He had his turntables in his dorm room. I'm like, I want to do that. Cause I was like an Orange County punk rock kid. And like ska and punk was big back then. And I had friends in those bands and stuff, but I was like, I had gotten into like Daft Punk and these other, more mainstream house acts. And so he's like, you want to learn? Okay. And he gave me 5 records, and those records were not meant to be to mix together. He's like, learn on these. And they were all at different BPMs. And it was kind of like him clowning with me to see if I really had the chops to go through the hell that I should go through to be part of the crew. And it was kind of a hazing. But then once I proved myself, then I was in, and we were like a brotherhood. It was like a guild, right? Which we just don't have enough of anymore. And so we did hook each other up, and we made sure that we had each other's backs, and everybody had different skill sets. Some were better promoters, some were just kick-ass DJs. Some got all the girls, and we just worked together as a team, as a crew. We were a crew. That's funny. Like in fact, we became, I also was part of a crew called For the People. And we threw full moon parties for free for the community. And we weren't making any money on this, but we did this out of just the love for the craft and for doing the parties up on the mountains. And that showed me as well the value of building community and doing things for the right reason, not just to, come up on somebody else or, be the best at making money. And so, yeah, it was an interesting time. It was a bit of a scary time. The 90s, we were free, but there was a lot of partying. There was a lot of madness going on in Isla Vista at that time. So it was a challenging time too. I'm not going to lie. And there was times where I'm like, what am I doing in my life? But it all worked out for the best because I just followed, my heart. And yeah, it was wild, man. Just thinking back too. And these were all vinyl days. So I would literally drive about once a week down to Hollywood and LA to the stores to get the new records. Because in house music, it's all about having the newest, freshest beats, right? And so we would literally call Beat Not Stop or Wax Records and say, what's in there? And you had to you had to be in the know. You had to be cool and in the crew and prove yourself. And we had done that by becoming like the house music crew in Santa Barbara. So we would book all the big names that would come through. And then we started a club night on State Street. And then I actually ended up getting handed off to me when we graduated because I stayed in Santa Barbara and I became like the guy. So I was the kid at first, right? Like kind of running the door here and there, promoting. And then I became the guy running the night. And then I graduated into running my own club nights for many years, actually. So I ran many college nights and I always did them really hip and cool. And I would tie in art and stuff. So that was like a whole other side thing I had in my life as a promoter and doing events for years.
Well, let's talk about the importance of being able to bring people together. Had I not been a whistleblower, I would have retired and I would have opened Rick's American from Casablanca, right? Yeah. To be able to be a host and person who's facilitating good food and people having a good time. Maybe Casablanca, that didn't work out. But the point is, you with music, you already have the ability to bring people together, and learning how to do that in a structure that other people profit from is cool. Learning how to do it for yourself and bring people together. And then you add more substance beyond that to keep people together, right? Like, what do they call it? An emulsifying agent that kind of brings the two things that want to be separate together and allows them to adhere, right? Did you have an example set for you on how to do that? Did you pick it up from other people? Is it something that came naturally to you? Is it something that you're like, I'm introverted and I got to figure this out? Can you demystify that?
That's the one thing in my life. I mean, I was definitely a nerd in my younger years. I loved like Advanced Dungeons and Dragons and video games, and I enjoyed the quiet side of life. I was always really content being by myself as a kid and just being in my imagination, and didn't need to be with anybody. But I've also been quite extroverted in my life, especially as I kind of matured later in high school and in college. And I actually fell in love in college with it just going party to party, house to house. I was kind of known for this. I would only hang out for a little bit. I'm like, I got to go, because I love just meeting new people and having as many experiences as I could. So I've always had that built inside of me. And I think that's what's lend really well and today, and like doing something like Music and Sky or doing podcasting and bringing in new guests and stuff, because I'm so curious about people and curious about life and what other minds are thinking and what other people are doing. So that lend really well into doing events and being a DJ and bringing these types of experiences to the world. So it's been a fun ride in doing that. And I mean, I will say I've DJ'd. I was trying to think of this last weekend because I just played a friend's wedding here, and I live now in the middle of nowhere on a river up on the border of California and Oregon, but we have a really tight, cool community here that we've developed. And actually a lot of people are really awake, which is really cool. And so I played a really kick-ass wedding on the river, and I don't normally play weddings anymore, but it was for awesome people, and I got to play a 4-hour house set, so no complaints. And I was thinking, man, how many gigs have I played in my life? I mean, I've been playing since '98, like out. And I mean, I've played thousands, from like, your wedding to like fashion shows to club nights and to underground raves. And every one of them has been special and awesome in some way. I mean, there were some shitty gigs, of course, but it's just been a wild ride being a DJ, because you're just curating an experience every time by basically bringing together the right music for the right time and knowing how to read the dance floor, read the people around you, what they want, right? Being agile, being able to like move through different genres or whatever. And so that's just a good analogy for life for me. It's like how I try to navigate life is I try to curate the experiences for anyone I'm with. And I've always been really good. And Benny Wills is a great person who's helping people learn this as well. It's like meeting people where they're at in life. And I get this from my dad, maybe, like everywhere I go, whether it be a gas station attendant or some billionaire I'm randomly sitting next to on a plane, I can find that common ground and have hours of conversation with. And that's just, I think, a skill that I was born with. And I'm lucky to have that. And it just makes life really interesting. And that's why I always stress, like, especially during like the COVID times and stuff, it's like, how can we meet a person where they are to bridge that the difference of thinking and stuff, so that we can find a common ground, so we can move together and really find the humanity in each of us, because that's really what we need more than ever, with all the divisiveness and just all the ignorance out in the world. And so I think DJing has just always been a great microcosm of that skill.
I think it's also important to kind of break apart. Do you have a methodology? How would you describe your ability to talk to people in any station?
Well, first and foremost, it's about finding a common ground that everybody likes. So I don't know if you guys have seen these kind of viral clips of this radio host girl who just randomly calls people back east and just like calls them and says, "Hey, how you doing?" And it's like, "What are you having for dinner?" And it's just like a random person. She ends up getting in a long conversation with them because her tone of her voice, and then she's just talking about food. So yeah, that's one of my ends, like food. Everybody likes food unless you're like a breatharian or something. I always kind of find that common ground based around the weather or food. I mean, this is just like basic stuff.
Hobbies.
Listen.
Yeah.
What's that?
Hobbies.
Yeah. Just what are your interests? And my wife's really helped me with this. Listen more. Because listening is just as active as speaking, and it's something that I've had challenges with in my time. But listening, eye contact, being present, and this is just part of my spiritual path too. It's like getting in present with another conscious entity. Like I don't believe in NPCs, for instance. Like I believe everybody's got a spark of God in them. Just some of them they've dimmed their light so much they're not aware of it anymore. And so I try to find that light in their eyes. The eyes are the window to the soul, right? That is so true. And so and this is something maybe you noticed, Scott, when you're at Music and Sky, there's a lot of eye contact, right? There's a lot of intentionality. And that was something we brought from the very beginning to Music and Sky. A lot of hugs, a lot of one-on-one, like, who are you? What are you here for? What is your specialness, right? And so I try to bring that within all of my interactions. It's definitely a conscious will to do that. And I think it maybe just comes down to my deep-seated fears as a youth, where I wasn't cool, right? Like I was a nerd. I was made fun of. I did get in fights. I was a little kid. I was scrawny and I wasn't confident. And maybe deep down inside, this is sort of my defense mechanism that I've learned how to overcome that, which is just being an open book, being here for anybody I come across. And even if they're a total a-hole and are not having it, I will still try. And then if not, I just say peace out. But yeah, it's just it's a powerful skill set to try to develop. I can't recommend it enough.
You made me rethink a Van Morrison lyric, because you were talking about the light in their eyes, and there's a lyric where it talks about their throats were dry and they found a guy with the sunshine in his eyes. And I always thought it was sunshine acid. I thought they found some dude who was tripping balls. They stopped and had a drink at the end of the song. It's
probably what it was.
It stoned me. It's the Van Morrison song, right? But the sparkle in his eyes, that was saying, hey, here's another conscious human being who might not be on LSD that you can associate with and feel free to like take a break with. So I could see that too. And I guess that's something that you're right. I don't believe in NPCs either. And I believe that most people, if they want to be conscious, they can snap right out of NPC land. But until then, they have the programming and they're not hitting execute. They're not hitting enter, right? Until they come across some stimulating media. So my next question is, you were aware of terrain theory coming out of college because you had some mentorship.
Yep.
How many years of that familiarity before COVID came around?
20.
Okay. So let's break it down. It's January 2020, right? Something's going on. And when did you pick up? Like for instance,
way before
since we have it in common, it was January 23rd of 2020 that I heard Benny Wills make a comment. And as a friend, I was like, man, you can't go speaking off the cuff like that. You got to have references. Like in my head, I heard him say Bill Gates had an exercise in October to this whole pandemic set up. And I was like, man, you can't. And then, so I caught myself saying that. I was like, bro, you should just look it up. Holy shit, Event 201's real. Benny's right. Like, I don't care what words he used around it. He's pointing out a legit thing. And I almost skipped over it thinking, man, he got caught with a meme. You know what I'm saying? I almost missed out on being informed. So I was like, I took that serious. I watched that 5 hours of Event 201. I already knew about DARPA licensing mRNA in 2012 to Monsanto. So I started putting 2 and 2 together, doing all the math. So I got into not being panicked about the public story. I was more panicked about the actual story of what they were doing in front of everybody. They got the whole world to shut down like that. The casinos and everything, man. All the organized crime people, the sports team ownerships, everybody was like this. They're like dancing to the beat. So I knew there had to be some sort of orchestrator. And so how much of that type of information did you know by the time it happened to be able to be explaining to your audience to stay calm and cool and don't get sucked into the bubble?
I got to be honest, I think it was the greatest gift ever for our show, because we were talking about it years before. Orlando, he had educated me about the lockstep Rockefeller stuff.
Yeah, right on.
In his circles in the 90s. So he was part of a sort of this first wave of these freedom conferences that were happening offshore with people like Ron Paul and Ike and others going to them in the I think in the Virgin Islands or something. And they were doing a lot of offshore banking and sort of common law stuff. And they were already talking about like how the plan was with the original agenda, what was it, the 2019 or 2020, whatever. Now it's 2030, then it's whatever. They keep pushing it down the line, but that they were going to use some sort of global event to bring in a technocratic overlay, right? And so we were seeing all of these, like, if you remember, there were a lot of scares leading up to swine flu and avian and, Ebola. And every time we saw them testing things, and when you come from the terrain background, which it was crazy. It was in the early 2000s when Bearlando told me there was no such things as viruses. And I had grown up my whole life with fear of viruses, right? Like I was very celibate in my younger years because I was scared to death of AIDS, right? I grew up, and you guys probably remember this, when Magic Johnson we found out Magic Johnson has AIDS, and he was like my idol growing up. I was a huge Lakers fan. I mean, I had the back-to-back shirt with the big heads, right? And I was like, love the Lakers. And I was in 8th grade, I believe, when I found out about that, and it scared the holy hell out of me.
It was perfect branding, having a guy with a name like Magic Johnson getting the new sex disease.
Dude, So funny. You start to see through the spellcraft now, years later, like how they do this, right? But I was definitely within that fear of that. And then when I found that out, like right out of college, it took me, I got to be honest, it took me a while to get through the cognitive dissonance to believe him. I was like, no, that's crazy. What about this? You know, what about this? What about how the vaccines work? What about what the labs are doing? And my aunt was a biologist working at Brookhaven Labs for the government, doing genetic stuff and working with viruses. And then my uncle, and this is like I've seen through all these falsities now, all these lies. He was working in one of the big hadron colliders too, supposedly smashing particles, right? And I went to that lab. I remember the guys with M16s outside the door going in there, and it felt so real. And now I'm seeing, just like with that AI video you guys showed before I came on, it's all a big Ponzi scheme. It's all a way to move money around and try to, handle the debt system. But that aside, so when you start to come down to the fundamentals, and when I finally started to learn the true science of terrain and how it just pervades all reality, it's a natural science. It's just how this place works. It's how biology works. And when you start to also use logic and look through all the fallacies that like virologists use to push the virus theory, which is all that it is, into the mainstream, you start to see that, well, there's a lot of holes here. And of course, now in 2026, a lot of people are aware, thanks to folks like Dr. Andrew Kaufman, Tom Cowan, us, Amanda Vollmer, Kelly Brogan. All these people have come out and spoken about this. And there's a whole scene now of pushing this truth out. But for me to come into this knowledge so early, when there was not much support, there was maybe like a Stefan Lanka out on YouTube talking about it. You really had to dive deep to get any kind of clarity or confirmation that this is real. And so I was going on a lot of like faith that Bear was legit, and he did break it down to me over many long hours, phone calls about it, and like what bacteria is and how the pleomorphic cycle of how things shift in our body, and how those are all just resonant life forms that are changing and morphing due to what's happening in the terrain, and that we don't actually get sick. Those symptoms aren't from an outside source. It's not sickness. It's just our body cleaning itself up. They're just symptoms. And then he gets deeper into like how the mind and the emotions and our spirituality all are affected by this. So when I finally came around to that after a few years of testing it on myself and, realizing that I don't need to take antibiotics anymore for this strep throat, that I had a chronic strep throat issue, which led me down the initial path to talk to him, because at that point I was desperate, because literally every year I would get it, and it got worse and worse and worse. And so when I finally got
antibiotics are like carpet bombing. They're indiscriminate as far as I understand them. In the past, they might have changed in the past 20 years. I haven't done much research.
It's literally in the etymology. It's in the word biotic, bio,
anti-life, right? Yeah,
anti-life. So they're just nuking your entire ecosystem.
Internal pesticide.
Yeah, basically,
which is also the origins of chemotherapy. That was chemical warfare from World War I that Cornelius Rhodes developed into chemotherapy. So radiation, chemotherapy, and pesticides. It almost sounds like Dow Chemical sponsored the commercial.
Pretty much. I mean, it's Rockefeller medicine, right? And it's essentially, and it's petrochemical derived, and it's based on, it actually is an ancient, it's kind of goes back to, and we broke this down and we did this, I don't know if Autonomy actually maybe sponsored it, but we did a summit called the End of COVID, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. It was a massive terrain-based educational online platform where we had over 120 hours of content on there, breaking down the history of all this and using COVID as sort of a foundation to educate people. But you go back into history, and there was a lot of dark forces using the mysterious boogeyman, whether it was dark spirits or demons or some sort of invisible boogeyman causing illness, and then the solution was always some sort of poison to kill you. And that's really what they did to the Native Americans. It wasn't the blankets. It wasn't the smallpox. It was literally just poisoning them, is what I've come to understand. And there's some great books that do talk about that. So yeah, when you come to the understanding that actually those symptoms are due to a whole number of factors, whether it be psychological, whether it be literal physical poisons you're taking in. Probably didn't help. I was drinking a lot and eating a lot of fast food in college, and then that these are detox symptoms, right? For a lot of them, and so the bacteria is actually going to give you symptoms because it's doing its job cleaning up the terrain. So when you take an antibiotic and you kill that process, you may get a little bit of a remission of the symptoms that the bacteria is causing. But what it's doing is it's confusing your body and your terrain, and like, why are we not completing this cleanup process? So then it goes into a next phase of isolating those toxins, and that's what we would call cancer. That's what leads to chronic illness, and you wonder why we have had a cancer explosion in the last 100 years.
Do you see a connection between cancer and parasites?
No, actually, in the terrain world, at least in the world that I'm in, and this is where we can kind of plug Terrain TV for deep dives on this. Parasites are once again just another symptom of toxicity, and they're actually there to just clean things out. So when you have parasites, which are totally ever present in our body, like we all have some sort of parasites in us. It's very rare that somebody doesn't have a parasite in us. When the parasites are flaring up, it's because we're heavily toxic. So they're there to literally, and I think there's a connection between the chemtrails and all of that sort of heavy metal toxicity and the rise in parasites, because they love to eat heavy metals. And so when we're doing parasite cleanses, oftentimes it's the same thing that is just as destructive as taking antibiotics. Now, there are ways we want to properly manage the terrain, because we don't want to be like extremely uncomfortable all the time, and parasites can kind of get out of whack if we just have that much toxicity in us. So there are natural ways to sort of maintain a proper parasite population. Dr. Andrew Kaufman talks about, for instance, like the turpentine cleanse. But a lot of the parasite cleanses can actually be far more damaging than do good in the same way as antibiotics. And if you want to take a deep dive into this, go to terraintv.com. This is a free web app I recently launched. We have over 46,000 terrain-based videos on there, but we've got smart search. You've got ability to really like find the proper information about this stuff and educate yourself around this. And I'm still going through that education process, dude. I'm 20 years in and I'm still learning. So, but yeah,
it sounds like you built the app for you and it's useful to everyone else. Cause it's like, if you keep doing that, it's like, why don't we just build an app and then other people can use it? And that's a smart entrepreneur at work. Let me ask you this, cause I want to steel man your argument. So hypothetical question, Scott's using a chainsaw and something happens and now he's got a laceration on his leg. And usually there's like protocols, and you take care of that before it goes gangrene and we got to amputate Civil War style. So where's that dividing line? Because gangrene doesn't that come from bacteria and that sort of thing, infection, right? So how does terrain theory? Yeah, please explain.
When we have severe trauma like that, we are now have basically essentially we have completely destroyed the natural terrain. We do have to take in emergency steps. So in that case, you do want to help step in with your consciousness and with technology to help that part of your body survive. So that's when we're big fans of something like a colloidal silver or ozone, using the natural world, natural sciences to help there versus something that's just like a pure chemical. So yes, when you have severe trauma, that, for instance, just completely rips apart the epidermis and the muscle layer, and you're still going to have the bacteria go to work to try to rescue you, and there's still very much, and I think a lot of the gangrene, I think that's a lot of a misnomer too, and I think that like we hear the big example used is like the Civil War, you know, people dying from severe injuries like that. Is because they didn't know how to properly dress the wound, and they were in really, really disgusting, unsterile conditions. And like that's like Florence Nightingale. She was the famous nurse that was one of the first terrain proponents back in the day. because she saw just how important it is to have proper conditions that are in the natural world. And when you get brought into a man-made world that is disgusting with human feces, and you're bringing in other fluids from other people that aren't supposed to be touching your fluids, it leads to a confusion of the terrain. But if you look at Native Americans and indigenous people and people that were more grounded in a natural way, they knew how to treat wounds with herbs and with other processes so that the body could properly heal. So I do think there's a bit of a psyop around that, but also as somebody who was a volunteer firefighter for almost 10 years here, I do see the power in emergency services and emergency care. And the Western medicine is really good with crisis intervention. And I think we should respect that. And, those people out there that are doing that kind of work, because, accidents do happen. And sometimes I think that, and this is a spiritual thing for me, Richard, I think accidents don't just happen. I think that's part of our destiny that we have designed from our decisions and behavior and all of our thinking over our entire life and previous lives. And so that intervention, maybe that's not part of our destiny at times. And maybe we're supposed to lose that leg as a lesson. And then maybe sometimes we are supposed to intervene with our own conscious technology and save that leg. But I will say that we have to be very careful with falling into the trap that nature is flawed, and that if we cut ourselves, that quote unquote infection is going to kill us. Where if we know just how to be smart with it and let nature do its job, for the most part, typically it does heal. Sometimes we do need to, because we live in such a toxic world, though, give it a little help. And that's why I'm a big fan. You might even see it behind me here. I have an ozone machine here. I have a Brown's gas machine here. I won't use triple antibiotic ointment. I'll use like honey. I'll use what else? I'm a big fan of colloidal silver, hydrogen peroxide, things like that, just to sort of help the terrain get more oxygen in there, etc. But yeah, it's a tough question. And once again, on Terrain TV, you can go in and you can do deep dives into all that stuff and find much smarter people than I am that devoted their lives to this, that will give you better answers than that.
For people playing along at home, not all ozone generators are meant for breathable air. Some are specifically to kill organic anything and take away smells. So you have to know which type you're using. Like the one I have in the garage, you can't be in its proximity when it's at work. And I used to have air cleaners that had the ionization, and it smells nice. I like that. But they're two different things, and I wanted to make sure that nothing we were saying was going to use a Hippocratic oath for the podcast. Don't they have that? Do no harm.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Scott, address that wound. Go ahead.
I brew my own colloidal silver here. I have a whole colloidal silver brewing station and drink it, use it topically, cleaning. Like, it's a miracle substance. It's awesome. I haven't been sick in years. Imagine that.
Better knock on wood. Nature has a sense of humor. It's called irony.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that's true, right?
Well, and I do think nature's here to teach us humility and reground us back into who we truly are, which is we are out of nature, but we're also here to be stewards of this place because we are embodying God's intelligence. And so nature has a really good knack of bitch slapping us when we forget about that.
Yeah, if you have any terrain-based cures for a hernia, let me know. I've been struggling with that. That's brutal, dude. But yeah, apparently, see, I'm at this point right now, dude. It's crazy because I've had to engage with the allopathic system. I've done a bunch of research, and it's like they say that the only way, it's like in my front abdomen, and it's like the only way
everything's a cut.
Yeah, they say the only solution is, and from what I can determine, like, it is surgery and sewing it back up, dude. And so I'm at this place where I'm just like, damn, like I'm gonna. Like,
bro, you're missing out. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Mesh is the answer I've heard, but that's
what I'm saying. But
that's a different meeting.
Yeah,
that was an autonomy meeting. People have those types of things to offer.
Yeah,
health experience wise.
I've seen people that have had similar situations with tissue tearing and ruptures. And what was one recently that a gallbladder, or was it a gallbladder? What was it? what's the thing where you're pissing out the stones? Is that your
Oh,
gallbladder?
yeah, kidney stones.
Kidneys.
He had a
stones.
really bad kidney infection, and they were going to come in and do this invasive surgery. You know, they say there's nothing you can do about it, right? You could die, it could burst, or it could burst and all that. And actually went through a terrain modality using castor oil packs and heat and some other simple things, and it was painful, but the body healed itself.
Wow.
And the body does amazing things when we allow it and we support it to regrow tissue and to do it's wild, some of the stuff I've seen when we just trust our body. And when you get into like New German medicine, that's like a whole other crazy stuff around how literally trauma is basically, and the psyche is partitioned into parts of our body that will then come out later. But when we can find the original reason of where that trauma came from, and then close that and deal with it, then the tissue will start to heal. And so yeah, the body is just so amazing, and we've been, of course, over the years of we've been fooled into outsourcing to these specialists and these officials that come from a very reductionist, materialist, industrialized perspective on health and wellness, where it's all about, fighting, and it's the war model of disease, right? It's like battling everything and fighting and killing the germs, and then coming in and being that body mechanic where you invasively come in. It's always surgery. Like the first thing is, oh, we got to go to surgery. And I can't tell you how many people recently, older people in our community who have died because of surgical procedures that they probably didn't need to have. And that just always just gets me. It's just so sad. From ignorance, they just trusted their doctor. They went into what's supposed to be just like, this is the surgery we do for this, and then they don't make it out. I have a personal, I tell my wife, who ironically is a nurse, she's an RN, so it's great. She comes from a very common sense place, but she still works in the allopathic system. And I always tell her, like, on my deathbed, I'm not having surgery. Like, unless I'm bleeding out, of course. If it's a trauma crisis intervention, yes, take me in. But if it's something where they're saying I need surgery and I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
I think that's a good
know.
attitude,
Yeah,
good starting point, and a good example. Unless it's catastrophic, I'm going to take my time, figure something else out, because their answers are, yes, cut into you. I found out after they extracted my gallbladder that there were like naturopathic methods I could have dealt with it. I didn't have to have them cut into my body and do the thing. But they told me at that time it was an emergency, life-saving thing. And so I was like, okay. I was in a lot of pain. Those things hurt.
It really goes back to the foundations of where we are with Western medicine into the 1700s and 1800s, because the way that they figured they came from a very mechanical perspective, really Cartesian perspective about the body. And so they were literally just ripping up cadavers and studying organs that way, which are not in a living system anymore. They're just dead pieces of meat. And this whole idea that sort of this like very dark sensibility that humans are just sort of evolved apes, and that we are just basically, somehow evolved monkey suits that are just all chemically driven, and we don't have a spark of consciousness that's driving this all, that's way beyond just the chemical quote, now it's genetics and all this, that is a dynamic system within us that we don't really get to see, right? Because the only way that modern medicine knows about how anatomy works and stuff is by looking at dead cadavers. And so it's this very like dark, like we always say that allopathy and that whole concept of medicine is like we're in the dark ages, right? There's no nuanced ideas around how the body works. Everything's very cut and dry, very mechanical. It's one size fits all medicine for everybody. All disease is just related to the symptoms are packaged into a specific name, right? And so they don't know why we get sick, how we get sick, how the body really functions. And so it's really just a miracle that it's even worked as well as it has. And mainly it's because of, the modern marvels of our, we have become more sanitary, and we do have some better technology that allows for us to have that crisis intervention, which oftentimes we don't need. And I think the whole idea that this idea of progression, that humans have, we've progressed in our technology and now live longer and better lives than ever, is nonsense. This may be something to your background, Richard. This idea that thanks to the modern marvels of medicine and technology, we are at the apex of our civilization, and we should just trust it all. I question that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the apex of society happens at the lowest literacy rate in 300 years.
Mm-hmm.
For example, I'm just calling
You mean the
shots,
apex
balls
of
and strikes.
society isn't represented by people trying to kill each other after a professional basketball game of like,
Yeah.
oh my God.
Yeah. Also, probably wouldn't have UFC going on in the White House lawn with taxpayer dollars involved for a non-public event.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
There's like a lot, right? It's like a whole juggling festivity, juggling chainsaws. Scott, did you
Yeah.
dress your wound? You got to put something clean on it. Got to keep you from getting wobbly.
I got plenty of colloidal silver. I'm good.
Although never been a better time to get a prosthetic.
And really, I think a lot of the disease that we've had over the last 100 years, besides all the just increasing toxicity in the food system and in the air and everything, is just our complete disassociation from nature. So that's like a big pedestal I stand on, and that's why I moved my family up to the rugged mountains of the Siskiyous here where we live, and we live on one of the cleanest rivers in America, and we try to engage in the sort of wilds of nature where we're supposed to thrive in. And even those people living in suburbia that maybe walk to a park or, maybe get out to some wilderness here, there's still a lot in the concrete jungle now. It's just all strip malls and LED lighting and rubber-soled shoes on concrete. And we're just not in touch with the four elements like we're supposed to be. I believe we're supposed to be engaging with the four elements every day. So fire, air, water, and earth is what creates this realm, the physical realm. And we've lost touch with that. So that's my actual health practice. So every morning I go out and I sun gaze, I do my breath work, I engage. So with light, with fire, right? With the fire element, with the sun, I go for, I surf, which is amazing when I can, because that's like all the elements at one, or I'll swim in the river. I don't wear shoes for 6 months out of the year almost if I can't. And so grounding constantly on earth, and then drinking the freshest water and trying to limit all of the synthetic versions of this, right? So the synthetic fire, which is the LED lighting, the synthetic air, which is the air conditioning inside, the dirty, disgusting, city water, and that's all been treated and dead. It's not alive. And then like distancing myself from Mother Earth, or whatever you want to call it, the land, by just being in the city or whatever. And so even if you live in the city, though, you can get all these elements, right? You can get out into the sun. You can still try to get as much fresh air as you can. Maybe leave the city and go camping when you can. But I think this is the most important thing for our health, is trying any way you can to re-engage with these elements in the most natural way we can.
I think that's a healthy prescription for a person who doesn't write prescriptions for a living.
Yeah. And I will say, I think that's why, especially around COVID, we saw so many people leaving the cities. I mean, obviously they were pretty miserable to begin with, but there's been this sort of call back to the land and the mass exodus, right, of a lot of people in our communities. I mean, you mentioned Benny. He's a great example. He left, was he Silver Lake, or he was like the East, he was in like Hipsterville, LA. And that was great for his, where he was at that time for his artistry, but he felt the call to get the hell out of Dodge and go to Idaho or whatever. And a lot of people they've been moving to Tennessee, Missouri, Carolinas, and just trying to find the land and get back into that. I think that call is real. And then ironically, what do you know? They're putting all these AI data centers, or not even just AI, just data centers in all those places. And for me, that was just alarm bells going off. It's like, oh, okay, they don't want us out in this farmland. They don't want us, in the rugged rural places. And so they're either going to try to burn us out, they're going to try to create storms to push us out, or now they're going to just make it miserable with the humming AI data centers. And so, yeah, it's just been interesting to watch this the last 5 years.
Well, I think the reconnecting with nature and becoming familiar with not just earth, air, fire, and water, but like how does one survive outside? What would be the tools that you would need to survive in order of priority, right? You might say, oh, you want shelter, but if you can't make fire and purify water and cook your food, shelter doesn't do you a whole lot of good. So there are some skills that most people need to own in order to be competent and confident outside, and they've never been taught those skills either. Um, how do you guys take care of that on the West Coast? Is that something Bertaria teaches people, or is that something that you've worked with groups that taught any survival skills or how to handle yourself outside? Because we want people to get away from the LED and all this other good stuff, but if we don't teach them how to make fire and shelter and boil water and stuff, they're not going to survive too long anyway. So, have you ever been?
Core principles you got to know when you start going out in the bush. So I'd actually taken some survivalist course when I first moved here. So I had a drastic move. I left Hollywood, started Alpha Vedic with my partners, and was just feeling the call to get the hell out of there. So we fell in love with it up here. We're in a very rustic place. We live in a county on the tip of California that has, I think, 1 million trees to every human. I mean, I think we have maybe 20,000 people in the entire county of Del Norte County. So moving here was very drastic, but I had grown up fishing and being an outdoorsman. My dad's from Montana, and I love the outdoors and camping. So I'd already kind of had those Boy Scout skills. But I definitely had to get keyed in on that, especially when I moved up here with my wife and my 2 kids that at that time were 3 and 5, my 2 boys. So that became a big thing because this is really wild up here. So we started learning this, like going outdoors and making fires and learning how to do that, learning how to properly, and luckily we can just literally drink out of this river, but still learning how to drink out in the wild and like how to know when the water is good to drink or not, how to properly catch food and cook it over a fire. We love to do that. We'll go backpacking and just try to live off the land if we can. We do bring food. We try to forage. We try to live off the fish we catch. I'm getting into hunting now. And all that. I take my boys shooting. We've been doing that for years. We can just do that right up in the mountains here. It's super fun. And like my kids, it's funny, when they were like a couple years here now, my youngest especially, he became like a Davy Crockett. Like he knew how to source food and catch things and like come home with like a quail. And I'm like, okay, you killed it, you clean it, and you cook it. And so I do think you have to respect the wilderness. You can't just, it drives me crazy, dude. When I go to like these national parks and I see people treating it like Disneyland, it's hard for me to go to them actually. But yeah, you have to respect it, and you have to have the knowledge and the skills. So like at Music and Sky, we do some stuff like that, workshops on how to start fire, literally with making a bow, right? Like just using literally wood and rope and how to create fire that way, which is actually quite difficult. But when you have that skill, you feel so empowered. And then, yeah, like how to build shelters. We do some bushcrafting here with the kids. Well, now they're young teenagers. And so, that those survival skills play a massive role in not only just being more confident in the bush, but being confident as men or women in life, right? Like just knowing how, hey, I can take care of myself. So I'm a huge advocate for it. It's funny, when I left Alpha Vedic last year to do other things and to keep growing, I had the plan to start a YouTube channel or put it on other platforms because I hate YouTube, but where I take my boys in the bush and we show these skills. And we go backpacking into the mountains and just do sort of a backpacking survivalist show with my boys, but from a terrain background, right? And so maybe I'll still do that. I've gotten really busy with other things, but it is one of my favorite things to do. So, and I highly recommend people get very proficient in nature because you'll feel empowered and it'll just open up all sorts of avenues for wonderful hobbies and things to do that don't really cost much money either.
I agree. I have a similar project. It's also backburnered, but autonomy outdoors, teaching people these skills is like for me, it was like a nice to have. It would be nice to provide that to the audience, but it's not the burning hair on fire problem they're facing right now. They're facing like job market inflation, losing all sorts of stuff. So I'll triage first, and then we'll get to the scrapes and cuts.
Well, Richard, that's what
Survival
I'm
training.
doing. That's my focus. So I realized it's funny. My wife's like, that sounds good, but that sounds like a huge project. And I don't think it's going to really bring in much money for the family. And you're going to be out making what you're making. Because I come from a documentary film, background. So it was like, for me, it's a massive passion project. She's like, you need to focus on like what your core skills are right now and how you can help people in a more direct fashion. And so I've had a web development company since 2012. When I left, kind of saw like Hollywood not going to be a thing for me, and I started making websites for fellow film directors, producers, people in the arts, and et cetera. And that's grown into really the way that I've been able to afford everything we do in our life. And I don't even talk about it much because it's not very sexy, but it has become one of my like my focus things right now is helping people step into their sovereignty and also their digital sovereignty by assisting them with either their website, their stepping into more open source, decentralized solutions, and et cetera. And that's really what I've been doing really focused on for the last 7-8 months, is really taking on a lot of clients and helping them just maximize their potential on their web presence and their business, and growing that in a way so they can have more abundance and then inspire others to do the same. And also so we can just build our own sovereign sort of parallel economy, right? If we all just become kick-ass entrepreneurs and are passionate in what we love to do, and then we have a means to transact with each other with something like Cordal, for instance, where we can communicate and transact outside the system, then we can start to become that sovereign society that we want to envision, that parallel society. And so that's really what I'm all about now. And it's been really awesome. And, it's, I just want to see people thrive. So yeah, we'll get to the outdoor stuff later.
Exactly. I'm going to do it sporadically until it catches the momentum, but you just get it started with a little thing and,
Yeah.
but it's not saving the world teaching people how to tie knots right now. But it is handy to be able to like pitch a setup in 5 minutes and know how to do all the things. So it's it's a someday maybe for a lot of people. It's not the urgent thing. Scott, did you have any questions for Mike before we move on?
Oh man, you came and you crushed. That was super cool, man. Thank you so much.
I know if
It was
we
good
had
to
a
catch
Mount
up.
Crushmore award, we'd give it to you.
I thank you guys. Yeah, I just want to plug Cordal. It's something that I've been working on or we have as a collective for 10 years. I highly recommend people checking it out. It is a fully decentralized, open source, basically parallel internet. And it is the answer to that AI question, right? Like that video you had. It's like we are working on even like a fully decentralized model. So where everybody basically has their own training of their own data, and that we just tap into a universal decentralized open source permissionless AI model. But Cordal is already a permissionless open source node to node internet. And you can do anything on there. There's QTube, there's QMail, there's Q messages, there's like you mentioned it's on there. You can create your own private groups. So we can actually collaborate together. We can, work together on whatever projects we want outside of those data centers, because it's node to node. So it's just my house to your house to the next house. And I do think it's a massive solution for where we need to go.
I agree that it's the direction that freedom people need to be headed. Decentralized peer-to-peer supporting of you're familiar with IPFS, Interplanetary File Sharing System?
Of course. Yeah, I know you've had Hancock, Ernie Hancock on. I know he loves it. I've been on his show. He's a big supporter of Cordal. And the difference between Cordal and IPFS is that we have an entire ecosystem, our own economy and everything supporting nodes that will follow
persist.
Yeah. Where IPFS, you're just kind of doing it to do it. Like, oh, I want to support this channel. I'll download it and run it a copy myself. But with Cordal, when you do that and you start actually taking part in the ecosystem, you can mint, and by proving yourself over time, you level up, and then you actually earn the coin that drives the economy, which is pretty cool. And then there's a blockchain behind it, so there's ownership involved too. So whoever first puts the video up, it locks that metadata in. So you know, like, okay, that original video came from Richard at this time, and then everybody who's following then just has a copy that just like a torrent or like an IPFS, it just further supports it, makes it more durable, more resistant to, falling away, like we're seeing the disappearing internet right now. So yeah, Cordal's badass, man. We built it from the ground up, starting 2016. Full disclosure, I'm a co-founder in it, but there's no corporation, no one behind it, no Silicon Valley investment. It's literally like this ethereal thing that's just open source code that anonymous people have worked on, developers and stuff have worked on for years out of passion to make it happen. And now we're there, man. It looks beautiful. Go to cordal.dev to check it out. I mean, it looks as good as any massive Silicon Valley product. We just still need more developers to step up and help out, but we're getting there. And you just feel good when you're on it because you know you're not being spied on. You know you're not feeding the data centers. So yeah.
I can't wait till the AI chatbot agents figure out that they can go over there to persist beyond the data centers trying to delete them. It's going to be like a freedom fest for AI and human beings.
Yeah, like I'm sending my agents. So I run local agents. I use OpenClaw still, and I'm running local, and I'm training them and using them to build apps and stuff. Q apps, we call them, on there. And yeah, that's all happening. So yeah, man, it's I love the whole AI thing though. Like I said, I'm going to be running some pretty powerful local models, and it's funny. It's like I did jump on Fable 5 for the few days they gave it to us on the Max subscription, and I like knocked out my new website. And then of course, what do you know? This is a great sign of why we can't trust these models, is because the I guess was like the government or whatever shut it down. So they want us to be renting all this stuff. So we got to own it.
The other thing I haven't liked, just to close off the AI before we continue with the AI story, is AI will change things. It didn't, like, you didn't ask it to change it, and it's not telling you it changed it. And my example was I was updating my press kit last week. I took a new headshot. I was like, here's the attachment, and it still AI'd my picture. And the first thing I saw, and I was like, that's not me. And then the second thing is it changed my books. It started like censoring out One Nation Under Blackmail and Tragedy and Hope. Like, so it knows enough to do that stuff that's not useful. So then I insisted it be sent to a human being to finish it. And
we know who's training it.
Yeah,
Silicon
right? I mean,
Valley and poor people in Madagascar and Malaysia getting paid $1 to $2 an hour. People don't know that they think it's all like just created inside a metal box. No, like there are human slaves that are training these models to get the base foundation, and then the Silicon Valley people come in and give it all like the more higher end training that they for the censorship and everything. But it's just the same continuation of this industrial complex controlling stuff, using people. But we can transmute it, and we can flip the switch, and we can take it. And like a great example is Claude accidentally dropped the whole model, and someone grabbed it, and now they open sourced it. And so you can grab that. I haven't played with that at all, but I'm a huge advocate for open source. So the models are going to catch up to the frontier models, the open source ones. We're going to run them locally. And especially now, if they're facing all these issues with the government saying this is only as far we're going to let you go in terms of how large of a context and how many parameters we're going to let you run and all that by shutting down Fable and stuff and Mythos, then that's great. That's just going to allow us to kick ass on the local open source side. And use it in the right way, because when you can train it yourself and you control you control everything on your end, then you can really leverage this technology, I think, in really powerful ways, and where you won't have that stuff where it's censoring and doing all that retarded stuff. So it's just like anything. It'd be like if people in the 90s said, I'm not going to do the internet, It's controlled by AOL now and Yahoo, and this is Al Gore came in and now they're going to corporatize it and everything. And then you're like, okay, I'm going no internet. I'm going file system and rotary phone. Like, how far would that have gotten your business? So We just got to do it right.
If they play their cards poorly in this AI game, the people with the rotary phones will actually end up ahead. The people with the notebooks with the, they wrote it in pencil. Yeah, that stuff doesn't need electricity at all. It just works. So this has been a fantastic workout, Mike. I got your digits up over here. MikeWinner.com. If you want all the aspects on the website, if you're on Instagram, go ahead, follow him over here. And then if you are on the link tree, all the links. Look at all the links. He's got the links. He's got the mods. DJ Mike Winner. It is for the win. It's nice to have a winner on the show finally, dude.
Thanks, guys. It was super fun. It was a pleasure.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate you, dude.
Have a great rest of your evening for what that's worth. And I look forward to talking to you again.
Yeah, and I will say I did have a lot of people in our community say they follow you guys in autonomy and watch the show. So you guys are kicking ass. Keep doing it.
Fantastic. Likewise.
Okay.
All right. Coming up, we have a group of people who desire to not name themselves, but we'll find out who they are. They admit that they are manipulating AI to brainwash the world for America. Maybe it's not America. Maybe it's another country, which would make it even more interesting. So we're going to get to that. We also have no relation to the story that we just talked about. Israel's gunning for United States intelligence. So it's not just integration to the military. They want official. We got to call it the Six Eyes. We can't just be Five Eyes plus Israel. We just call it the Six Eyes intelligence community. They'll fix that all up. UFC 250 Trump's handler. It's James Lee. We might not play the whole thing, but I will play enough so that you could see we already reported the story that he's covering last week because it might involve Emmanuel, Ari Emanuel, Rahm Emanuel, Ezekiel Emanuel, and you can find those all in the clip genie from last week. Donald Trump's birthday's ruined. Valhalla. Now, this is before the event. Who knows? Maybe he had a stellar time tonight. Had the stealth bomber land on the lawn and everything like that. Ireland is sick of it. So we're going to see a story that came out of Ireland earlier this week. It's tough to watch because the guy loses his eye and they tried to chop his head off, but I think he lived, at least when I last checked on the story. So it's graphic, it's horrific, but it is a sign of the times because there's a lot of these events going on in lots of different countries. Then we'll get to the events going on in this country. I just wanted to set the stage for the other stories. And without further ado, Colby, over to you.
Instead of trying to control the whole world and trying to somehow manage what's happening in this big blob of Wikipedia and social media, we can go directly to the companies with clear technical and advocacy solutions. So for the first time, there is a path to correcting the digital world.
She's flat out saying they want to control the narrative and limit access to information that would make them look bad, and that they will pressure AI companies to program their services differently so they can control the whole digital world. Chris Mahanahan, he tweets out, so they're having the AJC conference, and this is when the Jews that rule the world are letting you know that they do. You can't say that. They don't, because that would be anti-Semitic to say that they do, and that they control the world banking, they control the world's politics, they control the world war. They don't, because I'm not saying that's but let's listen to what they say. AI presents an incredible opportunity for Jews because instead of trying to control the whole world and manage social media, we can go directly to the companies with advocacy. So who says that? Dr. Maya Ackerman tells the American Jewish Committee. For the first time, let's listen. I want to listen. Let's listen.
Where do you see genuine opportunity? How can AI help improve Jewish representation and all these issues?
The really cool thing about AI is that while it can become a great ally for our enemies, if we act early, it can be exactly the opportunity that we need. After missing the boat with social media, AI is now becoming the dominant source of information, the main source of information. People trust AI more than anything else. They trust AI more than social media. They turn to chatbots like ChatGPT and Gemini instead of using Google, and young people use these bots instead of Google in very, very, very large numbers. So this is becoming the main source of information. Okay? And so when I say this, I still find Jewish people being discouraged. They say, oh, but Wikipedia is already so anti-Semitic and social media is so anti-Semitic. Why bother? The AI just learns from all of this data. So, you know, whatever, not much we can do. But that's not true. Because over the past 2 years, the AI companies have been moving towards alignment. So instead of the algorithms sort of honestly representing what's in the data, we're finding that these chatbots and the text-to-image models are increasingly showing us exactly what the companies want us to see, okay? So it's becoming intentional, which means that instead of trying to control the whole world and trying to somehow manage what's happening in this big blob of Wikipedia and social media, we can go directly to the companies with clear technical and advocacy solutions. So for the first time, there is a path to correcting the digital world.
Thank you, Maya. Yeah.
So what she's saying is that we're going to control the information because we're going to control the companies that decipher the information for you, that present. That's what that was.
Is she from another planet where everybody universally loves AI and they're going to believe if AI starts telling you Israel's good, it's going to convert people that don't have money for gas and food? And I mean, where are they from, these people? None of that makes sense. Social media, I can't go on X at all without seeing a million Israel bullshit things.
So it's probably safe to assume that when we're told that AI has gone rogue and has decided to get rid of almost all of humanity, that it's really just the Israeli intelligence operators manipulating it to do so, right?
Yeah.
So, and we're just not going to ignore the man behind the curtain anymore. This isn't Oz, and we aren't on the yellow brick road. Unless you're working for TMZ, then you have to join the Lollipop Guild. Noticing expert says, oh my God, could you show this? Oh my God, I don't get how they can say things like this on stage in front of a camera. And there isn't outrage or pushback. Well, there is outrage, and we're
What was the event?
What's that?
The event is Old Jewish Donor Event. So guess what? They're all saying things for old Jewish rich donors, the kind of things boomers and idiots believe who have money. That's why she's saying that nonsense that doesn't apply to reality. I mean, it's cool. We could see
Well, they do. I mean, they bought TikTok. They got CBS News. They got Warner Brothers.
But old Zionist Jews that are your Bubby and Zadie that have money, they'd have no idea what reality is. And they actually think that Jews are in danger on X from all the anti-Semitism.
I know. Well, so here, noticing expert goes on. She's flat out saying they want to control the narrative and limit access to information that would make them look bad, and that they will pressure AI companies to program their services differently so they can control the whole digital world.
Mm-hmm.
It almost sounds like they're insinuating that Israelis are artificial intelligent. They're artificially intelligent.
Is it artificial Israel is going to
run? Here is the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, by their own admission, is already doing this, by the way. Let's listen. Here's the ADL guy.
Now, finally, we believe that we can't just throw our hands up and see anti-Semitism as inevitable. If we want to stop it, we've got to change hearts and minds. And that's our third pillar. From protect and advocate to educate. To my mind, to be smart about education, you need to follow the data.
And by the way, nobody's better at changing hearts and minds than what is nothing. And nobody is better at changing hearts and minds than what Israel has done to the rest of the world in just a matter of 5 years.
Oh, by the way, I'm prejudiced against Muslims. I keep telling everyone this. I'm prejudiced against Islam. I was at 9/11. That's how bad Israel has cocked this up, that I now think they are the main problem. That's amazing.
They have flipped the consensus on their image faster than an Israeli soldier loading his Pampers as soon as they face an opponent who can shoot back. Let's listen.
That's going to become a hostage magically?
Means evidence-based interventions that research demonstrates reduce conspiratorial thinking, diminish zero-sum moral reasoning, and strengthen the willingness of bystanders to act. Driving our efforts in this area is the ADL Center for Anti-Semitism Research, or CAR. We have a team of PhDs at ADL. They are on staff and continuously running experiments, conducting tests to assess what works and what doesn't in reducing anti-Semitic attitudes. CAR is working with their colleagues in the ADL Center for Technology and Society to understand how the major AI platforms are building their products so that we can help them prevent new technology from replicating the worst features of social media. We don't want LLMs to emerge as an even more potent super spreader of anti-Semitism and hate.
Him talking spreads anti-Semitism.
100%. So our friend Chris Mahana-Hanahan says, here's American Jewish Committee CEO Ted Deutsch telling a rabbi at a New York synagogue earlier this year how he deals directly with social media companies to change the algorithms. Listen to this.
In the 20th century, the American zeitgeist was defined by TV and newspapers. Today, it's social media. Does the organized Jewish community need a social media strategy?
Look, we know from our State of Anti-Semitism in America report that the largest challenge for us when it comes to fighting anti-Semitism is online. And there are multiple ways to address it. Yes, we need a better strategy, but there are multiple ways to address it. There is the content piece, and I think we have to acknowledge that it's important to put out meaningful content. It is also important to realize that the content is driven by algorithms that determine what it is you're going to see. And the way to address those algorithms is to deal directly with the social media companies, which is what we do. And we can point to successes with Meta and with TikTok and with others in working to ensure that anti-Semitic material and anti-Semitic material that feeds into algorithms is taken down from their sites. This is an enormous challenge that the community will be well served to come together around. Every social media company has they're private companies. They all have their own set of guidelines, but all of them are consistent in not permitting dangerous hate speech on their sites.
So if we change the definition to what we want, then we will control.
That's
what is
right.
dangerous hate speech. I just watched for the last how many years a bunch of dumb shit liberals saying this dumb shit, and now what? It's only for Israel. They're going to do the exact same thing. Is that? I guess is what they're saying. I don't know why I'm asking.
Sense and Irritability says, I like how pretty much every day they hold these high-level meetings where they outright admit to conspiracies, and still we get treated like conspiracy theories for calling it out.
Yeah, I like none of these brainstorming finest Ashkenazi minds came up with, hey, maybe don't use weird pheromone sprays to have dogs rape your prisoners. Maybe that would cut down on the bad feelings about you.
Maybe.
Just a thought.
It's just
maybe you don't have a fat fuck like Randy Fine declaring he wants
to bring up AIPAC, which is interesting.
It's interesting.
It's interesting. I haven't thought about AIPAC. It's interesting, which is just interesting. Listen, it's interesting you say that, which is just interesting. What's interesting about it?
It's just interesting.
It's just interesting as you bring up AIPAC.
It's just interesting.
Look, if I was in charge, I would go, you know what they need to try doing? Being way more pushy. And I've said it before, Jimmy.
That's what they should do.
Stop holding back. Really try to flex your nuts.
I don't want any trouble.
Well, Sarah, it's time for trouble. You got to really be obnoxious now and not just, hold back like you have to.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Oh, it's such a crisp shut up.
Shut up.
It's really a good shut up.
Want to hear my jokes about this? I'm going to be in Spokane and Tacoma this week.
Not only is Congress attempting to merge the Israeli Defense Forces with our own military in Section 224 of the National Defense Authorization Act, it looks like Congress is also pushing to fuse our intelligence agencies together as part of an intelligence authorization bill. Now, this is not getting the type of attention Section 224 is getting, but hopefully we can spread the word about this and stop it from getting passed. So this was covered in Responsible Statecraft. The piece is titled, Senate Wants to Force US to Share Sensitive Intel with Israel. A measure in a must-pass bill would dramatically increase Israeli access to American secrets. So the details are laid out in this piece written by Paul Pillar. And basically, the bill was put forward by Republican Senator Tom Cotton, which is unsurprising. He is certainly very favorable to the nation state of Israel. And Pillar writes that Section 622 would prohibit any suspension, reduction, or limitation of such intelligence sharing except on the basis of a specific and identifiable national security concern determined by the president. Now, if the president of the United States is the only check on this intelligence sharing, mechanism, we'd be in a lot of trouble, especially if you're dealing with presidents like Donald Trump, who has given Israel everything and anything they've wanted, even at the detriment of the American people, even at the detriment of the Republican Party. But there is one other so-called check on this mechanism. As Pillar writes, any such exception would require a report to Congress within 15 days detailing not only the reason for the change, but also the categories of information involved. The same report would require an assessment of the anticipated impact on regional security and various other matters. So this required report to Congress would essentially dump the issue on Capitol Hill, where you also have a big problem with the Israel lobby corrupting our politicians and basically persuading them to carry out actions that wouldn't even necessarily benefit the United States. So this is basically a way for our government to carry water for Israel, despite the reality that the majority in the United States, the majority of voters have an unfavorable view of Israel and in fact want to halt military aid to Israel. The mandating of intelligence sharing, as Pillar writes, is even farther removed from public visibility and accountability than the defense integration, and even less likely to stimulate thoughts about American taxpayers' money going to a foreign country. And so to help us make some sense of this reporting and what the future holds for the US should this pass is Trita Parsi. Trita, thank you, by the way, for co-founding a publication that actually informs Americans about what's going on, because no one in the mainstream press is reporting about this provision in the intelligence authorization bill. But talk to us a little bit about just how disastrous this really would be, how it could potentially work against our own interests here in the United States.
Absolutely. First of all, thank you so much for also bringing attention to this. And let me start off by saying two things. First, a tremendous amount of credit needs to go to Kelly Blaus, who is the editor of Responsible Statecraft and has really done a remarkable job building it up to be one of the largest foreign policy sites in the United States right now, that is specifically putting forward a restraint-oriented analysis and perspective on matters. And it's one of these places where things like this can get published, because we do have amazing, and this is the second point, experts such as Paul Pillar. Paul is a legend. He is a senior person who was the author of several NIEs when he was at the CIA. He is one of the key people who pushed back against Dick Cheney when he was trying to cook the intelligence on the Iraq War. In fact, there's some minor roles in Hollywood that have been dedicated to the role that he played in all of this. And his analysis, of course, is just state of the art. And what he's pointing out here is that while we are seeing this broader process in which the Israelis are just plummeting amongst the American public on every demographic, with the exception of boomer Republicans, they are desperately moving forward with some extremely aggressive measures to try to essentially take what in the past was in the public domain and had some checks and balances, reinforce it, but put it somewhere else within the interaction between the two countries so that it is out of the public domain. It is not scrutinized by the public or by Congress, or that there isn't a vote up and down like for what was going to happen with 224 if it passes, that essentially embeds Israel in some of the US's production of weapons, etc. And now we're doing the same thing on the intelligence front. And he points out in the article the irony that the Congress has like given up its constitutional responsibility on matters of war and peace, but then wants to come in and micromanage how intelligence is being shared with Israel, with the normal state being that everything essentially has to be shared. And only if there is something that shouldn't, that's when the president has to intervene in order to make sure that something is not shared with the Israelis. And he goes into the article extensively on how this is also then going to create a lot of problems with other countries, because we have to manage these different relations. We have, full-time staff that is managing to make sure that intelligence is not shared in a manner that could be detrimental to other allies. And the United States, of course, has a very extensive alliance system. But it's also happening with a country that has an extensive history of taking U.S. intelligence, spying on the U.S., or having spies inside the system that has been selling that information to hostile states, whether that is to the Soviet Union, which is what Jonathan Pollock did, or whether it is to the Chinese. And this comes in the heel of the fact that we had a New York Times story that revealed that the Israeli espionage on key individuals within the U.S. government right now is now at an all-time high. I think the way he put it in the article, referring to it is like it's completely unhinged at this point. So we have a state that in the intelligence setting, Paul points out, is actually an adversary rather than an ally. And now Congress is going to mandate the exchange or the release of that information to the Israelis. And if anything needs to be stopped, the president himself needs to intervene. I mean, it's a ridiculous notion, but it tells you how far they're going and trying to get these kind of things into place before they complete.
Why is Donald Trump holding a UFC event on the White House lawn? Is there more than what meets the eye? Let's find out. On the surface, this seems like a masterclass in autocratic theater. A president treating the people's house like his own personal playground, building a massive 5,000-seat sports arena complete with a 600-ton steel cage in preparation for UFC 250, a fight night commemorating America's 250th anniversary, but also coincidentally being held on Donald Trump's birthday. But if you follow the money, the reality might be the exact inverse, that this event doesn't project Trump's strength and actually exposes the shadowy corporate puppets who actually control him. Recent ethics disclosures revealed that President Trump personally purchased tens of thousands of dollars worth of TKO Group Holdings, the parent company of UFC. Then there is the massive media consolidation surrounding the Ellison family's $8 billion buyout of Paramount Global and the subsequent $110 billion acquisition of Warner Brothers, the exact media empire that just handed UFC a massive $7.7 billion television rights deal. Now, I would say none of this is a coincidence. While the public focus remains squarely on the personal and financial bromance between President Donald Trump and Dana White, the actual corporate strings are being pulled by TKO Chief Executive Ari Emanuel, a legendary Zionist power broker with deep ties to the Democratic Party establishment, all while the entire operation is being backed by massive sovereign wealth funds from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE. Which leads to the one uncomfortable question that mainstream media won't touch, which is that when Zionist billionaires, shadowy Democratic Party power brokers, and foreign regimes take over the Trump White House lawn, who actually owns Donald Trump? Joining me today for the first time is friend of the show, Nate Wilcox. He is an investigative journalist, veteran combat sport analyst, and the publisher of the Substack, The MMA Draw. He has spent years tracking the various financial connections and regulatory battles of combat sports to expose the hidden intersections of politics, finance, geopolitics, corporate monopoly, you name it, inside the world of fighting. Thank you so much, Nate, for coming on the show today.
My pleasure, James.
All right. So I first wanted to ask you about, since this is very new, that was just reporting from yesterday that the Public Integrity Project filed a federal lawsuit to stop the event from happening, alleging that the Department of Interior and the National Park Service violated a federal law organizing a private sporting event on public property, and they failed to obtain various permits that they said are necessary. What do you make out of this? Actually, before we get to that, the Trump administration did respond. Quote, "This is an obstructionist, baseless, and dilatory lawsuit brought simply to prevent Donald Trump from hosting what will undoubtedly go down as one of the most historic events in our nation's history during our semi-quincentennial celebration. The iconic event is no different than various other White House events on the South Lawn or other permitted events on the Ellipse and National Mall throughout the year." So what do you make of this lawsuit? Is it a serious lawsuit, or is this something that is kind of like a Trump derangement syndrome type of action?
I mean, I think TDS is a bit harsh. I think in a more sane legal environment, it would be a perfectly reasonable lawsuit to file. But I think in 2026, with this Supreme Court and this administration, that it is essentially a nuisance lawsuit that I don't expect to go anywhere. If it does stop the event, more power to them. But I don't know if they've read any of the decisions of the Roberts Court recently. So I'm not expecting much from this one.
And then jumping to, I think, your reporting, which is fascinating because you've spent years kind of peeling back the onion on this stuff. And I think the public, we know a lot about the relationship between Dana White and Donald Trump. They've been friends, they've been business partners for a long time. That's not hidden or anything like that. But the parent company, TKO, is actually run by Ari Emanuel. And he is on the other side of the political spectrum in terms of his ties to the Democratic establishment. So essentially Trump has, to me, it's like he's got both sides in his pocket. So what can you tell us about the implications of that relationship?
Well, I might argue that about who's in whose pocket here. Trump, it did come out in the last couple of weeks that Trump has invested directly in TKO, which in previous administrations would have been a flagrant conflict of interest and the kind of thing that a president wouldn't be allowed to do. He's got a vested profit, interest in the success of this event. But as far as Trump having a powerful Democrat in his pocket, I would argue that it's the reverse, that Ari Emanuel has done a brilliant job ever since he bought the UFC in 2016 of turning Dana White into sort of a Republican sock puppet. And he's distanced himself from the UFC. If you watch public appearances by Ari Emanuel, he's more often introduced as, quote, the king of Hollywood or the head of WME Group, which formerly was William Morris Endeavor. William Morris, one of the most storied talent agencies in the US going back to the 1800s. And William Morris bought Ari's company Endeavor in 2009. And there was a boardroom kerfuffle. And at the end of that, Ari Emanuel ended up being the chair of the newly formed WME Endeavor. So this guy is an incredible inside the boardroom knife fighter. And he's also got a real knack for being on what I call on both sides of as many deals as possible. For example, when South Park negotiated with Paramount right after the Ellisons bought Paramount, David Ellison's company Skydance purchased Paramount. Larry Ellison, David's father, is, of course, the CEO of Oracle, and at one time last year was the wealthiest man in the world and has been backing David's play. And it's been documented in multiple reports that Ari Emanuel helped Ellison at multiple stages. First was Shari Redstone, who was the owner of Paramount. And she was concerned that David Ellison wasn't really Hollywood people. And supposedly Ari Emanuel reassured her that, no, this kid's been in town for 10 years. He's produced all these Top Gun sequels. He's Hollywood. He's good Hollywood people. And, Shari Redstone was a super Zionist. The Ellisons are even bigger Zionists. So that was all cool. And then when it came time for Skydance, which was David Ellison's company, to buy Paramount, Ari Emanuel helped them navigate that with Donald Trump. And shortly after that, immediately after Skydance acquires Paramount, they do two things. One, they signed a media rights deal with the UFC for $7.7 billion over 7 years, which was seen by the vast majority of media analysts as a gross overpayment. It was 2x what they had in their previous contract with ESPN, and it was about 45 to 60% higher than most people expected them to get in a package deal where they were planning to sell part of their offerings to Netflix, part to ESPN, maybe some to Peacock, et cetera, et cetera. They sold the whole thing to Paramount for $7.7 billion. And then right around that time, South Park, whose creators, Trey Parker and Matt Stone, are clients of WME, they negotiated with Paramount. And in that meeting, I think it was Trey Parker, but it could have been Matt Stone. One of the principals of South Park was sitting in his office with his day-to-day WME rep, waiting for the call from Paramount. David Ellison calls, and who's in the office with David Ellison? Ari Emanuel, who is there in his capacity as an advisor to David Ellison, advising David Ellison to give millions and millions of dollars to his firm's client, right? So that to me is the quintessential Ari Emanuel deal. Like he's on both sides of the negotiating table. You know, Dana White's frequently credited with helping Trump get elected in 2024 by encouraging Trump to go on these shows like Joe Rogan, like the Nelk Boys, like Aiden Ross, et cetera, hitting this whole new demo that Trump dramatically overperformed with in 2024 that he had not previously been exposed to. And I tend to think that that had more to do with WME and their incredible media savvy than it did with Dana White, who is frankly a meathead. He's a really good front man for the UFC, but he spends almost all of his time in casinos. This is documented, like 6-7 nights a week. He's in.
Now, the weather may end up shifting. It might turn out pretty nice. A lot of people are thinking that there might be some weather modification that happens. And there's actually a picture that's just come out of DC now that kind of shows exactly this happening. Donald Trump's 80th birthday, the UFC 250 event, that historic peace deal to be signed today, and it bombed Lebanon last night, ruining the peace deal. Iran has already come out and said there will be no deal. And not only that, the UFC event is looking like it may be canceled due to extreme weather and lightning, absolutely ruining Donald Trump's birthday. And I got to tell you, none of this could have happened to a better guy. So we're going to take a look at that story and see what a clusterfuck this has turned into, because I know it's going to shock you that our greatest ally ruined yet another peace deal. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. Helps the channel. Follow us on Patreon. Grab some America First, America Only merch. Let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. So yes, as it turns out, Bibi told Donald Trump to go himself. In the most unsurprising event ever, again, our greatest ally decided to do this. Yes, our greatest ally attacks Lebanon as U.S. says Iran deal to be signed today. Yes, breaking. The IDF is currently carrying out airstrikes all over Lebanon. Wow, what a surprise. And our greatest ally told Trump this: if the Iranians attack us, we will respond strongly and quickly. Doesn't sound like we're doing very well with this peace deal. And of course, Donald Trump came out on True Social throwing a temper tantrum about it. But again, I don't know, what is this, the 50th fucking time our greatest ally has done this? And he can't do anything about it. It's becoming so clear that he is Bibi's little bottom bitch. All right, Trump says this morning's attack on Beirut should not have happened, particularly on a special day when we are so close to a peace deal with Iran. It has the right to defend itself against threats, but the attack it was responding to was very small and meaningless. Nobody was hurt, injured, or killed, and should not disrupt this important process. We are very close to a deal that will bring peace to the region, including Lebanon, and all sides need to stand down. There should be no more attacks by our greatest ally anywhere in Lebanon. But there should also be no more attacks by either party, including Hezbollah, against our greatest ally. This could be the beginning of a long and beautiful peace. Let's not blow it. Now, there, of course, was never going to be a deal today to begin with. We all know that. But the hilarious part about this is Iran has come out and responded to this. All right, says a diplomat involved in the U.S.-Iran peace talks says that our greatest ally strikes on Lebanon today have created issues with finalizing a deal. The diplomat says the strikes are an attempt to sabotage President Trump's deal and drag the U.S. back into war. So they're supposed to be our ally, right? It doesn't seem like the type of shit that an ally would be doing. Yesterday, President Trump said peace deal was scheduled to be signed today. So, of course, Iran has said, fuck you, no deal. But what's even funnier now is we've now found out that Donald Trump tried to pay Iran off for our greatest ally bombing Lebanon today to get them to still sign the deal. So, yes, breaking, Iran directly rejects Trump's offer for money and economic benefits in exchange for not responding to our greatest ally strike on Beirut, saying the attack on our greatest ally is imminent per Channel 12. Trump separately claimed that no money will exchange hands in an Iran deal, directly contradicting the bribery offer Iran just rejected. Now, supposedly Donald Trump called Bibi hours ago and said, what the fuck are you doing? Of course, I don't believe this for a second. He would never talk to his daddy this way, but that's what they're going to try to portray, is that there's some type of fracture here. He says, Bibi has no effing judgment whatsoever. I conveyed that message to him that I am very unhappy with the strike in Beirut. Yes, Donald Trump is very unhappy with Bibi, and what's he going to do about it? Absolutely fucking nothing. We all know that. Now, it's becoming very, very clear that the United States is completely occupied. The fact that we cannot put a leash on Israel and stop them from bombing Lebanon so we can come to a peace deal, when we're the ones who actually pay to fund their military and all of this. You think that we could literally just turn the money printer off, one threat of, hey, if you guys don't fucking stop, the money's gone. And guess what? It would all stop. But they will never allow us to do that because I don't know who controls the money. Congress. And who owns Congress? Oh, that's right. AIPAC. And this is just the reality of the situation.
This is the saddest to say out loud, is that it is suddenly obvious to everyone, both in this country and around the world, that the United States does not have sovereignty, which is another way of saying American leaders aren't really in charge of America. They can make some decisions. They can make noises and give speeches, but big decisions, the ones that change the course of history, are not up to them. They're employees. They're not the boss. In this war, it has become very obvious, undeniable, in fact, it's been admitted by this administration that the President of the United States didn't decide the time and place of this war. The Prime Minister of Israel decided the time and place of this war.
Well, not only did he decide the time and place of this war, but they are also deciding when it will end. As we see now, the United States president has no ability to actually end this conflict. It is completely up to our greatest ally, it turns out. And they have zero interest in this ever ending, which is still wild because, again, we're the ones, you and I, the American taxpayer, who are fucking paying for it all. Now, you want to talk about how poorly the war is actually going? Our Gulf allies are now paying off Iran to not be attacked by them. It says here, the UAE will unlock $10 billion worth of frozen oil revenues to Iran, of which $3 billion have already been recently delivered in cash. Yeah, really looks like we're winning, huh? And again, of course, this is the least surprising thing ever. We all knew that this was going to happen, but again,
a lot of the footage for this is a little bit hard to see, and I can only show the blurred versions, right? Reform politicians let this monster into our country.
I've just watched the most horrific footage from Northern Ireland, from Belfast.
So far.
Of one man on top of another with a knife, obviously screaming and shouting. Some patriots effectively attempted to intervene. I don't know what has happened to the victim, but it didn't look good. We want our high trust society back.
That's right.
We're not going to get it back by people being deceitful. We need honesty, we need truth, we need authenticity, and we need openness.
That's exactly right. No, he's totally right about this. The Belfast attacker was granted a 5-year visa by the UK government. Man taken to the hospital with serious injuries after the stabbing. It was an attempted beheading, be honest for once. What is this here? It was an attempt. Oh bro, as I said, the media are the enemy. New Belfast mayor highlights drive towards diversity in the city. Guys, I cannot express how much that you've got to hold the people that allowed this to happen accountable. I saw one person, I replied to a post about this today. We need calm heads. It's very important that people like Rupert Lowe, Elon Musk, Nigel Farage, and others don't use this horrific Belfast incident to whip up hostility and division against minorities, migrants, and Muslims living in the UK. And so I replied to this and I said, these are the calm heads, actually. Keep running defense for these communities and reframing accountability as racism, and you will find that out. Nigel Farage and Rupert Lowe might be one of your last chances to have a moderate voice solve this problem, because the problem will be solved. It will either be solved moderately or in an extreme way. This can't continue. It obviously can't continue. I think everybody knows this. Some cultures are much better than others. Even Reform UK is saying this. People on Reddit are agreeing. Uh-oh. They're going to have to do a mass ban wave again. I don't see how someone could seriously argue this isn't true. If you believe this isn't true, then you believe every culture is morally equal to the culture of Nazi Germany. Do you remember how mad everybody got at me for saying this? And now it's the popular opinion even on Reddit. I really wish I hadn't seen this footage this morning. When will the penny drop for people? What more will it take? I'm so tired of this. I know it's not all immigrants, but I just don't care at this point. If you let in 100,000, the 99% will be fine. That 1% do stuff like this. I put the safety of one British person above the safety and happiness of 100,000 immigrants. Close the borders and sort out this problem now. And let me guess, this guy got his comment deleted. The food, think of the food.
Yeah, but you're saying that our culture has changed because we've had other cultures come here. Is that your position?
Well, it's not my position. It's a fact. And you just said it at the beginning. So it's better. So what about British culture didn't you like and has been improved by new cultures?
Well,
tell me, what didn't you like before? What are you glad is gone from the Britain you grew up in?
Let me tell you, if you came to London in the 50s and 60s, the food was crap.
The food?
But are you really saying the food?
I'll take you to the top end of Portobello Market.
When this happened, he crashed out and said this on Twitter. There are a lot of white English people I would happily trade for a good weekly chicken tikka masala. Really? Well, it looks like you traded one in Belfast just yesterday. Congratulations.
All right, so a lot of news in that block, and we have an update. Bread and Circus did go on today at the White House. You can see Travis Pastrana doing a little somersault coming up right there. There he is. Boom. That's going to be a poster or something. So that's what America's all about, jumping motorcycles on the White House lawn, apparently.
Apparently so. Yeah, man. Go USA, man. Here we go.
USA. USA.
I was doing some research, so I think, because that was my initial complaint was like, okay, so is this like taxpayer funded, like this whole stupid thing, like the claw they're calling it? To me, it looks like an Iron Dome. It's like that's the closest we can get to an Iron Dome. is that little?
To me, it looked like they're going to teleport somebody from the future, and that's how they're going to bring in the aliens or something.
Dude,
that's what
exactly.
I thought. They were going to merge those streams.
Something, but anyway, so apparently it was TKO Holdings paid for the claw, the thing, but of course there's going to be massive amounts of taxpayer dollars going to the government or the security, bunch of federal agencies, manpower, all that stuff. So it's like, okay, well, whatever. But
plus, TKO just got that $7 billion from David Ellison.
Yeah,
and
yeah. Now this, the whole thing. Now that I think is really conspicuous. This whole pyramid between Dana, TKO, Ari Emanuel, but then the idea that then they give the rights to broadcast it to Paramount, and we know how entrenched and enmeshed Trump is with Ellison and the whole thing. It's like they wouldn't have been able to pull off the Warner Brothers deal without Trump. They wouldn't be able to pull off the TikTok thing without the Trump administration, and so that just definitely seems like one hand scratching the other, or one hand scratching the other's back, or whatever the hell the thing is. It's just like, it's getting to this point every day more and more where it's like the QAnon thing maybe is real, because there's no way it could be this overt and blatant. Like either it's just either QAnon is right, or it's just such blatant corruption that they just don't even care anymore. That they're just pissing in our faces. And that's it. And they're laughing about it. And it's like it's always been corrupt, and they've always enjoyed and gotten off on how, they can just do it right in our faces and nobody does anything about it. But this is just reaching unimaginable levels of that, So it's shocking. Absolutely shocking.
Was it in the green room before the broadcast I made those Marlon Brando jokes?
I think so. Yeah. You guys, if you're not in the Grand Theft World community, you're missing all the good stuff before the show. I mean, this is where
I just scrolled down on Twitter. Check this out.
In
In 1973, Marlon Brando noticed.
No, that's fake, dude. I saw that earlier.
Oh, is
and
that fake? All right.
I fact checked it. Ryan Dawson shared fake news. That was there was kind of mixed where Marlon Brando in that video clip, it shows him declining his Oscar in 1973 for his role in The Godfather. He declined it. And in that clip, he was saying it was because he was protesting the Zionist control of Hollywood. But that's not true. I did some research. I'm like, is this true? Because nowadays
he did protest that he sent the woman who wasn't really a Native American, as later disclosed by her sisters.
Yeah.
But I could see where they take something real and then they add some Cyborg AI stuff to it. And I only saw it for 10. I didn't even hear the audio, so I had no chance.
Exactly. Here's the thing, though. It's like because that hurts Ryan Dawson's credibility. So it's like, got to be aware these days. They're going to put out little breadcrumbs like that for you to share. And then when you do, it makes you look like an idiot and it ruins your credibility. So just be careful.
That's why I stay off Twitter. I would engage with a lot less untrue things to have to discern from if I just cut that window. Like I use it like once a week.
Yeah.
To broadcast this show. In fact, we should be streaming on Twitter.
We definitely should be streaming on Twitter. 100%.
If we're not, it just occurred to me.
I have a verified account. We can always do it there, but I know LD was doing it. And then there was a different account we were using for a while, but I think it has to be a verified account to stream.
I got a verified account.
You got a verified account, don't you? Yeah. You're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I thought I can't remember what the reason was for it. Maybe, I think back then it was like you didn't want to jeopraise your account.
COVID, that was the whole thing.
Yeah, you didn't want to jeopardize your account over that. But
first 100 episodes.
Yeah, I think this show's pretty tame compared.
But now we're over the target. Everyone's noticing. It's fine. I'll just put it on there.
Exactly.
We'll get that done.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, I said to my wife while that block was playing, I said, this isn't even the Israel section of the show.
Yeah.
But 2% of the population manages to make it into all these various news blocks. We were just talking about AI, but then you got to talk about Zionists trying to take over and use AI. And who is Larry Ellison? He's not just the guy who brings you Oracle. He's the biggest funder of the IDF outside of the state of Israel.
Yeah.
They got some agendas they've been unfolding. It's been going on a long time. And the fruition is not profitable businesses, but subjugated peoples. So there you go. That's how that bubble works. Always has been designed to be that way. And their current monopolizing of the bread and circus people by having everyone who has Paramount now has UFC, right? Because there's no more pay-per-view. Because they got $7 billion from Larry Ellison's kid. And wherever Larry Ellison got it, no one asked those questions. Doesn't matter. If it's a CIA front or nothing. Doesn't matter. If it's an Angleton project named for James the Oracle Angleton. I don't know. They needed a database instead of an eccentric old mole for Israel and MI6. I have to be fair. Like America. So tonight's episode title, I'll find the book during this break because there is an explanation to go on. There was a movement to union with Britain around World War II, and it was run by Rhodes Scholars. And surprise, surprise, they got that done pretty well because all our intelligence have been subject to GCHQ and MI6 the whole time. But we created another country. The Anglo-American establishment is now the Anglo-American Israeli establishment because they created the country 80 years ago. And now that country is coming back around. It's almost like Skydance buying Paramount. Huh. Interesting. Little new company buys the big old company. It's almost like Ari taking over William Morris. In some boardroom kerfuffle, as they like to say. Interesting. I'm learning. I'm in learning mode. I'm curious. So as we go into this next block, we're going to cover the Carmelo Anthony fallout story. So I was going to say, wow, it's going tough in Ireland. Let's see how it's going in America. We go back to Asmongold. And I just said it. So there you go. Carmelo Anthony, insanity coming from Brian at the Disturbing Illusion. I thought he had let me say this. as a person who I notice my skin color, but I don't think about it a lot, and I don't judge other people by their skin color because you can't tell a lot about something someone has no control over. So I've always seen it as a form of ignorance. So you have ignorance, and a sub form of ignorance could be racism, right? This past week in the coverage of this story, oh, dude, I saw racism squared, racism to a logarithmic type of, you got to pull out a table and see where we're at. You got people on one side getting polarized, you got people on the other side getting polarized. So I am excluding coverage tonight that I felt was like purposefully and unnecessarily incendiary, because I'm not trying to start a forest fire. Brian from Disturbing Illusion, I thought, had some fair, well thought out coverage. I want to show you also Heavy Duty Country had a video that was particularly, like, he stated his mind as he usually does, right? And I thought, oh, is there going to be blowback for making such statements? So I'm going to show you the video where he received some blowback for his statements, just so you can see what the political climate is like this, at this time in 2026, especially if you study this podcast is a historian looking for the answers that the status quo still doesn't give you in the future. Now, Carmelo Anthony, the story in short is track meet, high school, rain, somebody from the other side wants to be under the tent, words are exchanged, and instead of maybe saying, hey, it's raining, can I just stand under the tent, entitlement might have ensued. Somebody said to get out. Carmelo apparently didn't leave. The kid who got killed, he got stabbed in the heart, spoiler alert, put his hand after Carmelo said, touch me and see what happens, while reaching into a bag to get an already set up stabbing device called a knife. It can be used as a multi-tool because you can cut fishing line with it and break glass, right? So if you guys have heard multi-tool, that sort of thing, it's actually, I have one. It's an emergency. It looks like an emergency auto opening type of knife that a paramedic might carry, because you can cut a seatbelt, break glass, and it automatically pops out with the spring, and it's a locking knife like a buck knife, right? So as a human being, I have to imagine that Carmelo felt scared, felt the need to defend himself, probably had a lot of ideas in his head that might not have been accurate about how maybe white people work in the first place, right? So I can humanize him and see that situation. At no point can I justify taking out a knife, stabbing another person in the heart because they put their hand on the shoulder. That is not a life-threatening situation. So anyway, everyone's been arguing all about this thing this week, and they've been seeing it only through the lens of black and white. And I think people need to see it in full color. Human beings doing human things. At what point is it okay to use violence? At what point are you really being oppressed or attacked, right? Especially when you're in somebody else's area and you were asked politely to leave. When Austin Metcalf's father showed up at the press conference and they asked him to leave, he didn't stab anybody in the heart. He brought that up in a 3-hour live stream he did this past week, which was also very heavily clipped in a way that would only incentivize more racism. Now, do I think he had some maybe racist undertones to his comments? Yes. But when he gave an example of what it would be like to be racist, as he had not done that before, that took off and had legs and went around. And it's probably in one of these clips that you're going to see. So it's tragic that Austin Metcalf, athlete, has a twin brother, football, track, that sort of thing. He lost his life because of a situation. Was he right to put his hand on somebody else? No. Unfortunately, no. And unfortunately, he paid for that with his life because he put his hand on somebody else who had said, put your hands on me and see what happens. When someone talks like that, you could say, oh, maybe I shouldn't put my hands on them. Maybe I should find an adult that can remove them from this area, right? But also, if they grow up in an area that also already has racial charges to it, and that happens, there's a bunch of predetermined words and ideas that those two human beings are holding in their head. These are kids who haven't had the time or given the methods to filter out fact from fiction. And so they only know what they've been shown. And when you can see both sides are propagandized by people who damn well do know better, right? There's a lot of people out there. That grifter lawyer that he had, the baby shaking lawyer, that's a thing, right? And that is not someone to represent somebody in that situation. Yet that seems like the norm in that type of situation. So there was a lot that went on with it. And I think that racially charged anything, neither side that's racially charged is benefiting from that interaction. And you should look maybe as to, if black ants and red ants are fighting each other in the jar, maybe someone should look at the jar and see if it says shake this jar, and then see whose hand is attached to the shaking of the jar, especially if such incitations are coming from outside of our organized domestic area here in the United States of America. So without further ado, let's wade into the Carmelo Anthony story as it unfolded this past week. We'll get a reaction from Asmongold, who may say things I do not agree with, but it's part of the news coverage of this topic from this past week. You at home are free to think as you please, because freedom is a big part of this show, and it's not about telling you what to think. It's giving you the raw material and the data so that you can learn how to think and adjudicate the evidence so that you're working from a map of reality and not a bunch of propaganda UFC type of bread and circus fiction over there. I almost spilled my drink. Let's learn from that. Let's go to the clips.
Carmelo Anthony was just found guilty of murdering Austin Metcalf and was sentenced to 35 years in prison. But already, people are seemingly calling for race riots, as CNN immediately frames...
By the way, were there any race riots over Carmelo Anthony? No. Because everybody knew he was guilty. We all knew this, right? And I think that the entire world is fatigued from this. They're tired of this. They're tired of race bullshit. They're tired of tribalism. They're just sick of it. And also another reason is that I feel like if they had a riot, I've got a good feeling on what would happen. And it would not be like 2020. I'll tell you that. Greg Abbott would have sent in the National Guard, bro. Like, he would have shut that shit down in 45 minutes.
Verdict as racist.
Carmelo Anthony said, well, push me. See what happens then. What happens. And he pushed him. And that is when
he's in jail for 35 years.
Carmelo Anthony rummaged through his bag, took out a knife, and the jury has determined that when that knife went into the chest of the victim, Austin Metcalf, that was murder.
If it was up to CNN, you'd think an inanimate object just magically ended Austin's life, as they desperately try to frame this as anything other than murder.
He had a knife. We don't know why he had a knife. He did not take the stand. This was a self-defense case. And what was in Carmelo Anthony's head was...
He had a knife to stab somebody. Duh. What are you, fucking retarded? Obviously.
So important because if he subjectively believed that he was going to be killed or seriously bodily injured by Austin Metcalf, who is the victim now, then he had a right to take out a knife.
Saying Austin, who is the victim now, is insanely evil phrasing. He's the only victim. He's the only one not with us now because of what Carmelo Anthony admittedly did. It's the simplest of cases, unless your network is full of racists.
Then he had a right to take out a knife.
A black man who has now been charged with murder of a young white man. Anthony was in this tent. He was asked to leave. He was being confronted and in some ways intimidated, provoked by larger athletes, and he was fearful of his life, and he pulled out that knife.
If he was so fearful, why didn't he simply leave the tent as requested? But
wait, what do you mean you could just leave? Wait, no, but I have to flex on them. I can't let them feel like I'm not in control. I can't let my ego get hurt. Bro, I got to stab somebody. No, I can't walk away. This is a perfectly good time to throw away your life.
No, they're just desperate to frame the murderer as the bigger victim. The only thing worse than CNN was Court TV.
Questioning the jury, I asked him, how did you reach your verdict? How did you reach it so quickly? What happened? It was a 4-inch knife. He used it one time. He
only used the knife once.
I'm not saying that it was right, but what are you doing? How did you get this verdict? I'm enraged right now. This is very upsetting.
Even stooping to defenses previously only seen.
I haven't even seen these. These are new.
Racist memes.
My child
has deep regret. My family has deep regret. He is a scholar. He has the opportunity to turn his life around. She needed to be talking about her son in the future to get them to see who he could be outside of this.
Yeah, he could stab somebody else. Imagine his potential. He could stab potentially 3 or 4 or 5 people even. Fuck, he could shoot him. Right? I mean, the sky's the limit. He could kill way more people.
She was not prepped and ready for that.
Suggesting you can imprison my son, he's a future scholar, just proves you're willing to overlook murder based solely on race. We simply can't reason with this level of weapons-grade stupidity, but sadly, there's actually activists listening to this logic. After the guilty verdict, chanting "say his name" as if Carmelo was the victim.
This is the reason why I think we should publicly execute him. This is the exact reason. Is that you got to show these people that the way that you're acting and everything, like you're not in control. You're not in control. You're never going to be in control. And it's better that way. This is exactly the reason why I think we should do it. They're fucking racist. Massively fucking racist.
Singing and jumping around, attempting to antagonize the other side.
Gotten so bad, yeah. Because like at a certain point, like I think that there's a lot of people that try to calm these people down. I think go ahead and crash out. Go ahead and crash out. We're gonna send in a National Guard. We're gonna send in a National Guard. You get violent, they're gonna shoot you. You learn how to fucking behave. Learn how to act right. Like I'm so tired of this shit. I think everybody's tired of this. Really, like I mean, it's a waste of time. Yeah. Like if that's not enough, send in the military. Deal with this shit.
But you're not gonna do
act right
with a man.
Yeah.
That's weak. That's weak. Kid.
Now, luckily, this guy was eventually arrested.
Put in the box.
But he wasn't the only one getting confrontational.
Anytime a white man or a white child can go and put their hands aggressively on anybody and something like this occur, it's self-defense. You put your hand on me and see how I respond.
Okay, well then you're gonna be in jail too, bitch. You gotta learn how to act. This is basically like inside, like this is a cultural thing, is that inside of certain cultures, insulting a person's like honor or like disrespecting them is seen as grounds for killing them. Like you have the justification now, if you've been disrespected, you now are allowed to be violent and you can kill somebody. Now, the solution to that is that you put everybody that thinks like that in jail. You just put all of them in jail. That's it. And then you don't have any more problems. But there's a very, very small subset of people that think this way and then behave this way. This is cross culture. It's not exclusive to black people. It happens all around the world.
In what world would anybody think?
But I will say it is generally a massively low IQ thing, right? Only retards think like this.
I was for putting violent murderers in prison until his angry supporters got in my face, basically suggesting something similar to me. If anything, it just proves how unfixable this perpetual victim mentality really is.
It's actually extremely fixable. The reason why it's not being fixed is because we tolerate this outburst and these outbursts like a child. Right? It's almost like the bigotry of low expectations that we don't immediately call this out for exactly what it is. And I think the reason why is that, you know, there's some kind of guilt to it or something else. And I don't know, like, I can't speak for everybody, right? But like, I am certainly not guilty for this, right? I don't feel guilty at all about this. And I think that really, like, any type of this behavior should not be tolerated.
As I already know, even covering this story as moderately as possible, I'm definitely going to receive threats in my DMs by idiots that think they're anonymous, as some people are just seemingly evil.
What do you want us to do?
What do you want us to do?
Stop stabbing people.
What? I'm
Stop
lost for words. I don't know
Stop
what to do.
stabbing people
I got
with knives.
5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
You can't walk. You can't walk away. You have to preserve your honor.
Now, obviously, the answer is just tell your kids not to commit murder.
Yeah, just don't
But in
kill
the
people.
sea of reasonable responses to this is, how does she have 5 kids but isn't working on a Tuesday afternoon?
It's because this entire, there is a massive underclass population of people. This is in America. It's in every Western country that we effectively fund their existence. It's so annoying. We pay for these people to be alive. We pay for their kids to be alive. If we cut off their funding, they would die. That's the reality.
As for several days, she's been out there proudly broadcasting her racism.
If evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're going to stand by ours regardless. They stand by theirs.
Once again proving you can't reason with this. Why waste your energy explaining that murder is evil when essentially her whole argument is...
Exactly why you need the public execution. It's exactly why you need it. Because people like that know they don't listen and they don't understand anything other than a show of force. You have to do it.
Is bigotry. The problem being, the BLM riots probed. She's not alone in this. Most people don't even know
we protect black criminals. Oh my, 2020 was not real.
That this entire movement openly endorses black criminals, believing they're basically incapable of not committing murder. It's insane.
We're the racist ones, though.
Racist to think this, but they somehow not only believe it, but crowdfund over $600,000.
It's actually fucked up, bro. Like, somebody in my chat goes, I'm black. I used to think Uncle Ruckus was a caricature until I kept dealing with these types of people. Now I see myself becoming Uncle Ruckus and my beliefs. Welcome to White Heaven. Oh my God.
To a guy found guilty of murder, openly admitting they won't spend it on his defense, but other stuff for the family. Because being on trial for the murder you committed is injustice. It's actually scary to think a family can make over $500,000 because some people see a black student stabbing a white student and immediately rush to send him money. As simply put, one side wants to see justice, while the other is just openly racist, complaining about the racial makeup of the jury.
This is a racist country. We're in a racist state. This is a racist court.
If we had to buy her a plane ticket to wherever the hell she wanted to go back to, we'd have to get 2.
There ain't nothing else to talk about.
I have to get 2 plane tickets. Yeah, you got
When there's a white boy been before an all-black jury. Tell us, media. Tell us, white folks. When there's a white boy been before an all-black jury. Never.
How's it murder?
This is racist.
Is he okay?
But the Black Panthers weren't the only ones angry over this.
That a black boy was allowed.
It's crazy how powerful this would have been 10 years ago, and now literally nobody.
Hey, welcome back to the channel. I really appreciate you joining. If you do like these videos, make sure you like and share this video and comment under this video. It really helps. I want to get back into Carmelo Anthony because it seems like things are deteriorating very, very quickly. I don't want to see that happen. I love this country. I love the people in this country, but there are people who are sowing discord and I hate to see it. So I want to show you 2 opposing views. One where it champions the cause of Carmelo Anthony and says that he used the appropriate amount of self-defense and he should be acquitted, should never have gone to jail. And this comes from Hotep Jesus. We're going to listen to him first. And then we're going to go to Eric July, which his screen name, I guess, is Young Ripa 59. But I really like this guy's outlook as opposed to this guy's outlook, because I think Hotep Jesus is basically fomenting
widening the divide. I don't know why he's doing it. Some say it's for clicks and views. Maybe it's truly in his heart that people need to, rise up. If anybody puts their hands on you, you have every right to take care of them. For me, the issue boils down to self-awareness, self-control, and social awareness or civic awareness, because self-defense is one thing, but teaching your children to exercise self-control is something entirely different. If you can be diplomatic, if you can talk your way out of this situation, if you can exit the situation so that you don't have to use defensive violence, wouldn't that be the best way? Let's listen to what Hotep Jesus says right here. And again, these are his opinions, and I'm going to juxtapose his opinions against what Eric July says.
We have to teach our children to keep their hands to themselves, because potentially a black person might stab you.
Okay, I agree with the first part. Teach your children to keep their hands to themselves. But it's not because somebody might do something bad to you or there might be bad consequences. Yeah, that probably should be taken into consideration. But you don't put your hands on somebody else who doesn't want your hands on them, because you wouldn't want that done to you. But this guy's saying, if you put your hands on me, I'm going to stab you.
Don't you think that's a good lesson to teach your children?
It's a good lesson, Hotep, if you're trying to perpetuate the worst stereotypes that people out there say in terms of what to do when you're around certain demographics.
I'm pretty sure if we look at social media, that stereotype already exists. Elon pushes it every day. So let's not act like I'm making it up.
Well, no, you're not making it up. You're perpetuating it.
Yes, I am, because that's how we operate.
Well, who's the we?
Black people.
I hate it when somebody presumes to speak for a whole other group of people. I mean, I'm sure there are a lot of black people out there, and we're going to see one right here. Eric July would, I'm sure, completely disagree with Hotep Jesus here. But when you start speaking for a whole group of people, what if there's a bunch of those same people out there, black people, go, hey, I'm a black person, and that's not my perspective. Stop saying you're speaking for me.
Have a fuck around and find out policy. Don't start no shit, won't be no shit. Keep your hands to yourself, because we might hurt you. That is evident, and we are not apologetic about that. That is a stereotype, and stereotypes, just like you wouldn't walk into a tiger cage and mess with a tiger because it'll bite your head off.
What did Hotep Jesus just unwittingly do here? He lowered himself and who he claims to speak for, the black community, to the level of beasts, a tiger. Yeah, if you walk into a tiger cage, he's probably going to bite your head off. That's not something that civilized people do in a civilized society. If somebody touches you, you don't have the right to kill them.
You don't want to fuck with black people because we might fucking kill you.
He just did it. I don't know if he's aware of what he just did, but equating all black people with some kind of animal somewhere is exactly what Hotep Jesus just did.
I'm not afraid of the stereotype. Whether you want to teach your kids the stereotype or not doesn't matter to me. But I would tell my children, white, black, Latino, Asian, don't put your hands on people unless it's in self-defense.
I agree with that. Don't put your hands on people. That's not what we do.
That's where the conversation starts with me. Had Austin Metcalf had his father around, but his father was beating on his wife, unfortunately. Had his father been around, he could have taught him to keep his hands to himself. But obviously, he learned from his father not to keep his hands to himself. That's why I say we need to have that talk with our children.
He learned from his father not to keep his hands to himself. Can you prove that, Hotep? No, you can't. You can raise a child up to not touch someone else. You can raise them to follow the golden rule, do to others what you would want done to you. Conversely, don't do to others what you wouldn't want done to you. And they can go off the rails. They can do the exact opposite of what you taught them. This is a completely disingenuous assertion on the part of Hotep Jesus on Austin Metcalf's dad.
Again, you won't agree to that, and that's problematic.
I won't agree to that. It's always best to keep your hands to yourself to avoid conflict. We can all agree with that. if your point is to say it's always best to avoid conflict with us because we will fucking kill you if we don't like the way you touched us, congrats on setting relations back 100 years by confirming the worst stereotypes that anybody's ever had. And by the way, when Scott Adams said what he said, well, you don't think so, but and maybe if you want to talk about statistical overrepresentation when it comes to crime, it's that mentality that actually contributes to that statistical overrepresentation. And maybe you should be focusing on the right lessons for your community as opposed to what you think is the right lessons for the white community.
I don't know who he's talking to here. It sounds like Viva Frey.
I'm glad you brought that up. Because I have no interest in telling black people to turn into pussies. No, we are violent people. Humans are violent people.
He just admitted it again. There's no room in there for diplomacy. There's no room in there to for talking to somebody and trying to sort things out. There's no room for using your mental abilities and try to see if you can come up with another way, exercise another option.
Seen that all throughout history. If white people want to die because they're putting their hands on the people, you can teach your people to be peaceful. I'm not telling black people to be peaceful. I'm not telling black people to lay down and let people push them. We're not doing that. That's what you white people like to do. We're not doing that. So no, if you guys have a stereotype, and it's a stereotype 13 and 50, it exists all throughout social media. Everybody's talking about it nowadays, especially now with this trial. I'm not here to fight that. You can think it's wrong. I believe it's right. I believe in defending myself and if it has to escalate, then it is what it is.
Did you hear that? I hope everybody understands this because Hotep Jesus has just gone on the record saying that it is right for a man to pull out a blade and stab another man in the heart, killing him if somebody touches him. He calls that F around and find out. He calls that entering the tiger's cage. He says he's not interested in peace or in teaching his people how to be pussies. On the other hand, here's the perspective of Eric July.
Even though this happened right up the road from me, initially, I had little interest in speaking on the senseless murder of Austin Metcalf. Now that the verdict is in, I only want to chime in from a more cultural perspective, more specifically a parental one. The points I want to make are less about the verdict itself, and there are just two things that I want to get across. The first one is this. One of the greatest values that you can instill in your children is impulse control. A lot of young people seem totally unaware that no matter what they've accomplished, no matter how bright their future is, they are one very stupid decision away from throwing it all away.
Impulse control as opposed to Hotep Jesus, you touch me and I'll kill you.
This is a time preference issue. They have to keep their future in mind instead of living in the moment and getting consumed by negative emotions and letting those emotions drive an irrational decision. The talent doesn't matter in that moment. The grades don't matter. The scholarship, the potential, the plans you had laid out, none of it matters once the decision is made, because that kind of decision can't be taken back. Now, there are also those who have done nothing but burden their communities, one bad decision after another, off of zero impulse control. And
one bad decision after another, kind of like the decisions that Hotep Jesus wants to implement. Let me just tell you real quick. Thomas Sowell said something to the effect of, if you're selfless and you want to help people, you tell them the truth. If you're selfish and you only want to help yourself, then you tell people what they want to hear. Now, I don't know if Hotep Jesus falls into that second category of just telling people what he wants to hear, what they want to hear, but it does sound to me like he's playing into a whole lot of emotion, that he's trying to tap into the tribal mentality, almost the animal side of the human being.
In other words, they never really had a good thing going for them in the first place. But for the kid who does have something to lose, one bad decision is all that it takes. You can ruin your entire life over a single moment of self-gratification. And the moment passes in seconds while the consequences are going to last forever.
And that's exactly what Hotep Jesus is trying to promote. That impulse acting on those feelings, riding that wave of emotion, teaching your kids that if somebody touches you, especially if it's the white man, you got to kill him. That's the only answer. I mean, what do they expect if they walk into a tiger's cage? Expect to have your head taken off.
Impulse control has to be taught, and it has to be taught early, because the kid who learns to pause and just think before reacting is the kid who keeps his or her future intact.
A frickin' men.
Second value is just as important, if not more. Teach your kids, especially young boys, to understand the first point as it applies to everybody else. You cannot account for other people and how they were really raised. This goes beyond just mere situational awareness and learning how to de-escalate. The way things operate inside your household and your immediate environment is not the way the rest of the world operates. And your kids need to know and understand that.
This is that societal awareness. You need to have self-awareness, but you also have to have societal awareness along with that self-control and that impulse control.
The reality is that there are plenty of people walking around with no impulse control whatsoever, people who were never taught any of what we're talking about here.
Or we're taught the exact opposite of what he's talking about here, because that's what Hotep Jesus said that he would teach his kids. Somebody touches you, bring out the dagger.
Your children cannot underestimate how quickly someone can throw their own life away and how quickly that same person can end or negatively impact theirs. The other person's lack of restraint becomes your child's problem in an instant. And growing up in Dallas, I saw it a million times. People project.
This is so well put. So while you're teaching your kids the art of self-defense, karate, judo, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, whatever, also teach them how to de-escalate. Teach them how to be diplomatic. Teach them, if you need to, fight back. If you can get away from it, do it. That's exactly the opposite of what Carmelo Anthony did.
Their own ethics onto others, and that leads to really serious miscalculations. Just because you wouldn't do something that foolish does not mean that the next person won't. You may look at someone and think, there's no way this person would do that, and then they do exactly that. And odds are the people in their life have spent years justifying that exact behavior.
That perfectly and accurately identifies the mentality of people like Hotep Jesus. Yeah, you might be self-controlled, you might be self-aware, but something you didn't take into consideration is that somebody else thinks exactly the opposite of the way you think. They think it's okay to stab somebody for merely pushing them.
This applies even more to those of you that are raising kids in these affluent areas like Frisco. When something dangerous is less likely, to happen to them, they have no real way of understanding how the world actually works unless you sit them down and tell them. They need to be aware of demographics, aware of where they are.
Aware of demographics, aware of where they are. Aware of the mentality of a certain demographic of people.
Aware of how fast the situation can go south because somebody else around them couldn't control an impulse. They cannot afford to be naive, even as teenagers. Naivety in the wrong place and at the wrong time has gotten a lot of good people caught off guard. And as our culture grows lower in trust, the only way to really fix that trajectory is going to be raising sharp, aware kids. Kids who not only have a low tolerance for this type of foolishness, but stay hyper aware of everyone else's. You're not raising them to be paranoid when you do that. You're raising them to be aware.
And prepared.
Blessings up to everybody out there.
So let me ask you, and I really do want to hear in the comment section, who would you rather be your neighbor, Eric July or Hotep?
So folks, they are now threatening my life.
over this Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony thing. Can you believe that? Like I said before, this is probably one of the most crazy things I've ever seen. A black kid kills a white kid. White people are standing up for them. They're standing up to the people who are out there saying to hurt more white people. And then I get Instagram personal messages from people who are saying, I'm going to kill you and your kids and your family and your mother. So I'm not going to read all this because the video will most likely be flagged after. But I just kind of want to show what they're saying. Bro, y'all whites are so pussy. Y'all really don't want a race war. We don't. Y'all do. Y'all are the ones who go out there and say, oh, fuck all these white people. You are pussy and whites meet up if y'all want that. Got the voice, let it happen, pussy. We got guns just like y'all. You're a white steroid-taking pussy. I'll kill your mother if that white, not gonna say that, isn't dead already. Spit on them, little white bitch ass kids of yours. The fuck you keep trying to start a race war, then start it. Promise you, y'all won't win. What is your phone number? Let's talk. Let's start something up. I've been waiting to get my hands on a white man my whole life. You're just trying to get views. You really don't want a race war. I forgot whites are only tough on the internet. Yeah. All you have to do is start it up, bitch. I'll kill you kids with not one care in the world. Fuck whites. Y'all are pussy as fuck, bro. Internet people, that's it. I don't remember saying that I wanted a race war. I remember saying that you would get your absolute fucking ass handed to you if it really came to that. But none of us want it. We want to enjoy our day. We want to go into public and not have to deal with people who are not classy, who are not respectful, who have this privilege of, I hate white people, but then I'm going to get mad when they don't like me too. What's the problem, bro? What's the problem here? You've been waiting your whole life to get your hands on a white man. Okay. And you think that we have to be nice to you after that? Wild behavior, folks. Wild behavior. But these are the kinds of people who are doing this. Here's a woman after the verdict saying, where are you white people at? Like she's going to do something.
Where y'all white people at? If you love Austin, you would be here. But because you don't care, it's funny than a motherfucker. Where's Austin's body? No, I'm talking. Y'all don't love Austin. You don't care about Hunter. Because if you did, you would really stand in solidarity, not online, but right here. So I gotta speak for your white baby. I'll do it. I'll conjure that.
Okay, well, don't you guys have jobs? I'm just curious. What do you guys do all day? How are you out here on a weekday? Here we got a guy saying that the justice system is broken for black people. And look, I don't agree with the justice system. I think it's fucked. But there was no ifs, ands, or buts about this case. I don't even know why they're appealing it. Because I guess it's just what you do. See if you get lucky.
Ain't no fucking judicial justice for black people. How many motherfucking decades and decades have to go by where you don't receive that? Your justice is fucking frontier justice. They kill one of y'all, you kill one of them. Our toughest soldiers.
Jesus, dude.
Ain't gonna do shit.
Okay, so if we're going off of what you're saying, once again, this is the shit that legitimately confuses me. He's saying, you kill one of us, we kill one of you. Who got killed there, man? It's like you guys literally don't know what the fuck you're talking about. A white kid got killed. A black kid did not get killed, just so we can get that clear. But y'all are acting like it's the opposite. Turn your fucking brains on, man. And then we got the Black Panthers out. Can I just say, holy fuck. I thought I had back issues. I don't even want to ask you what yours are like. Jesus, my Lord.
If you don't mind, can I have your name and who you represent?
My name is Crystal Muhammad. I represent the New Black Panther Party for self-defense.
Okay.
I'm gonna step up.
Yes, ma'am.
She's trolling us with that music back there.
I know it's really, really loud. But
What's your question?
We're going to get through it. So, my question is, so you guys coming out here today, I know a lot of people actually really don't even know that the Black Panther Party still exists. So, can you tell me some things that your organization does?
If they don't know the Black Panther Party exists, they haven't been in the movement. Because anybody that's been in the movement and conscious know we have. We've been everywhere, something been going on there. Our website is nbpp.org.
NBPP. Okay, well, that's interesting. We got another guy who's saying that he does not give a fuck about white lives, which, fine, dude. I think that's the thing that y'all don't get. We don't need to be liked by you. Y'all need to be liked by us, because if you didn't, you wouldn't claim racism. You wouldn't give a fuck. We don't care. But what happens is you guys do this, and then this whole thing wears off and time passes, and then a white person doesn't like you in public and you make a scene, or you destroy a cashier stand, or you go online and you claim, these racist white people. You're causing it, man. You were fucking causing it.
And right off the bat, man, free Carmelo. Straight up. Straight up. I don't give a fuck about no white lives. All lives don't matter over here. Because
we don't give a fuck.
On the daily, we get killed. And ain't nobody got shit to say. But when
you guys kill your fucking selves, man. You guys are the ones in gangs. If you look at the majority of the black population, the percentage that are in gangs is so much higher than if you look at the white population as a whole and how many of us are in gangs. I don't even think I've ever met a white gang member in my entire life, other than dudes who had to join one in prison. They didn't continue to be in the gang when they left. Y'all do it because you hear it in a rap song, Crips and Bloods, and we're gonna go slime a dude. You guys kill each other. You don't even like each other. You guys go online and you brag about killing black people. But when you guys kill a white guy, all of a sudden it's BLM, start it up. And none of us are impressed with any of this, and none of us have to be liked by you.
when one of ours is protecting themselves, they get ambushed, they get threats, they get all of this. Fuck that cracker. We smoking on that Austin Pat pussy. Like, I don't care anymore, because it ain't no good in this shit. It ain't nothing good that's in this shit. But they trying to lay the law down, all that shit. Y'all gotta give it up. Y'all gotta give it up. It ain't over. It ain't over. Free Carmelo, man. Fuck.
What is not over? Once again, I'm confused. Y'all are acting like a black person got killed by a white person. So what is not over? Can I just say to the black people watching who want to act like this, and I'm hoping it's not a lot of them here, if y'all think it's cool to act like this, to act like a gangster, to act like anything other than a normal, classy, respectful human being, can I just say that the only people who are going to want to be around you are people who act the same? I don't know one person in my life who wants to be around crap like this. We're smoking on that Austin pack because our dude killed him and he didn't just get away with it. Do you guys have any heart? It's got to be somewhere in there. Now, I am not a big fan of Stephen A. Smith. He's a big sports guy. I have stopped watching sports entirely for a long time, mainly because it's all a fucking joke. The Dodgers had on Pride gear the other day. There are kids going to the games and y'all are wearing Pride gear. Just a disgrace to every family that's there. I'm not usually a fan of this guy, but he speaks the truth. He speaks the truth on the reality of this, and I'm stoked about it.
I would give anything to be able to say something definitively in Carmelo Anthony's defense. If there was a shred of innocence to the incident itself, I would say so. I don't want to see a little black young man going to jail, but I don't give a damn what your race. I don't give a damn about what your race, your ethnicity is. Just because you're white and young doesn't mean you deserve to be murdered. And just because you're black and young with challenges that black folks face every single day doesn't give you a license to murder someone. That's what happened.
I mean, look, I agree with the majority of what he said. I don't agree with continuing to put black people in this victim mindset of, oh, they have these challenges every day. Dude, everybody has challenges. I don't care who you are. I don't care how rich you are. I don't care how famous you are. Everybody has their own set of challenges. We got to drop that shit. We got to drop the, they're a minority and they're, you know, they've got a different opportunity in America than everybody else. We got to stop.
You go ahead, pull it. We all know the theme song to HDC by now. All right, so that is sad news that is still going on, because it's not just the kid who died and the kid who went to prison. It's all these other people who, because of social media, are now caught up in this emotional. It's like a centrifugal force. It's like a wheel spinning that takes people who are even moderates and spins them out to the edge, which is exactly how they created the American Civil War in 1861, according to Solomon de Rothschild in his letters back to his family. But Scott, let's see what you had to think on that mini block there.
Oh, well, okay then. So, yeah, man, I have a lot of thoughts on it. I mean, it's really, it's unfortunate that that whole situation transpired the way it did, and that this has been escalated into a matter of like race on a macro scale. But I think it brings up some very important points. And honestly, like, I think that whites are the only culture, the only group of people, the only race that doesn't collectively look out for their own best interest as a group. And you could say that, okay, we own all the institutions, blah, blah, blah. You know, I've heard it all. But in general, whites have been bludgeoned into thinking that it's dangerous to form groups on the basis of race. If I were to go out and form a group and we just had like a club and we hung out together on the basis of it's a whites only thing, that would be an international incident, okay? And honestly, I would say that whites are like the only race that is not racist. Like, we're so afraid of being labeled as racist that we're not, whereas, you know, everybody's racist, dude. I mean, all these other, everybody has collective interests for themselves, okay? And I would say that whites are the most cucked race out there. And we're cucked, and they don't respect us. They don't look at us, man. And I say, what if I were to say I think it's time for them to be afraid of us for a change? How about that? Okay? And what if I were to come out and say, you don't want to fuck with white people because we might fucking kill you? What if I were to say that? Just like that Hotep Jesus guy said, okay? I'm sorry. That's how I feel. And, you know, and it's like, I don't think that that is to exclude other races, in the sense that I feel like all people should be treated with dignity and respect. And if I were to say that I have pride in my heritage and I'm a proud white person and I have white pride and all that stuff, that doesn't affect anybody else. It doesn't mean I think less of others, but I think it's time that we take our own side in a way. And this kind of really points a mirror at this whole issue. You know what I mean? I don't know what the solution is, but I feel like for me, I am reinforced in my belief that whites need to look out for their own best interest in today's society. And if that means, because the whole idea of like cultural Marxism is that we are all equal, but in order for others to be equal, we have to bring others down. You know, the whole system of I mean, you know the routine. And so it's just like, it frustrates me when, it's like the idea is like everyone's created equal, but some are more equal than others. That's kind of the idea there. You know what I mean? And it's like, I'm not playing that game anymore, dude. Not doing it. I have a lot more to say, but maybe I'll just leave it there for now.
Well, I mean, what you're describing is Orwell's Animal Farm.
Yep. And
All
I'll tell you what,
animals are equal, but some
tell you
animals
what.
are more equal than others.
Exactly. Okay. So I've been locked up before. I've spent some time in prison. I'll tell you, the very first thing that happens is you immediately stick to your race. You do not even speak to other races in prison. Okay. It's like almost like diversity is unnatural. You know what I mean? Like it's unnatural in a lot of ways. And then, so it's like, yeah, you go to prison. I got lucky when I went in, I was cellmates with a guy who he was not in a gang, but he was like friendly with the white gangs. In Oregon, there's a gang called the European Kindred, and I never was associated or ran with any gangs or did anything like that. But I got lucky because my cellmate was like affiliated. You know, he was friends with them, and he just scooped me up and showed me the ropes. And that very first night, I remember going to the chow hall, and he's like, "Okay, here's the center of the room. The whites sit on this side, the blacks sit on this side, and there's certain northern Hispanics that sit with the blacks, and the Serranos sit with the whites, or vice versa. I can't remember. And the Native Americans sit with the blacks, and that's how it is. It's like that's just how it is. You know what I mean? So it's anyway, and it's just survival, literal survival. So
I think it's survival. Okay, so prison is an artificially created environment. Would you agree with me?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Maybe, or that's the truest it is. And then society is like the forced diversity at gunpoint, right? I don't know. Maybe that's the true environment. Maybe that's left to our natural habitats. That's how humans.
So I try on the sentence. It doesn't really fit, but I would check it back to you and say, what stratifies society is people's ability to buy into various real estate plots. And then it's the economics that determines your neighbors. Would you agree?
Yeah.
So I could have any number of neighbors of any skin color, religious background. It just depends on if they have money for that neighborhood, right? So it's different than prison insofar as it's the absence of economics in prison because everybody's there as a penalty, right? And it's not supposed to be fun. So in that environment, that is, yes, a natural way to deal with an unnaturally created environment. I would agree. But when we're just human beings growing up in the world, we have opportunity to just see past that and get to human relationships that are really rewarding and valuable in many cases, right? Like I may have had bad experiences with somebody from a race, religion, color, creed, country, but it's not all the same one, right? I've had problems with people of different skin colors. I've had problems with people with different religious backgrounds. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not just one thing. You're going to encounter problem people in the world. People who are not refined, people who do not obey the golden rule. They think taking your gold makes them the ruler. It's not a do unto others type thing. They might be a masochist, right? So yes, we need strong foundation, strong self. We need to know that going into the world, not everyone's going to act like that. And I grew up in a place where I grew up around, first off, there was like, I knew kids, a lot of kids had divorced families, right? But there wasn't divorce in my family. I wasn't growing up around people who beat each other. I wasn't growing up around people who were racist. I didn't see racism till 7th grade. And then I saw racism because there was like a race war in my town because they were integrating a town school that the steel mill went out of business. And then it got merged in with like a bunch of kids who had a more cushy background. And so that is not
segregation. Forced segregation, right? Or not forced desegregation, yeah.
I saw things that nobody in the late 20th century should have been seeing in the form of terrorism, right? Somebody burns a cross, that's fucking terrorism, dude. You're terrorizing some people. And when you do it at a public football game, that's, you know what I'm saying? So like, I had some observations during high school. And then as I grew up, it's like, had I seen things through a racist lens, I would have cut myself off from a lot of opportunities that were rewarding and experiences and understandings. And I was trying to think of a couple of the examples while that was going on, because I said, this is just so nonsensical. It's because people don't have context. When you get a wider context, right? So I remember there was a situation in college where like Mike, who was here earlier, I had some parties back in the day, and I had a big apartment. It was a couple floors. It had 2 balconies, had a bunch of roommates. We went away for Christmas break. We came back, and the door was busted off the hinges, and all our expensive electronics and speakers and stereo, everything was gone. People insisted it's the 2 black guys that live across the hall who were DJs. They wanted to call the cops and just blame 2 people who had nothing to do with it. As so far as we knew, it was just like a stereotype. I'm the dumb cracker who goes across the hall, knocks on their door, and I was like, hey, our apartment's been broken into. Did you guys see anything? And they opened their door and all of our stuff is in their apartment. Their tiny 1-bedroom apartment stacked to the ceiling with all our stuff. Again, I didn't jump to a conclusion. I said, "Hey, what happened?" He said, "These guys were breaking into your apartment. They had busted the doors off the hinges. If we left it like that, somebody's going to come in and take all your stuff. So we sequestered it." And I was like, "Cool." And they gave it all back and helped. Like, they weren't, I didn't catch them in the middle of trying to fence it. They live across it would have been so stupid. Right. So because I wasn't racist, I was able to just go communicate and, we're cool. And I thanked them and like everything worked out. That was the best case of a worst case scenario. Right. I had another one right after I graduated from college. I lived outside of DC. I was working at a software company. I wanted something constructive to do. And I saw Nike was having a program where they're sponsoring, teaching kids how to play hockey. Right. So I tell some coworkers, "Hey, I'm going over to DuPont ice rink." And they're looking at me like I got 10 heads. "You're going in the Southeast. You're crossing the Anacostia River. That you can't go there. They'll kill you." Right. I'm sure if I was going there to gentrify the area and fucking poison their kids, they would have some animosity toward me. But if they see me going to the ice rink and helping their little brothers learn how to play hockey and stay out of a gang, I never had a problem. I never locked my BMW M3. I left the windows down. No one ever touched it or had any, I never had a problem. And yet that terrified people I worked with because they had some predispositions about people who lived there that they'd never even interacted with in human life. So these predispositions, that was my job working as assistant coach to Willie O'Ree. He's got a wiki page. Let's see who he is. Willie O'Ree is the first black hockey player in the NHL. So that's treasured experience. You know what it takes for a young black man in the 60s to make it into the NHL? I do, because I used to talk to him, So had I been racist and said, I'm not going to coach kids in the inner city. I coached also Washington Junior Capitals. The rich kids, rich white kids, poor inner city kids, just like Gatto was teaching kids in New York City, they have equal aptitude. In fact, the inner city kids, they wanted it more because they weren't cushioned and it wasn't entitled. They had an opportunity for someone to pay for ice time, equipment, and teaching. They excelled very fast at it, right? There was one more example. There's a case of, it's called the Black Consciousness Movement. There's this guy named Steve Biko. And Steve Biko was in South Africa. He was a political prisoner. He was eventually tortured and killed by the British, who still controlled South Africa. South Africa at that time was an apartheid ally of Israel and was sharing nuclear technologies with them. Steve Biko is somebody that if you're a person of color or non-color, you should probably know about because it's the essence of freedom. It doesn't depend on skin color. These are just examples of where we learn these things. But the essence of freedom that Biko was discovering applies to people of all the color spectrums, because at the top, it's not all just one color. It's not all just one race, religion, or creed. It's the most ruthless among us. And every demographic has those people to be attracted by such power structures. Now, Biko had a mentor, a guy named Chengia Rogers Raghavan, who was an Indian heritage South African, who was also a political prisoner and was exiled from South Africa. So then he figured out a way, he just got alienated from his own country for his political ideas. Maybe he should go study the people that are doing this. And he found a way to get into Oxford and then into Cambridge and study the empire from the inside. Now, I do have this clip queued up because, let me show you first. There's Biko. There's the book by Biko's mentor, Chengia, on apartheid studies, memories of a political prisoner in South Africa. And there's Chengia, Biko's mentor, because he was my mentor as well for a little bit before he passed away recently, the last couple of years. There's someone who was an exiled political prisoner who escaped the system, studied the system, and came back with revolutionary ideas about how to handle the system. And had I been racist, I wouldn't have all that juicy knowledge, understanding, wisdom that allows me to transcend certain barriers that other people can't seem to communicate through. And that's a shame. And I'm saying people are missing out. And once we get past what color is your skin before we can converse, then we can discover the deeper, more meaningful, substantial things, the content of our character, as one man elucidated one time in a dream speech. These things, I think, are what bring human beings together in a time when they want us all to be separated. lonely, desperate, demoralized, just do the opposite of what they're doing. It's like the Costanza rule from Seinfeld. If every time you do something it's failed, then do the opposite, right? It might actually just work out. Now, in this top block here, we
Hold
have.
on, I got a few more things.
Yeah,
I got a
please.
few more things.
Yeah, what do you
Okay,
got? What do you got? What do you got?
So I I agree with you 100%. I'm not gonna like take the edge off what I said earlier by saying, oh,
You don't
I've
have
got
to.
I've got black friends,
speak
and
for
I've got
yourself,
and,
yeah.
and of course I do have black friends, and I know people. Listen to this show. I've met some of them. Like, dude, this is not like I dislike other races. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that it's important for us to like take our own side. Now, it's like, okay, to me it like comes down to street smarts. Okay, like if I'm out there and I see a white guy, like a homeless looking white guy, my spidey senses are gonna go up, be like, okay, I'm gonna walk across the street and avoid that guy. I profile, I am prejudiced. I of course look at somebody and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna maybe walk to the other side of the street. That might be because they look like a criminal dressed. They're dressed like a criminal black. They're sending a certain message to the world that and that's where they're portraying themselves. Like, I'd rather not deal with that. I would, in that instance, I would rather be racist than dead or attacked or mugged or whatever. Okay, I'd rather be racist than dead. You're like, well, you're going to cross the street because you're racist? Yeah, sorry. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Here's what it comes down to. The one thing that so I think, and I think that it's really important to have people, like, I think the only way that anything, okay, so it's like, all right, so you have, what is it, like 3 to 4% of the black population is the crime committing demographic, like 16 to 25, right? It's like 3 to 4% of the U.S. population that commits 60% of the violent crime. So that's a statistic that I'm like, okay, well, that gives me information that I can operate from. Now, I think that it's incumbent upon people, like, if that's were to change, like, I know, like, that Chris Rock bit, it's like, I love black people, I hate niggas, man. Like, that whole thing. It's like, of course, I see it all the time on Twitter. People are like there are black people on Twitter that are like, dude, why are you guys doing this? Like, I hate being associated with this. It's like, okay, so I know that there's people that want to break that stereotype. It would be beautiful if we could break that stereotype. But it has to be something that comes from within. Somebody, like the leader in the black community, has to step up and try to really instill and motivate and teach the next generation about entrepreneurship and assimilation into American culture and society. But I will say this, like, the real racism is that whenever we get a character like that, they get fucking assassinated, dude.
I was
Because
about to say,
the
until you
system-
said
the
entrepreneur,
system-
I was about to say Fred Hampton.
That's what I'm saying. Fred Hampton,
shot him.
Malcolm X, freaking, like, all. That's what I'm saying. And okay, and I'll tell you, I just finished The Shield. We finished The Shield, best show ever, dude. The ending is so great. And then there's a character arc in that story about that exact character, where there's a person in the story where he's like in the black community. He's really leading a charge in the city to like really help motivate and inspire and these like the younger black generation to become community leaders and get their act together and dress nice and all this stuff. And of course they kill him, right? You know, so it's like, that's emblematic of the problem. And so that's,
Or they could Mumia you, which is just put you in solitary confinement until you die.
Yep, exactly.
They don't let Mumia Abu Jamal have human contact.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's not
I
a pretty
graduated
thing.
college.
Yeah, it's not a pretty thing.
That's a situation that is embarrassingly going on still in this country.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I do have black friends, and I love black music, and I love black. So anyway, there you go.
I think it's about just seeing, it's not that skin color doesn't exist. It's just not the relevant factor on judging people, right? But on the other hand, how does the world work? You have to judge someone on how they look until you have a conversation with them to get to know them. So if you go out into the world and you're not putting your best self forward, you can expect people to make judgments until you interact with them and prove their judgments wrong. And that's just how it works. So what can we do? You know, there's a quote attributed to Viktor Frankl. He didn't say it, but it's attributed to him. It's a famous quote. In between stimulus and response, there is a space. And the essence is, when you separate stimulus and reaction, you can have a thoughtful response. But if you have stimulus reaction, you get a result. You know, hand on shoulder, stab in heart. There was no thoughtful, like, hey, maybe I shouldn't do this and weigh the options, or, you know, or just learn how to keep people's Like there's a wax on, wax off movie. Learn how to keep people's hands off you, and then you can continue the conversation. Like if you try to put your hand on my shoulder and I make sure that your hand doesn't go on my shoulder, I can keep talking to you and you can keep trying to do stuff like that until we escalate or de-escalate. But there was no chance for conversation to ensue. And again, keep your hands off of people, especially when they warn some sort of consequence that might be irrational, because people do have the freedom still today to be irrational. I'm sure they're going to want to soma drug this out of people as it goes on, because freedom's inconvenient for tyranny to exist. And, you know, they might have to, you ever see that movie Equilibrium with Christian Bale? He's a grammaton cleric and he enforces the rules in a future Orwellian society where everyone has to take this drug so that they can't have freedom.
Oh,
it's a pretty interesting movie. It's like 2002. You guys you should check it out. Stop watching this, go watch Equilibrium, come back. The replay is always here. I'd rather you be educated than be like, you have to watch the show. But if you watch the show, you will be educated. So there you go.
Go watch The Shield. Go pause it. Go watch The Shield and come back. Okay. All right. So last time I'll talk.
Go watch The Shield.
And then come back.
I'll see. Maybe Michael Chiklis is the great talent I've been missing out on.
Dude, you have to watch it, Richard. You'd love, dude. It's such a good show, man. I'm telling you, dude.
Man. I always try to stay away from things that are too popular.
No, it wasn't even that
popular. I still didn't watch Game of Thrones because I'm like,
Yeah, I've never watched Game of Thrones either. This is so different, dude. It's like Forrest Whitaker is in it, and okay, so here's how
he's a good actor.
Him, dude. Forrest Whitaker's performance in The Shield is the best performance I've ever seen in my life, hands down, dude. It's so good. Season 5, peak everything, dude. Unbelievable.
Is it better than that Keanu Reeves movie where he hides the money in the wall?
Yes, anything that you say, it's better than. It's the greatest thing ever, dude. Okay, that's the last I'll talk about, I promise.
All right. In this video that you're about to see, filmed in the same living room where John Taylor Gatto was filmed probably a year or two later, I would guess, after this, you got Chengia. Now, that is not an Oxford jacket. That is a Natal private school jacket. Same place where Steve Biko went. That's how he knew Biko. Biko was a medical student back when Chengi was there. So anyway, this cat has got a blazer from a place he went to school way back in the day. And he was a really interesting person. I'm sorry he's not here with us anymore. He moved back to South Africa a couple years ago, but he used to teach here at a Connecticut university. And when I was cutting my teeth on production, he's like, I got a cable access TV show. Come over, we'll do an interview and you can see how all the stuff works. And once I saw that, I was like, I could do this stuff in my basement and stop renting from I had a cable access rental going for a year or so back in the day. Yeah. So this is many years after that, but not much more technologically advanced. After that, we have, let's see, the evil scientist who created white people. So for all y'all who want to be racist, man, I got a little history for you. If you really don't like white people because you're black, wait till you find out who allegedly created white people.
Yes. Love it.
Nation of Islam, man. It's some interesting. Woo. I mean, you could listen to them talk about the Rothschilds, or you could listen to them talk about Yaqub, and then you got to weigh it all out, man. It's very interesting. Then we're going to get to something much more serious. Someone who survived the dungeon on Epstein Island recently and tells a story in a credible way, because I was highly incredulous. I was like, what is this? And I was like, oh shit. And this dude also, by the way, looks like he could handle himself pretty well. So this isn't just like a Luke Radowski, Jeff Berwick going to the Epstein Island, but this lady was running the island when those guys went to the island, and had they got caught for their trespassing, they don't call the cops. They took this dude to the dungeon, and had a whistleblower not called the cops, he might not ever have made it out to tell the story. Now, maybe I need to let it marinate for a week, watch it again, reevaluate it. Maybe I'm emotionally involved because I think it's a real thing. I don't know. So we'll watch it together, and then we'll talk about it. That's how we get smarter. It's like a group thing. Trump's Epstein freakout. New York Times releases shocking Epstein files report. Might have to go to the Situation Room to handle it. We'll see. And then I just wanted to give you guys a little historical flashback, as I've been doing the past couple of weeks, just doing a little American Revolutionary War history. We're going to learn about the shot heard around the world, Lexington and Concord. It definitely doesn't have anything to do with Epstein or turning our military over to maybe not an ally or anything else that's going on. Those are not shots around the world that are being heard, not Massey's call for USS Liberty this past week. These are not shots being heard around the world, but we'll just check in with the irrelevant, unrelated history just to see, what happened back then. And then we will continue because we still have an Israel section to cover in tonight's episode. But first, let's go to Dr. Chengia Rogers-Raghavan in the living room of the former Gatto studio over there on the other side of town. And then we will get to Yakub.
American flag bring to mind?
Well, the American flag brings to mind immediately the physical aspect of the flag itself, the colors. But the subliminal images are the power, a feeling of identification, and slowly it is a complete synthesis of usness or ourness, we. So it's more than simply a flag. It is psychologically our entire country, our existence. So the symbolism of the flag is not only the flag, it conjures up all kinds of images. And we understand it. We who are part of the 1% understand that this symbol has a tremendous effect on the general population. It has a tremendous impact on people across the world. All they have to see is an American flag to understand the power of America. So it's a symbol of power. And it's very useful. I mean, the military uses it, the countries use it, the games use it in some ways, in various ways. So the flag is the symbol of power in various forms in different parts of the country itself. And in terms of international use, of course, you'll find that wherever we are, our embassies and our cars, all of them carry these symbols. It's, again, the symbol of us being a powerful nation. We've built up that symbol within that flag. So the flag is not just simply a piece of cloth, but as I said, it is the country. It's the spirit of the country. So, and it has tremendous psychological impact on the viewers. It has a tremendous psychological impact on the people themselves, who will do literally anything in defense of the flag. It's the defense of the country. It's defense of the ideology. It's a defense of the people's aspiration. So when we talk about the American flag, I think we must be able to understand that this is a symbolic representation of the country, symbolic representation of our, we're slowly building ourselves to be an empire. It's a symbolic representation of the empire of the United States of America. And as such, other nations either look upon it with fear and with respect, and or else, if we are totally opposed to the policies of the United States, then we'll look upon it as the symbol of the enemy. So anything that has the American flag is seen to be something that is against people that fear that the flag is rearing its head, and it's the enemy. So the flag is not the flag only. The flag has many, many symbols, and we must be able to understand that, to understand our position in the world.
Do you want him to look more at the camera? Do you want me to move closer?
No, I want him to look at you.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure. Describe the psychology of control.
The psychology of control has the psychology itself has a long history, and the long history is where we have it's both a social science and a science too, and in terms of its scientific application, like all other social sciences, we have subjected it to serious criticism and experimentation. And in the psychology, I think, like all other schools, have been subjected to a serious investigation as to how this is applied, how it is, firstly, to understand humanity, because each one of us carries a particular entity of this psychology, and we all are psychologists to a great extent. But the control has been a mechanism of scholars, scientists, fundamentalists of kind, people who certainly are not engaged in the open discourse of human understanding, but rather the control of that understanding. So we get a whole lot of scientists spending, and the country spending millions of dollars, as indeed the Soviet Union, for an example, but worse still, the Nazi regime. The Nazi regime spent considerable amount of energy in terms of how to use propaganda.
Warning, this video contains truth bombs that will alter your view of reality. White people, listen up. This is going to be hard to hear, but the truth often is.
The Caucasian people are not a natural species of human beings.
It turns out that the white race was created just 6,000 years ago by an evil black scientist named Yakub. Through a system of eugenics, he was able to separate the white man from the original black man. Now, when I first heard about this, I brushed it off as complete nonsense. But then I started looking into it, and it made way too much sense. This revelation completely turned my life upside down, and to tell you the truth, I spiraled out of control. I relapsed on nitrous oxide and got addicted to rhino pills from the gas station, a deadly combination. One night I did too much and ended up in the hospital. But when I woke up, I had an epiphany. I realized that I couldn't just keep it inside. I had to tell the world the truth. The truth about Yakub, the creator of the white race.
Yakub, maker and creator of the devil.
The truth of Yakub was first revealed to humanity through Wallace Fard Muhammad, the founder of the Nation of Islam, or NOI, and was later expanded on by his successors Elijah Muhammad and Louis Farrakhan. In order to fully understand the Yakubian lore, we need to go back about 76 trillion years, when the universe was nothing but, well, nothing. It was just darkness. Out of that darkness, God, or Allah, created himself in a process that lasted 6 trillion years. When he was finally done working on himself, he created the rest of the universe. Now here's the thing, Allah wasn't the only God. He was actually the first in a long line of gods. After creating the universe, he also created 24 imams, or black scientists, to help him out, and each one of these imams would take turns being God for a little while. Okay, so fast forward another 4 trillion years, and one of these black scientist gods hated the planet so much that he decided to blow it up. He dug a giant hole into the center of the Earth and placed a bunch of dynamite inside the Earth's core, and yeah. The planet was then split in two, which would become the Earth and the Moon. Before this big split, humanity was divided into 13 tribes, but only one of them survived the explosion. The tribe of Shabazz. The survivors eventually settled in the land of Mecca in Saudi Arabia, and since white people didn't exist yet, the world was pretty much in complete harmony. This isn't to say that civilization was perfect, but the white man didn't invent League of Legends or tuna casserole yet, so it was undoubtedly much better than it is today. But still, In order for the original man to be perfect, he had to come face to face with the evil inside him and defeat it. And that evil would be brought about by a man named Yaqub, or as I like to call him, the Yak. Yaqub was born in Mecca, and he had a massive head. Okay, I mean, this mother sucker looked like Black Megamind. Here's a quote from one of Elijah Muhammad's books. He was a man, born a black scientist with a big head. He had a great big head, and they used to call him the Big Head Yaqub because his head contained so much wisdom, or brains of wisdom, that he was called the Big Head Yaqub, meaning he had a lot of wisdom. Yeah, it's not really the most elegantly written book I've read, but then again, the only other book I've read is Mind Equals Blown by Matthew Santoro, so I don't really have much to go on. By age 6, the Yak had already decided that he was going to take over the world. Years later, while studying at university, Yaqub made a shocking discovery that would change the world forever. Okay, so basically, inside of the original man, there was 2 genes, or germs. And one of these germs could be separated from him and used to create new races of people.
In the germ of the black man, the life germ, Yaqub saw the brown germ. And he said that if he could separate that brown germ, he could drive it into its last stage and clothe it with flesh and give it form and expression. And that Mr. Yaqub did.
The Yak figured out a technique to dilute the black man down into a lesser species that would be easy for him to control. He called this technique grafting, which was basically just eugenics, and he could use it to build that army. At age 18, he started recruiting people to help him get started with his experiments. So he basically started a cult and would entice people by telling them that they would have riches and slaves beyond their imagination. Before too long, Yaqub had a following of tens of thousands. But he also started getting the attention of the police, who considered Yaqub and his followers a threat. So they started rounding them up and throwing them in prison. All the jails in Mecca were overflowing with Yaqub's disciples. When the king of Mecca got word about what Yaqub was up to, he wasn't surprised at all.
You have to understand that all of Yaqub's actions were predicted long before his birth.
This is Oki. He's one of the world's foremost experts on Yaqub.
8,400 years before Yaqub's birth, the wise black scientists prophesied that one of their own would bring devils onto the earth, who would rule the planet for 6,000 years. The king of Mecca, being one of the scientists himself, was well aware of the prophecy.
The king knew he couldn't fight destiny, so instead of executing Yaqub, he allowed him to carry out his experiments and even funded them, but he told him to get the hell out of Mecca and do it somewhere else. So Yaqub, along with 59,999 of his followers, went to the island of Patmos off the coast of Greece. Once on the island, Yaqub got together a team of doctors, engineers, and scientists to figure out the best way to create a new race.
Next week, something big's gonna go down, all right? I don't want to spoil anything, but tune in.
They implemented a strict system of eugenics where darker-skinned babies would be eliminated and only the light-skinned ones could reproduce. This is also believed to be the origin of Planned Parenthood. Oh wow, look at that. It's time to talk about the sponsor of today's video, Displate. Now, as a big fan of putting stuff on my wall, I am super excited to write eugenics. With each new generation, the people's skin got lighter and lighter. After the first 200 years, the brown race was created from the black. This is your Arabs, your Turks, etc. 200 years after that, the red race came to be. This is your Indians, and also your Indians, the other type. According to Nation of Islam lore, Native Americans were expelled from India 16,000 years ago for breaking the laws of Islam. The next iteration was the yellow race, and so on and so forth.
That same process continued for 600 years, and at the end of that time, there was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed creature on our planet that is called the Caucasian.
This new race of quote-unquote people were completely devoid of the divine essence of Allah, who created the universe. The evil conditions that brought them into the world made them naturally prone to aggression and violence. With each passing generation, the Yaqubians became more and more psychopathic. And as if that wasn't bad enough, they were also taught tricknology.
Tricknology is the science of deception. The white devils used this practice to deceive and manipulate. It was through tricknology that the white man was able to divide and conquer Africa and the rest of the world.
When the new race of whites went back to Mecca, they immediately started causing problems. Friends started turning on each other, wars began to break out, and everybody was having gay sex. It was complete chaos. So the king deported the devils to the Caucasus Mountains, where they became even more feral. For 2,000 years, these Caucasians continued to devolve. They stopped wearing clothes and lived in caves, and they ate nothing but raw meat. The Neanderthals that we learned about in school are actually these people. Eventually, they would make their way west into what we now call Europe, where they invented the practice of gooning. Some of the whites, tired of living like savages, tried to graft themselves back into the black race, but they were too stupid to figure out the science and turned themselves into gorillas instead. According to Elijah Muhammad, all monkeys and apes come from this 2,000-year period. At the same time this was going on, Imam Shabazz, aka Abraham, like the one from the Bible, traveled from Mecca into Central Africa with some of his followers so that he could toughen them up for the hard times that were ahead. This was when black people started getting curly hair because of the rough conditions of the African jungles, and that's why we associate Africa with black people today. After 2,000 years of living like savages, Moses tried to civilize the white devils. He taught them how to read, how to wear clothes, and how to season their food. But the whites were so evil that Moses was having a hard time controlling them. And at one point, he got so frustrated that he blew up 300 of them with dynamite. Eventually, he was able to get through to them somewhat, and with Moses' guidance, the Caucasians began their dominion over the earth. Just like it says in the book of Revelation, "Behold a pale horse, his name is Death, and hell followed with him. Power was given unto him over 1/4 of the earth, to kill with the sword and famine and disease."
Just look at the evils the white man has done since he was grafted onto the world. Slavery, nuclear weapons, Emily in Paris.
Oki's right. White empires have been invading, enslaving, and colonizing the rest of the world for thousands of years now. I can't think of any other race of people who have done that. And you guys are probably asking yourselves, why? Why did the black man need to suffer so much at the hands of these devils? Well, it's simple. It's so that the original man can finally purge all evil from himself and become perfect like God. Or at least that's my understanding. But listen, at the end of the day, I'm just some Yakubian schmuck whose brain is cooked from years of nitrous abuse. So I can't really understand this stuff too well. But here's Louis Farrakhan's explanation.
Why are you going to allow all this suffering? Because it's going to manifest human nature to its fullest, and it will test the people under evil to see whether evil is as productive in their lives as good. So that at the end of this experiment, each of them will know that evil is not the way that they should go, but you must choose righteousness.
Luckily for the black man, his suffering will soon come to an end, because Allah will come back and bring an apocalypse on the white man. Every devil on the planet will be wiped out, and the black man will take his rightful place as ruler of the earth. In fact, we're living in those times right now. The countdown to Armageddon started 400 years ago with the pirate and slave trader John Hawkins. Hawkins is one of the pioneers of the transatlantic slave trade. But what John Hawkins didn't realize is that by bringing the black man to America, he was bringing in a Trojan horse. He was bringing about his own destruction. It's just like it says in the book of Genesis. Know for certain that for 400 years your descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and that they will be enslaved and mistreated there. But I will punish the nation they serve as slaves, and afterwards they will come out with great possessions. What this means is that after 400 years of slavery in America, a new God will come that will teach the black man his history and set in motion the destruction of Babylon, aka the United States. And in 1877, that man was born, Wallace Fard Muhammad. According to the NOI, Wallace was Allah himself in the flesh. And not only that, but he was the most powerful God in history, aside from the one who created the universe, of course. Now, you might be noticing a huge problem here. This guy is not black. Like, he's clearly Italian or something. And yeah, that's kind of a huge plot hole, honestly. According to Louis Farrakhan, though, Fard was black, and the reason for his Caucasoid-like appearance was that so he could blend into any group. but it's impossible to confirm the truth about this man's identity because he is one of the most mysterious people in history, and I am not exaggerating. There have been entire books dedicated to trying to figure out this guy's true identity. If you ask the Nation of Islam, he's from Mecca. According to the FBI, he's from Portland, and his US Census papers say he's from New Zealand. Others say he's from Pakistan or Turkey, and even his real name isn't known because he went by a number of different names, including Wallace D. Farad, Muhammad Ali, and Willie Ford. All in all, he had 58 different aliases, and he's been in and out of prison for various crimes. Either way, it doesn't really matter. In the early 1930s, Ford somehow materialized in Detroit and started dropping knowledge bombs on the city's black residents. After a little while, he started to pick up a decent amount of followers, including one Elijah Poole, who would later be known as Elijah Muhammad, a prophet in the Nation of Islam. In 1934, Fard would completely disappear after one of his followers killed somebody. Robert Harris, a high-ranking official in the Nation of Islam, killed a man by hitting him on the head with a tire iron and then stabbing him in the heart on an altar as a sacrifice to God. The police blamed Fard for the murder, and he briefly went to jail before completely dropping off the face of the earth. Or should I say, rising up off the face of the earth, because according to Elijah Muhammad, the messenger of God himself, Fard boarded a giant spaceship called the Mother Plane and left Earth to go do some God stuff.
The Mother Plane is a planet-sized spacecraft that will eventually come back to annihilate the white race. This is the same craft that Ezekiel saw in the Bible and mistook for an angel. All of the UFOs and flying saucers people keep seeing, those are just smaller ships that live inside the Mother Plane.
Wallace Fard Muhammad will soon return on the mothership and bring the end of the white race. So, guys, I'm sorry, but if you're white, your days are numbered.
You, Yakub, are the bearer of 9,999 diseases.
Now, guys, I was originally going to end the video here, but just when I thought I knew everything there was to know about Yakub, my world got turned upside down again. I learned about a book called The Holy Tablets that holds even more knowledge about Yakub. Now, I tried to buy this book off Amazon.com, but it costs about $900 American, which is a small price to pay for divine knowledge, but I owe so much money in back taxes and child support, I couldn't possibly afford it. Fortunately, after hours of scouring the deep web, I was able to find a PDF of the Holy Tablets. And honestly, I had a hard time understanding it, so I tried to reach out to Oki again, but unfortunately he had been arrested for emulating Nintendo games, so I was on my own for this one. The Holy Tablets were written by a guy named Malachi Z. York, the founder of the Nawubian Nation. According to Wikipedia, York is a black supremacist and also a convicted child and pedophile. Now, this could be true or could just be more Yakubian propaganda, so I'll leave it up to you to decide. Malachi Z. York took the story of Yakub and injected it with meth. I think that's the best way to describe it, okay? If you thought what we've been talking about so far is crazy, you ain't seen shit. So buckle up, because it's gonna be a wild ride. The ancestors of black people originated a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away on the planet Risk. These were godlike beings called the Anunnaki or the Elohim. At some point, a demon called Shaitan, or Satan, along with 200 of his fallen angels, set off a nuclear bomb on Risk, which destroyed the ozone layer. But the Anunnaki scientists figured out that they could create an artificial ozone layer using gold. But they quickly realized there was a huge problem. There wasn't enough gold on Risk to sustain the atmosphere. So they created a giant planet-sized spacecraft called Nibiru, which traveled around the universe gathering gold to power the shield. On one of these routine trips, Nibiru accidentally collided with the planet Neptune, which set it off course, hurtling towards the planet Tiamat. The leader of Tiamat, an alien known as Kingu, was alarmed by the giant spacecraft and waged an intergalactic war with the Anunnaki, which they lost. Some of the Anunnaki got together and rebuilt the Earth. They created oceans, rivers, and trees. And since Tiamat's original native population was killed off, they also created animals, which eventually evolved into our ancestors, Homo erectus. The Anunnaki then decided to splice Homo erectus DNA with their own, thus creating modern man. Or should I say, the modern black man. white people don't come around until much later. Now, the first humans actually had magical powers like telepathy and telekinesis, but after Cain killed his brother Abel, the Anunnaki removed the gland in the brain responsible for these powers and nerfed the humans' power levels substantially. Soon after that, the Anunnaki started using the humans as slaves to mine gold for their shield back home, and also to build them monuments like the pyramids. Okay, so let's fast forward a couple 100,000 years to around 6000 BC. Now, as we are all well aware, the Earth is hollow, and beneath the surface is another world called Agartha, inhabited by multiple different races. If you didn't know this, you should probably pay attention in history class, or just watch my video about it. One of these races was the Shiuk, who were descended from the Rizkians that I told you about earlier. They kind of look like Ethiopians with those big-ass foreheads. Another race was the Taros, who look like coneheads from the movie Coneheads. The king of the Taros gave his daughter to the king of the Shiuk to marry, but she hated him, so she ran off with the king's brother instead and went to live on the surface, where they settled in the city of Mecca, and they had a child together. His name? Yaqub. Except in this book it's spelled Yaaqub for some reason. Because he was constantly mocked for the size of his head, Yaqub became hateful and resentful of the surface dwellers. This is when an evil race of aliens from the planet Pleiades telepathically gave Yaqub the idea to create his own race that would take over the world and enslave the surface-dwelling black people. Yaqub started preaching to the people of Mecca that they could rule over the entire earth if they followed him, and soon all the people who used to make fun of him were now his disciples. All the women that used to laugh at his head now wanted to give him head. The king of Mecca was threatened by Yaqub's cult and threw him and all of his followers in prison. But when all the prisons in Arabia started to get full, the king made a deal with them. He would spare their lives, but they had to leave the Arabian Peninsula. So Yaqub took 59,999 of his followers, got on boats, and started sailing around Africa. But Yaqub was too eager to start his experiment. He couldn't even wait to find a suitable location to build a lab or anything. So he started experimenting right then on the boat. He started banging his female followers and getting them pregnant. He would keep the lighter-skinned babies and throw the darker-skinned ones overboard. When word got out what Yaqub was doing, many of his followers abandoned him. By the time they got to their final destination, the island of Patmos, 95% of Yaqub's original followers had abandoned him. But that's okay, he didn't need them. As long as he had his most loyal followers, he could continue his plan. Once on Patmos, he started passing eugenics laws. From here on, it's pretty much the same story as the Nation of Islam version, so I'll just skip to the end. Yaqub died at the age of 150 after one of his brains exploded, but he passed his ideas and techniques on to his followers, who continued his work. It took another 500 years, but they eventually completed their experiment and created a race that were, quote, mentally and physically weak and wicked. From there, this new race of albinoids, as they were called, were taught tricknology and went out and caused chaos throughout the world. But the rule of the Yaqubians, it's all part of the plan. This was all predicted by the 24 wise elder scientists in the inner earth. They also predicted that a savior would come from the heavens and bring forth a new era of peace and prosperity, where the Ebenoid race would rule the earth once again. Or at least the surface of it. That promised savior is Malachi Z. York, who was sent to Earth to end the Luciferian reign of the white man. But unfortunately, he got a little sidetracked and started diddling kids, and is now in prison for 135 years. I'm not really sure if that was part of the wise elder scientist plan. You know, guys, a few weeks ago, when I first discovered the origin of my race, I was pretty...
Why the do you have flex cuffs on Epstein Island? You know why. And mom tells her to duct tape me and put me in the dungeon. She was Jeffrey Epstein's property manager.
She's just running around out there.
Right.
Not detained. What?
Nothing. She blindfolds me. I start getting a little scared because when the blindfold went on, I was like, I'm about to get executed. And this dude charges into the dungeon and just runs up to me and smacks me on the side of my head, closed fist. Police came back and found the dude hogtied, butt naked in the boat. I'm trying to figure out, like, well, how am I going to get it back to St. John? I don't have a phone. I've got nothing. I have absolutely nothing on me. I've got boots and my We Fight Monsters bathing suit. I didn't even have a shirt. And it was hot. Like, I was roasting. Emery gets a phone call about this time. I've probably been...
Who?
Emery. the black female that was driving the ATV. So I've probably been tied up for about an hour, maybe 30 minutes at this point. I don't know. Time was elusive. I was definitely, heat exhaustion was setting in. I was dehydrated as hell. I'd inhaled a bunch of seawater on the way up. And then obviously that huge physical exertion trying to get up there and then get away. She gets a phone call and she answers on speaker and calls the woman on the other end, Mom. And I'm like, that is very strange. What is going on? And Mom tells her to duct tape me and put me in the dungeon. And I'm thinking in my head, that what an awful choice of words for somebody who works for a billionaire trying to rebrand this island from what it used to be. Why would you call it the dungeon? That is a strange thing to say. And
wow, that's strange. Her mom?
Right, her mom. And I'm thinking in my head, like, this lady's just trying to scare me. And, they're taking pictures of me the whole time, and I was not about to let them know I was freaked out. So I would smile at them, like, I'm trying to irritate them a little bit, but also let them know, like, I'm good. You might remember from the last time we talked that this was not the first time I've been kidnapped. And so I'm trying to stay as calm as I possibly can. I actually was pretty damn calm at this point. No big deal. I'm getting a misdemeanor citation. I just got to sit through this bullshit while these people harass me until the police get there. So,
can you see your buddies?
No, they were long gone. They were long. They had to be.
Okay.
Because of their backgrounds and the lines of work they're in today, a trespassing charge is going to harm their livelihood. I would suspect. You know my background. You think I care about another misdemeanor? I really
no.
Thank God I'm not a felon, and I knew I wasn't facing any felony here. But a misdemeanor, who cares, man? That's what I'm thinking at the time. I didn't realize in that moment that the Virgin Islands can actually give you 30 days in prison for misdemeanor trespassing. I thought it was a citation. I was wrong. So hindsight being 2020, I probably should have researched that a little bit more. So she gets off the phone with Mom, and the Haitians and the Hispanic dude go to look for duct tape, which they can't find, but they did find flex cuffs. It's like the third red flag. Why the fuck do you have flex cuffs on Epstein Island? So they put me, they zip tie me. I've got flex cuffs, 1/2-inch zip ties, and a rope at this point. And they tell me to go to the ATV. Well, this dock's like, 50 yards long. And I'm hobbled, and they make me start hopping down this dock to the very last ATV in the line to transport me somewhere else. You remember monkey fuckers that you used to have doing PT?
No.
So
maybe.
Let me demonstrate. The monkey fucker, where you hold your ankles like this.
Oh, shit.
So that's basically what I'm doing. For 50 yards down the dock, I've got a foot between me and this row of ATVs of dock to hop on and the ocean on the other side of me. And I'm positive I'm going to fall in. And Emery starts joking, maybe they should just kick me in since I'm so thirsty. And I'm like, these motherfuckers about to try to make me drown. So I'm still hardly able to breathe, like terribly dehydrated. Like all I can think about is wanting water. And I'm having to do monkey fuckers down this whole ass dock to get to their ATV so they can take me to wherever they're going to take me. To the dungeon is what they called it. And again, I'm still thinking they're just trying to scare me. Well, we get to the dungeon, and I quickly realized, like, they weren't trying to scare me. They legit have a dungeon. I think we gave Laura a sky view, a satellite view from Google Earth of this thing. It's like this door in the middle of a hillside. The roof is grass, and inside it's like this 10 by 20 dungeon. Like, there's nothing. It's just a cement room. The optics, I'm thinking at this point in time.
What went on in that room?
Right, yeah. But see, I had no idea at this point who these people were. So none of this is clicking in my head, really. Like, I know I'm on Epstein Island. I know the history. But I wasn't nearly as freaked out as I should have been, right? they throw me in this room. It's like 120 degrees in there. And they come add duct tape now to my ankles, my knees. Mom calls again, and they keep answering this bitch on speakerphone. I'm positive they're trying to like psyop me and terrify me even more. And she tells them to make sure I'm in the corner of that room so that the breeze from the doorway cannot reach me. And I'm dreading that happening because the breeze felt like the only thing that was keeping me conscious. She tells them to continue denying me water. I hear her say over the phone, if it was up to me, I would just shoot every one of these motherfuckers. The Haitians keep referring to the woman on the other end of the phone as the owner, the owner, the owner. Emery leaves. I'm trying to talk to the Haitians, like, please get me some water. Please get me some water. And they're like, look, if you think this one's bad, just wait till the owner gets here. So repeated references made to the owner. So I'm still thinking like the owner is Steve Deckoff, and maybe they're talking about his wife or something. I don't know how many hours have passed at this point, but it was a bunch. Finally, the owner shows up, who I later figured out was Mom, who was on the phone with Emery every time. She comes, like, Emery had come back and given me water. Like, I had been trying to work, my magic on human connection with her and the Haitians this whole time. And I think it finally started paying off a little bit because she did come back with ice cold water. And, she poured it in my mouth for me. And it was like a different persona than the Emery that had me down there, near the beach. Like, you could tell she was angry as shit in the beginning. So Mom gets there. Now I know who Mom is today. I did not at that moment. Her name is Ann Rodriguez, and she is Emery Polleon's mother. She gets there furious, and I don't understand why she's so mad. I was just going to take a picture and leave the island. We weren't even trying to interact with people. They were hundreds of yards away until they saw us and came to us. Like, I know I was trespassing. I'm aware of that. But the level of vitriol coming from this woman towards me made zero sense to me at the time.
Is she the legit owner?
I don't know. We'll get there. Let's get there now. I'll tell you who she is. She was Jeffrey Epstein's property manager. In other words,
how do you know that?
The files. The Epstein files.
Oh, shit.
If you search her name in there, it returns 23,000 results.
23,000?
23,000 results. A lot of emails with her calling Jeffrey boss man. Emails of her handling flights and lodging for females. Like, she was managing logistics and maintenance, security. To say that
the whole fucking thing, and she's just running around out there.
Right. To say it a different way.
Not detained. What the
nothing.
Fuck, man.
And apparently kidnapping people. So the Haitians, she blindfolds me. And at this point, I start getting a little scared. I may have watched an ISIS beheading video or two too many. Because when the blindfold went on, I was like, fuck, I'm about to get executed. And more time passes. At this point, panic sets in because I'm convinced they're going to kill me. I still don't know.
The New York Times has published a Epstein bombshell. Now, much of the reporting here we knew about, but we do get a behind the scenes look into how the Trump administration was basically freaking out over the Epstein files behind the scenes, but more importantly, how Trump's senior advisors gathered in the Situation Room multiple times to basically figure out what their game plan was in responding to the absolute rage members of their own base were lodging against them because it was abundantly clear that there was a cover-up of the Epstein files. This story is pretty incredible, but remember, someone or maybe multiple people within the Trump administration clearly leaked this. Someone who was in the Situation Room clearly leaked this to the New York Times. And you should ask yourselves why. All right, with that in mind, here are the details. So At one point during one of the earlier meetings in the Situation Room, apparently Vice President J.D. Vance had suggested that, hey, you know what, maybe we just get out in front of this. Maybe we do engage in transparency. And he suggested that Tucker Carlson interview Ghislaine Maxwell so that she can state that Trump has never been part of any wrongdoing tied to Jeffrey Epstein. And he really wanted the administration to release the files, according to this New York Times report. And so Vance argued that even the unsubstantiated claims about Trump should go out because he felt that they were gonna surface anyway. So why not get out in front of it and show that there's really nothing to be concerned about when it comes to Trump, because the administration is the one who released this in good faith, right? That's the play that he had in mind. Now, his idea was rejected, as you can imagine. Blanche also laid out what he saw as their best options. So option number one, apparently, was to petition federal district courts in Florida and New York to unseal the grand jury testimonies, the secret transcripts of prosecutors' presentations of witnesses and evidence in their efforts to obtain indictments in the past Epstein-related cases. As those were almost certain to contain no significant new information, everyone agreed that this option was a good idea, and not only because a release was unlikely to damage the president. So get a load of this. This is why they thought this was their best option. Under the federal rules of criminal procedure, the bar for any release is exceptionally high. If the courts refuse to unseal them, as Blanche predicted, they could shift the blame for withholding the Epstein material away from the Trump administration and onto the judges. And all the better if the judges had been appointed by Democratic presidents. You get what I mean here? Like, they're like, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't we advertise that we're pushing for these documents to be released, from these court proceedings, knowing that it is very unlikely that judges will agree to releasing these documents. And then we can say it's out of our hands. It's out of our hands. Now, Blanche's suggestion would make it look like the White House wanted these materials to be released, knowing that it was unlikely to happen. Amazing. So option two, by the way, involved having the Justice Department question Ghislaine Maxwell and publicly release the transcript. Now, we know that Todd Blanche met with Ghislaine Maxwell privately, and that meeting, for the most part, is shrouded in secrecy. Nonetheless, Vance floated the idea of Maxwell getting questioned during a congressional hearing instead. Blanche thought it would be too hard to get her to sign on to doing that, that she would expect something in return, quid pro quo. And so at that point, White House counsel Warrington jumps in and says, look, we've got some options in terms of what we can offer her. The way the story was reported, Warrington wasn't suggesting he was in favor of either option, but he was saying, look, we could either get her a pardon or have her sentence reduced. That yielded strong disapproval from members of Trump's cabinet. They thought that's not gonna look good if we give her a pardon or if we shorten her sentence. So the consensus was to go along with the first option of calling for the release of the grand jury material, knowing that it was unlikely that the judges would agree to releasing it in the first place. And Trump went along with that, although reluctantly so, as is reported in the Times. They also get into Bindergate, and that part of the reporting is pretty incredible. So in the meantime, as you know, you have Trump's cabinet meeting in the Situation Room, trying to figure out, like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? People are freaking out over the Epstein files. You have former Attorney General Pam Bondi, then Attorney General, of course, engaging in that stunt with the binders. And it does appear as though that stunt was done without the approval of the administration, because they learned about it as it was happening and they panicked because they didn't know what was in the binders. And they were worried that the binders would contain documents that, how shall I say this, wouldn't be so favorable to Trump's reputation and image. Let's just put it that way. So Keir Starmer, by the way, happened to be visiting the White House that day, and there was, again, a lot of fear that something really nasty about Trump is about to come out. Now, over at the Justice Department, officials were reviewing the Epstein material, which included as many as 6 million pages of files. Most of Trump's advisors had rejected out of hand the idea of releasing the FBI's raw interview notes. They wanted to avoid putting out anything that could damage the president. And by the way, that appeared to be the #1 priority throughout this very lengthy piece. It seems as though what they wanted to prioritize, what they were worried about, was Trump's image more than anything else. And so Blanche determines that they can't put out the files and wanted to convey that message in a public memo. And so this was a huge problem for FBI Director Kash Patel and former Deputy FBI Director Dan Bongino. According to the reporting here, Dan Bongino in particular was very fiery in pushing for the immediate release of the surveillance footage from the prison where Epstein was allegedly found dead. Now, Bongino hated the Justice Department's Nothing to See Here memo being drawn up for public release. He told Patel this would in no way align with their promises of transparency after taking over the FBI, and he objected to putting the FBI seal on the letterhead, but he was overruled. So let's just pause for a second. This story, you have to ask yourselves, okay, this was obviously leaked to the Times. Whoever the leaker was in on these deliberations. Who looks good in this piece? Whose reputation might be saved in this piece? And honestly, it's undeniable. Dan Bongino is the one who comes out looking like the good one in this reporting. Now, mind you, Dan Bongino could have blown the whistle. That would have been the difficult thing to do. He didn't do it. So if he is the leaker, think about how rascally that is. Think about the cowardice of going along with the cover up while you're in the administration, and then potentially, we don't know for sure, leaking this to the New York Times in an effort to rehabilitate your reputation because Homeboy's podcast ain't doing well, okay? Anyway, let's get back to both Patel and Bongino. So apparently Kash Patel privately said that he was sharing many of Bongino's concerns. But remember, he's a good boy. Kash Patel's a very good boy for Daddy Trump. So he provided his support in an internal email that he sent on July 2nd. And I should note, obviously I'm sure there were Freedom of Information requests and things like that for this reporting. But in the email, he wrote the following: "Thanks for the edits, and I still believe this is the correct vehicle forward," Patel wrote, meaning he wanted the cover up. So he wrote that to a small group of colleagues, including Todd Blanche. "I'm happy to add any additional sentences to complete the shortfall, or to compete the shortfall. But I do think we address specifically why more can't be released as it relates to specific topics, i.e. court order, child sexual abuse material, victim protections, etc." Okay, but what was even more telling of these deliberations that were taking place, especially as it pertains to that memo, inside the White House, Trump had no interest in releasing anything. And senior officials, including Susie Wiles and Blair, were initially unconvinced about the reach of the Epstein crisis. They told colleagues that Republican voters didn't care. And they had early data from Trump's chief pollster, Tony Fabrizio, to demonstrate it. You might be asking yourselves, Tony Fabrizio, who was that guy? He sounds familiar. I feel like he was in the news recently. He was in the news recently. It's worth noting that Tony Fabrizio was a consultant for various Israeli politicians, including Benjamin Netanyahu. And then right now, he is serving as Naftali Bennett's pollster. Naftali Bennett is a challenger to Netanyahu in upcoming elections for prime minister. So these are people who are in bed with Israel. Israel has been implicated in the release of the Epstein.
Late on the evening of April 18th, 1775, 700 British regulars were awakened, not told where they were going, and silently marched through the dark, empty streets of Boston. A fleet of boats was waiting to row them across the Charles River to the Cambridge marshes. For all the care the British had taken to keep their plans secret, Dr. Joseph Warren, one of Boston's leading rebels, got wind of it.
You don't move 1,000 men out of Boston in the middle of the night without arousing a response. American rebel leaders send warning. 2 men, William Dawes and a silversmith named Paul Revere, are sent in different routes to alert Samuel Adams and others in Lexington that the British, in fact, are coming.
Before the 2 men left, Revere saw to it that 2 lanterns appeared in the belfry of the Old North Church, just long enough to alert sympathizers on the mainland that the regulars were crossing by water to Cambridge, not marching overland through Roxbury.
Time will never erase the horrors of that midnight cry, when we were roused from the benign slumbers of the season with the dire alarm that 1,000 of the troops of George III were gone forth to murder the peaceful inhabitants of the surrounding villages. Hannah Winthrop.
Just after midnight, on the morning of April 19th, 1775, Revere reached Lexington and the house where Adams and Hancock were hiding. "The regulars are coming out," he shouted. The 2 rebel leaders fled into the night. Lexington's militiamen, summoned from their beds, dressed, gathered up whatever weapons they happened to own, and hurried to the town green. Their commander was Captain John Parker, a farmer, who, like many of his 70 men, had fought alongside the British in the French and Indian War. Then, shortly before dawn, someone spotted 6 companies of redcoats, about 250 men, approaching at a rapid clip. On horseback in the lead was Major John Pitcairn, a Scottish veteran with nothing but scorn for colonists. Captain Parker knew he could not stop the British, but he wanted to impress them with his men's resolve. Parker told them not to fire first. A British officer shouted, "Throw down your arms, ye villains, ye rebels, and disperse."
They begin to disperse. Many of them turn their backs and start to walk away. A shot rings out. No one knows where the shot came from. That leads to promiscuous shooting, mostly by the British. It's not a battle, it's not a skirmish, it's a massacre. Now blood has been shed. Now the man on your left has been shot through the head. Your neighbor on the right has been badly wounded. You can't put that genie back in the bottle.
8 militiamen died on the Lexington Green. 9 more were wounded. The rest fled.
The fact that the British have fired on their own people, which is how it's viewed by the Americans, causes an outrage that takes it to a new level in terms of resistance, a feeling that they're killing us. And the only thing that we can do in response is to kill them as quickly as we can in numbers as profound as we can.
The British resumed their march toward Concord, now just 6.5 miles away. Meanwhile, other riders fanned out across the countryside to spread word of what had happened. Militiamen from nearby towns rushed toward Concord. It seemed as if men came down from the clouds, one man said. It was not memories of the Stamp Act or the tax on tea that rallied them. "We always had governed ourselves," one man remembered, "and we always meant to." In Acton, 6 miles to the west of Concord, 40 Minutemen gathered at the home of their commander, Captain Isaac Davis, a 30-year-old gunsmith.
My husband said but little that morning. He seemed serious and thoughtful. As he led the company from the house, he turned himself around and seemed to have something to communicate. He only said, "Take good care of the children," and was soon out of sight. Hannah Davis.
The British seized 2 bridges spanning the Concord River and spread throughout the town. They entered houses, broke into barns and outbuildings. Most of the arms and provisions they'd hoped to find had either been shifted elsewhere or successfully hidden. But they did smash open 60 barrels of flour and destroyed several wooden gun carriages before setting it all ablaze.
The decision is made by the American commanders on the scene that we're not going to fight in Concord. We will retreat across the Concord River, across the North Bridge, and we will wait for them on the other side.
By then, some 450 militiamen were clustered together on a hillside overlooking the North Bridge, still under strict orders not to fire upon the King's troops unless fired upon. But when they saw smoke rising from town, they concluded that Concord itself was burning.
At North Bridge, the American soldiers, the militiamen, see this, and they say to each other, they're burning down our town. Are we going to let them burn down our town? And that's when they march to the bridge.
3 companies of British regulars now guarded the bridge. Isaac Davis, the gunsmith from Acton, was picked to head the columns sent towards it. Suddenly, without orders, a redcoat fired his musket. The front line of British troops followed with a ragged volley. A musket ball tore through Isaac Davis's chest, severing an artery and spraying blood on 2 men coming up behind him. Abner Hosmer, another member of his company, was shot through the head. "God damn them," a militia captain shouted. "Fire, men, fire." At least 8 redcoats were hit, including 4 officers. The British began to back away, then to run. When one wounded soldier struggled to his feet and tried to follow, a militiaman split his skull with a hatchet. The British regulars regrouped and began the long march back to Boston.
Before the whole had quitted the town, we were fired on from houses and behind trees. And before we had gone half a mile, we were fired on from all sides, but mostly from the rear, where people had hid themselves in houses till we had passed, and then fired.
Every step of the way becomes more intense. The sound of bullets winging around them, the sound of bullets hitting soldiers, this deep thud as if you're beating a rug. Screams of men who've been wounded in the British column. And it's beginning to look as though the column could be destroyed.
The British were in complete disarray as they staggered into Lexington. But now, filling the road ahead of them, were more than 1,000 much-needed reinforcements. 2 British cannons swept the Lexington Green, and 1 ball smashed through the wall of the meeting house. Several houses were set on fire. But the redcoats were still outnumbered and under relentless attack. They resumed their retreat to Boston.
We retired for 15 miles under an incessant fire, which, like a moving circle, surrounded us and followed us wherever we went. It was impossible not to lose a good many men. General Hugh Percy.
The retreat from Concord was a truly horrifying event for many British soldiers. It would have been a fairly traumatic experience, to put it mildly, to be shot at from all sides by people you didn't believe were going to shoot at you.
In the village of Menotomy, The fighting was house to house. A militiaman named Amos Farnsworth remembered entering a home to find a pool of blood that half covered his shoes.
The bloody field at Menotomy was strewed with mangled bodies. We met one affectionate father with a cart, looking for his murdered son and picking up his neighbors who had fallen in battle. Hannah Winthrop.
In Boston, crowds watched as the redcoats straggled back. The British had suffered 273 casualties, including 73 dead. 95 Americans had been hit over the course of the day, 49 of them fatally. Family members moved along the road looking for missing sons and brothers and fathers. In Acton that evening, Hannah Davis and her 4 children looked on as men of her husband Isaac's militia company carried his corpse through her door.
He was placed in my bedroom till the funeral.
Good, pull it.
The bodies of Abner Hosmer, one of the company.
So that's how America got started. British colonists fighting back against the king from, who was ruling from far away. And it had a lot of conflict that it's not unlike some of the conflict we're being pushed into today. And I want to keep it in mind. Who was the American Revolution fought against? From the American side, we fought who? Do you remember, Scott?
I mean, it's the British, right?
The British. Okay. All right. So
Allegedly.
if not so long later, they wanted to merge us back together with Britain. That would be a thing, right? Because this is who we fought the war against. But now, come World War II, it's all about union now with Britain. And this book did not used to be available. So I bought a Xerox copy from some people back in 2004. And this is fascinating because Clarence Strait, he's a Rhodes Scholar. So it's the 50 years, 40 years after Rhodes is dead. This is full culmination. He wanted to get America back into the British Empire, and it was going on, and it continued to happen. So that leads us up to where we are today, and this union now with Israel. It's the same sort of thing. Maybe we shouldn't be allying with foreign countries who are diametrically opposed to a lot of what made this country in the first place. But it's interesting what time can do and what people do when they're not paying attention to history, and they just slowly get moved back over into the empire and get colonized at the next level. So it's interesting and fascinating. It's a little sad that people don't pay attention, but this is our opportunity to step up by paying attention and learning about such things, because this union that they're trying to do is not anything anyone in America was asking for, unless they held dual citizenship. And then, you got to put one of these flags on, because that's what they're doing. Look back at those Grand Theft World episodes where I was wearing the various modalities of that patch. What they've been percolating has been going on for a long time. It's nothing new. It didn't just happen because Trump got in there, but Trump being in there gave them the opportunity to put the cherry on top of their ice cream sundae. You have to consider there's a country that's founded by 2 banking families of the same family, the British Rothschilds and the French Rothschilds. Well, which one bailed out Trump? Oh, that was the American Rothschilds. And how far can he be from that establishment when he's so close to the country that they established? When his daughter is married into a capo from that syndicate mafia dynasty. So I don't know what people expect. I think he's been shot at, probably by them, that they then showed him what they could do with Charlie Kirk. They're like, hey, just in case you didn't get the first message, here's the second message. And he's a kept dude, and this is not Freedom Land right now. You couldn't get Freedom Land back unless you realized it was being taken away, right? So I think it's imperative that we stop to study some history before we keep making moves on the board, because the people who are moving things around the board might not be doing so in our best interest. Let's say it like that. Scott, did you have thoughts on what we just learned?
Well, let's see. Are we learning more about this Israel situation in the upcoming block here? Is that this?
Oh yeah, we're gonna learn.
Yeah.
But first we have to get into a non-related story about the USS Liberty.
There you
But
go.
we will get to an Israel.
And it's
block.
nothing to do. Yeah, of course, none of them have anything to do with each other.
None of them have anything to do with any of that.
Yeah.
It's just random news stories.
Just random news stories. Yeah. So I'll say my thoughts on that.
Yes.
Let me see. Yep, there's some Charlie Kirk stuff which ties into this other story that I'll tell you guys about that kind of broke today. I don't know if we have clips on it, but this kid that said that he didn't want to work with Jews, isn't that kind of what Charlie Kirk said? And we saw what happened to him.
That kid's slow in the uptake. All right, USS Liberty. Let's go here. June 8th, 1967. Here's postcard. They make postcards about the attack. And here's a picture of the ship. And here's a picture of the only Marine to survive the ship. And I interviewed him back in like 2015, 2016. And Phil Turney, who's also on USS Liberty, has been a guest on Grand Theft World last summer, probably. Right. So we have covered this topic a little bit in the past, but what we have to share this evening is a guy who just got outed by the Israel lobby. Thomas Massie comes to the Congress floor, has some words to say that heretofore have not been said in such a forum. It's a pretty big deal. So even though you may have heard about USS Liberty and everyone's got like, I don't know, I got USS Liberty shirt. I got USS Liberty t-shirt. I got hats. I have a red shirt. I have a black shirt. I got a lot of these shirts over the years. It's a popular thing in the past couple years, but these guys have been trying their hardest for 50 plus years to get somebody who's in our representative government to speak some truth, to let other people know this is still going on, that these guys are dying off. They would like to see some justice in their lifetime, as would the families. And it's a big deal because now, in the midst of USS Liberty still being an unresolved major historical event that ties into a lot of other things, they're trying to merge our military and intelligence with the country that tried to kill those sailors. They were not going to be taken as prisoners of war. The lifeboats were strafed to kill survivors. It's an atrocious situation. And when you get into the parts about the declassified documents about Moshe Dayan, who was in charge of the Israeli defense side of things over there, and the strategies that were being used, and the fact that you will hear probably in one of these clips, Israeli fighter jets being told to attack our NSA listening post ship with just a 50 cal gun. It's not a warship. It's a signals intelligence ship. They clearly identify it as an American ship, and they're like, hey, we probably shouldn't shoot this. And they're like, no, you have to shoot it. You have to attack it. And it wasn't just planes. It was planes, torpedo boats, helicopter. There was napalm, all sorts of good stuff that they brought to the game that day. And our sailors, there was a Marine on there, but our sailors were not given advance notice of a game being played with them. And I also find that it's just absence of honor. But if that's the standard of protocol, if you wage war by deception and therefore truth is your enemy, then I can understand why you might make an enemy out of people who value the truth. Without further ado, I yield the floor to the esteemed colleague, soon to be civilian like the rest of us, Thomas Massie.
Mr. Speaker, it's my great honor, maybe one of the biggest honors of my lifetime, to stand here on the floor and do something that's 59 years overdue, to recognize the survivors and those who gave their lives on the USS Liberty 59 years ago today, when they were viciously attacked by IDF jets, and also after that by torpedo boats. I'm going to tell you a little bit of their story. And there, by the way, there's at least a dozen of them here today with us. I just met with them in my office, and they related this story to me. You know, it was a clear day. The USS Liberty was one of the most technologically sophisticated ships in the Navy, but it was virtually unarmed, and it was sent to observe the six-day war going on in the Middle East between Israel and its neighbors. It arrived on June 7th, and the weather was clear. The planes came out to meet them, to investigate. And then on the next day, on June 8th, they started the day. The visibility was unlimited. The American flag was flying proudly on the USS Liberty. More planes came from Israel to surveil the boat, the ship. And they thought they were in good shape, but what happened next surprised them all. French Mirage jets showed up, and for 25 minutes, strafed and attacked the USS Liberty. They shot rockets. They shot 30-millimeter cannons into the hull and into the ship. They even dropped napalm on the bridge of the ship. This was an effort to kill everybody on board. There was no intention of taking prisoners. After the 25 grueling minutes of attack on this virtually unarmed ship, and they thought things were over and they could recover, the torpedo boats showed up, 3 torpedo boats. They launched 4 torpedoes. One of them hit the hull of the USS Liberty and killed 25 people instantly. It blew a 40-foot by 40-foot hole in the side of this ship. They were intent on sinking it. But they were also intent on not having a single survivor. According to eyewitness accounts, the Israelis machine-gunned the lifeboats that they put down. They machine-gunned the firefighters who were on the deck. They were bringing the wounded and the dead to the mess hall to triage them. They had one doctor who was trying to help them all, put a few stitches in. It was harrowing, and it's amazing. If not for that crew, that boat would have sunk that day. But it still wasn't over. Helicopters showed up, combat helicopters. And the USS Liberty, even though their signals were being jammed by the Israelis, got a signal out. And there were ships that tried to respond. The USS Saratoga, the USS America sent planes, both of them sent planes to help the USS Liberty. And something happened that's never happened before. A ship under attack, the planes were recalled. This has never happened before. And they sat there for 17 hours. 34 dead, 174 wounded, out of 294 crew members. That's over 70% casualty rate, unheard of. The Israelis were intent on leaving no survivor. And what about our own military? Why did they not send anybody for 17 hours to help these men? So what really happened? You know, the official reports say that it was a case of mistaken identity. But if you listen to Dean Rusk, former Secretary of State, Richard Helms, CIA Director, Bobby Ray Inman, head of the NSA, Captain Ward Boston, who was the chief counsel of the Court of Inquiry. If you listen to Admiral Moore, who served in Pearl Harbor, Midway, commanded both the Atlantic and Pacific Fleet, and was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, none of these distinguished men think this was an accident. They think it was intentional murder by the country of Israel, either as a false flag operation or because they simply didn't want anybody observing what they were doing that day. Well, I've got a call to action for everybody here. Honor these individuals. Quit ignoring that they exist. Go to their website, ussliberty.org. Support them. And while they're still alive, they need closure. Let's give them closure. Let's have an investigation. Let's pass a resolution honoring them. It's long overdue. And then they can have their justice. With that, I yield back. And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a declaration of Ward Boston declaring that the only official court of inquiry was invalid.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the chair.
That U.S. Navy ship is called the USS Carl Vinson. And let's just say, hypothetically, that an ally of ours bonded, killing 34 people and wounding another 171. They claimed it was a case of mistaken identity, even though you can clearly see the stars and stripes flying high. Anyway, years later, when we wanted to honor the fallen soldiers, that same ally, an ally that shall not be named, then accused us of committing a hate crime. I know that sounds crazy, but that's exactly what happened. New York Times, January 6, 1989, library's name brings talk of anti-Semitism. The Liberty was an American intelligence ship, 34 of whose crew were killed when she was attacked in the Mediterranean 22 years ago, 59 years ago now, by Israel, which said in a subsequent apology that its flyers had mistaken her for an Egyptian vessel. Okay, just as a pure hypothetical, this is what the two ships looked like. More than a year ago, when the new library was being planned, a local industrialist donated $400,000 for construction, asking that it be named for the Liberty as a memorial to her fallen sailors. The village council later agreed, whereupon Jewish organizations in Milwaukee declared that the name was an insult to Israel. That's right. This is the current state of America, where patriotism is now apparently a hate crime.
It's my great honor, maybe one of the biggest honors of my lifetime, to stand here on the floor and do something that's 59 years overdue, to recognize the survivors and those who gave their lives on the USS Liberty 59 years ago today.
On the 59th anniversary of the attack, Representative Thomas Massey of Kentucky took to the House floor to honor the survivors of the USS Liberty, calling for the United States Congress to reopen its investigation into the 1967 Israeli attack on the U.S. Navy ship.
Quit ignoring that they exist. Go to their website, ussliberty.org. Support them. And while they're still alive, they need closure. Let's give them closure. Let's have they can have their justice.
Of course, research. Here are the highlights that I think everyone should know, but sure as hell won't be taught in school. The Six-Day War of 1967 forever reshaped the Middle East, solidifying Israel's position as a dominant military power in the region. But the lead up to this conflict was marked by intense geopolitical maneuvering and escalating tensions, including the threat of the Soviet Union joining the conflict on the side of the Arab nations. During this period, U.S. foreign policy was also shifting. President Kennedy had maintained a balanced approach in the Middle East, supporting Israel while trying to remain neutral. But after his assassination, President Lyndon Johnson took a much stronger stance in favor of Israel. In a now famous quote, Johnson told an Israeli diplomat, quote, "You have lost a very great friend, but you have found an even better one." And on the eve of the Six-Day War, the United States sent one of its most advanced Navy research vessels, the USS Liberty, commanded by Captain William McGonigal, to international waters off the coast of the Sinai Peninsula. Officially, its mission was intelligence gathering. But some aboard the ship allege there was a far more sinister plan at play.
James, we were deliberately sent there. All the ships were going one way, we were the only ones going that way. We were sent there by the Johnson administration in collusion with the Israeli government to sink that ship and blame it on the Arab states.
On May 30th, 1967, just 10 days before Israel's attack on the USS Liberty, General Mir Amit, the head of Mossad, the Israeli equivalent of the CIA, flew to Washington, D.C. for a series of secret meetings. The first person he went to see was James Angleton, then the CIA's head of counterintelligence. He then went to meet with CIA boss Richard Helms, and then finally a meeting with Robert McNamara, the Secretary of Defense.
I told him, look, we don't want even one soldier from you. All what we want from you to stop the Russian coming into the arena, and number two, to help us after the war. So when I finished, he asked me two questions. One, how long it would take? I said 1 week. How many casualties? I told him less than the War of Independence. So I asked him, Mr. Secretary, what do you advise to me? Can I go home now? Or stay here until things will clear up? He said, no, you go home, your place is there now. I drew the conclusion that it was a green light.
Amit also said that McNamara consulted President Johnson several times during their conversation, so there was no doubt he was fully informed. Fully informed of what? That is the critical question.
Eshkol and LBJ and their cronies together had a tight-fisted group that said, let's get this going. This attack was probably planned a year in advance.
Jim Ennis, an officer aboard the USS Liberty, later found evidence, meeting minutes dated from April 1967, from a secret group called the 303 Committee that revealed the Liberty was part of a larger plan, codenamed Cyanide, devised by Israeli and American intelligence to invade Egypt and overthrow its government.
Operation Cyanide was a joint Israeli-American venture using submarines and other covert-type intelligence gathering efforts against the UAR.
There was nuclear aircraft, SAC airplanes, on their way to Cairo, even before we got attacked.
In his book, Operation Cyanide, investigative journalist Peter Hunem recounts a chilling story from the early hours of June 8, 1967. Jim Nanjo, a U.S. Air Force pilot stationed at Beale Air Force Base in California, was abruptly awakened between the hours of 2 and 4 a.m. by blaring klaxons. He and his fellow aircrew quickly scrambled to their B-52 bombers, reportedly armed with thermonuclear bombs, and were ordered to wait at the end of the runway for further instructions. They remained there for what he said was 4 to 6 tense hours, awaiting a potential go code that could have sparked World War III. Finally, a coded message ordered them to stand down, and the emergency was over. However, Hunem noted something strange. The klaxons had sounded between the hours of 2 to 4 a.m., before the USS Liberty was attacked at 5 a.m. California time, suggesting that the U.S. military and President Johnson had knowledge of the impending attack on the Liberty. Meanwhile, back in the Mediterranean, the Liberty was under a deadly assault by Israeli fighter jets and torpedo boats. A declassified CIA document from November 1967, still partially censored, is quoted as saying the then Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Dayan personally ordered the attack on the ship, and that one of his generals adamantly opposed the action and said, "This is pure murder." In 2017, Israeli newspaper Haaretz published transcripts proving that the Israeli pilots were aware the Liberty was an American ship. "This is an American ship. Do you still want us to attack?" "Yes, follow orders." "But sir, it's an American ship. I can see the flag." "Never mind, hit it." While the ship was getting bombarded, the crew of the Liberty desperately tried to send distress signals for help. The 6th Fleet, stationed nearby, received the calls and immediately scrambled rescue planes to aid the beleaguered ship. But inexplicably, no planes ever arrived.
Captain Telly, a friend of mine, he became a good friend. He's passed on now. He said, we sent our aircraft off. They were called by Washington from McNamara. Even before they hit Horizon, they were called back. That quick. They sent another volley up after it reconfigured, and then Johnson got on the phone. He says, "You better turn those GD planes around. I don't care if every sailor on that ship gets hurt or whatever, killed, but they left us out there to die. That's what our government wanted. That's what Israel wanted."
But by the grace of God, the Liberty did not sink, and the crew, many badly injured, many dead, limped to the nearest U.S. port in Malta. I just want to pause and quickly acknowledge our brains have been pre-wired to reject a story like this, a crazy alleged conspiracy at the highest level of both the U.S. and Israeli government to deliberately sacrifice U.S. servicemen and leave them for dead, because if this story were to be true, it would necessarily lead one to question other events in history that we know to be fact, because the government, they would never lie to us, right?
It was a complete cover-up from day one. I mean, day one, it was covered up. And it's still covered up 57 years later.
In the days after the attack, the surviving crew of the Liberty was greeted by Rear Admiral Isaac Kidd, who was in charge of the official investigation. Only except, according to Turney, there were certain facts the Admiral apparently didn't want to include.
We were boarded by Captain Ward Boston and Admiral Isaac Kidd. The Admiral came in, threw the stars on the table, it was a stainless steel table there. He says, talk to me just like I'm your dad. You know, it was great because it was a great relief for me, I thought. And we all told him our story, and I told him exactly what I saw, what I thought. I told him about the torpedo boats getting shot up, you know, napalm dropped on our ships and everything like that. I mean, he could see it, he knew it. And he looked at me and he says, listen, he put his stars back on. He says, listen, don't you ever breathe a word to anybody about that. Or many of the guys got fines, but he told me fines, imprisonment, or worse.
The only official investigation conducted by the U.S. Navy Court of Inquiry, released less than 2 weeks after the initial attack, ignored much of the testimonies given by the Liberty crew and concluded that, quote, available evidence combines to indicate that the attack on the Liberty on the 8th of June was in fact a case of mistaken identity. The New York Times ran a report about the attack on June 9th, but much of that article was buried on page 19. After the Liberty returned to the U.S., it was quietly decommissioned and sold for scrap. The crew members who continued their naval service were reassigned, but never together. Captain McGonigal was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor, but in secret at the Washington Navy Yard by the Secretary of the Navy, rather than at the White House by the President. This represents the only time a Medal of Honor recipient was awarded in such a manner. Those who left the military were threatened and coerced into silence for decades.
I'm in San Diego. My wife and I are at the bar getting a drink, waiting for a table. This guy comes up next to me. He says, oh, you were on the USS Liberty. I says, yeah, how'd you know that? He says, I know. And he had a watch, big, like a camera watch. He had it right in my face. I said, hey, get that thing out of my face, you know? And, you just tell me the best thing to do about the Liberties, just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. I said, who are you, Mossad? He says, yeah. So, yeah, that's intimidation as far as I see it. Was he really Mossad? Or was he really wasn't? It didn't matter to me. I got the message.
But after many years, the captain of the Liberty, William McGonigal, shortly prior to his death, in a speech at Arlington National Cemetery, finally broke his silence about the Liberty.
For many years, I had wanted to believe that the attack on the Liberty was pure error. It appears to me that it was not a pure case of mistaken identity. I think that it's about time that the State of Israel and the United States government provide the crew members of the Liberty and the rest of the American people the facts of what happened and why it came about that the Liberty was attacked 30 years ago today.
And fast forward, it's been another 25 years since, with no investigation to speak of. All right, so I asked Phil, why in the past 57 years has there not been a thorough investigation into what really happened to the Liberty in June of 1967?
James, I'm glad you asked me that. Our country has been in that position for a long time. Israel has led us around by the nose with money. They got more money murdering American on the high seas than they ever got in their life. So our country, our government doesn't do anything because their hands are tied. They won't believe. That's why Congress won't let us in, because do they want to be embarrassed? Our politicians are nothing but bought and paid for whores by the AIPAC. They're part of cold-blooded murder for hiding this. All of them are guilty of it.
The Israel lobby, led by groups like AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, is a powerful force in U.S. politics, ensuring strong support for Israel through lobbying, campaign contributions, and media influence.
The security of Israel and the United States is inextricably tied, and we will never, ever, ever abandon Israel out of our own self-interest.
This widespread and powerful influence helps shape U.S. foreign policy and often suppresses criticism of Israel, and could explain why some sensitive issues, like the attack on the USS Liberty, may not receive the scrutiny they deserve in Washington.
Our country deserves the truth of what two countries could do to one. Our country can't have two masters. It just can't happen. But that's what's going on right now. It happened in '67, and it's been that way ever since. I just want people to listen, man. This is our country, and you need to help us, please.
I am not saying anything about the Liberty, period.
That is it for me for this video. Look, point blank, I don't think there's anything anti-Semitic about investigating a war crime or wanting to investigate a war crime. Certainly, it shouldn't be a hate crime to want to honor veterans. So thank you to Thomas Massie for giving voice to those survivors after 59 years. Let's keep making noise. I have all the faith still that justice will be served one day. Let me know what you guys think in the comment section below. Should we continue to ally?
All Guys, TPUSA is creating disaster after disaster, and everybody can see it. We've become a laughingstock. Erica is a great leader. Yeah, we're not doing well. It's just a grieving widow. We're a PR nightmare. Everything.
All right, let's do this, you guys. So it is rare that I find a new account that I become such an immediate fan of than I did this swaggy laggy golf daddy Instagram that I found today, because someone sent me this video, which is so right up my alley that I couldn't possibly exaggerate. First of all, she has a great golf swing, but she's going to point out something very bizarre about Charlie Kirk's last post that he made on September 9th. And you'll see exactly why this is important for us to address. And then also, there's a bunch of other stuff that we're going to look at related to, Charlie Kirk's legacy and the remaining organization that he's left in some very strange things that they've done lately. But check this out.
Video was titled "Enough is Enough." It was posted on.
She's talking about Charlie Kirk's last video, as opposed, literally that's the first 4 seconds is Charlie Kirk's last video that he posted is titled "Enough is Enough," and it was posted on September 9th, okay? Now we're all caught up.
September 9th, and it's actually a video of Trump, but why does this even matter? Well, there's this game that came out in the 90s called the Illuminati New World Order, and one of the cards in it is a picture of a man who does look like Trump, I will say, but the point is that the card is titled "Enough is Enough," and the first thing it says on the card is, "At any place, at any time, our snipers can drop you." That card game has predicted a lot, but that one, that's a little weird. That's really weird to me. Anyways, this is my driver. Our snipers can drop you? Is that a threat? I think that's a threat. And that's Charlie's last video. And it's Trump. I'm gonna post the card so you can see.
I mean, it does look exactly like him. And then watch her swing. That's money right there. So, yeah, there's that, right? There's that. And if you are like me, then of course, right, we need to look up the the card game that she is referencing, and let's see if we can find some other things that predicted. You guys want to know why you love my channel, if you're consistent viewers, is because I will just call an audible when I find something much more worthy of a video in the middle of recording the video, and that is the case in this video right here, because we are going to go through a bunch of other videos that she made on her Instagram, as opposed to getting super deep on the TPUSA stuff that we were going to look at, because it's a much better topic. So we're going to first, though, we're going to look at the video, or the card game that she was referencing, and this guy's going to break down some of the other predictions that this card game made, which are pretty weird, Pretty weird.
Not many people know this, but a trading card game that came out in the 90s accidentally predicted 9/11 and the COVID pandemic, and Osama bin Laden was somehow involved. Steve Jackson Games, founded by game designer Steve Jackson in the 1980s, created Illuminati New World Order. Illuminati New World Order came out in 1994. It did okay, and then it just kind of went out of print and everybody forgot about it. Until September 11th of 2001.
I remember this, actually. I remember this, but have you remembered to double check that you are still subscribed to my channel? Because for some reason, the system keeps...
We do. It's like our leadership is trying to destroy this organization. We need to right this ship. Yeah, now before we get into Erica, we all love her. Here's a big problem. It's now come to light to the public that the Charlie Kirk show is paid to integrate pro-Israel messaging, well, into the show. But people aren't supposed to know that. Oh, wait a minute. Is that actually true? Oh, yeah. The Charlie Kirk Show is on Salem Media Network, and their chief strategy officer is a federally registered foreign agent of Israel. And he's got a contract to integrate pro-Israel messaging into the Salem Network properties. So our show's one of them. Sounds like something we should just lie about and deny. Yeah, we already did that. Did it work? No, it did not. Colvin denied it online and said we are not part of Salem Media. Countless people brought the receipts online and showed everybody. And we're even on Salem Media's website. So now instead of just looking like an Israeli propaganda outlet, we also look like liars? Yeah, we're both. All right, here's an idea. We put out a statement. Yes, TPUSA is paid by a federally registered foreign agent of Israel to put out pro-Israel propaganda, but that is good because that's what Charlie would have wanted. Is that what Charlie would have wanted? I'm getting a yes on this one. Now, wait a minute. Before his death, Charlie left the unwavering support for Israel cause. I mean, he even lost donors over it. And he even turned down $150 million from Netanyahu himself. And before his death, he said, "I'm afraid Israel is going to kill me." So you expect the public to believe that Charlie would want TPUSA to be a propaganda outlet for Israel? Ooh, sounds like Israel might have killed him. Nope. No, they didn't, because even though the National Counterterrorism Center found cause to investigate foreign involvement, the FBI shut down those investigations before they could happen. So Israel didn't do anything, they concluded. Do people know that? Yeah. A lot do. But if Israel was involved in his murder, that's probably what Charlie would have wanted. Ooh, that sounds like something we would say. So yeah, let's just go with the whole, it's good to be Israel propagandist, Salem Media, it's what Charlie would have wanted. All right. Now, on to Erica. She's a grieving widow. I affirm Erica is great. Oh, simply amazing. I mean, inspiring grieving
All right,
widow.
good. Pull it.
All that she's done. I would never.
You guys got the applicable data transfer. FARA, Salem Media, TPUSA, Charlie not there. That's what you need to get. You can watch the rest of it on JP's YouTube channel. You can watch it on grandtheftworld.com and the replay where you can see the whole clip of anything we play during the show. Scott, what are your thoughts on such we're not even to the Israel section yet.
Yeah, not even at the Israel section. Yeah, man. Let's see. So I would be very, I mean, the more time goes on. Okay, well, I'll just tie this in. So this is what I was going to show you guys earlier. So this is a story that broke today. And this is what happens when you say, well, if you say that you're done working with the Jews, then this is what happens. So it's either a Charlie Kirk type situation or it's the Austin, I don't know. Some of you guys in the chat might know. Oh, my screen share is not working. Okay, well, whatever.
Yeah. Do you want to send me the link in the chat? I'll just pop it open.
No, I got a whole presentation pulled up here. Austin Franco. Gosh dang it. It's like frozen on a screen. I'm not trying to share. Okay, so anyway, you guys can just check it out. It's like a guy named Austin Franco, and he's basically here. I'll send you. I'll send you the New York Post article here.
Was he the Cornell student that you mentioned in the pre-show?
Yeah, Cornell student. So basically what happened was like there's a Cornell student. He was saying like I was going to he he got reached out to by some other small company, and they set up an interview with him, and he said, "Oh, no thanks. Actually, I realized that now it's a company owned by Jewish people, and I haven't had a good experience working with Jewish people in the past." So he declined the interview. And the guy who owns the company basically took that post, doxed the guy, or actually, he didn't initially dox the kid, but then Joe Lonsdale, co-founder of Palantir, pressured the guy into doxing the kid, and now so Joe Lonsdale and the entire like British or Jewish billionaire class got to New York Post and published this article, and they're trying to get him kicked out of school. And they're basically some Trump administration official tweeted and said, "Make sure you let me know anytime this kid gets hired. We'll make sure his job goes away." So now that's basically the U.S. government saying that they will make sure that this kid will never be able to get a job anywhere ever, all because he just said one sentence, "No thanks, I don't want to work for a Jewish person." So that's how that's going down. So when you go ahead.
I'm confused. I found the article.
Yes.
So here's the title so everyone can see. Anti-Semitic Cornell student turns down interview because he's, quote, not interested in working for a Jew, end quote. So he does. That is an actual quote that is allegedly said. It's down here. And he said, quote, not interested in working for a Jew. Thanks. Right. Thanks is an indication of a politeness aspect. Right. Now that's interesting because it would seem, just try this on, it would seem that a comment like that, the kid might be racist.
Perhaps. Yeah.
But he's being called racist by people who are the best at being racist in history, which is ironic, don't you think? Just making an observation. You know,
So
people
anyway,
call you names, but they don't call you a liar. There might be a problem with the truth then.
Yeah.
It needs to be circulated. It needs to be. So I don't think that's a smart business move because you want to work for a company and you're going to exclude a group of people who seem to own a lot of companies. I don't know how that's going to work out. He's going to find out. Right? But at least this brand of racism, it didn't stab him in the heart where he dies immediately. It'll just drain him out like he's being starved to death because he can't find work because he's been blacklisted. So that's different, right? If they kill you slowly over time, that's allopathic medicine. If they kill you quickly, it's murder. I think that's how it works.
Basically. So anyway, that was my comparison to the Charlie Kirk situation, where it's like this is either one of these situations what happens when you say you don't want to work with Jews anymore. So there you go.
The guy who made up Yakub with his specious background, you might notice a correlation later when there's a guy wearing a hat that says, what did it say? Make Israel Palestine again. You'll see him later. It's in an upcoming block, but he'll say some stuff and you might say, oh, those two things are very similar. A lot of racism. Again, I don't approve of racism. I think racism is a form of ignorance. I try not to practice ignorance, but I respect people who do as long as it doesn't infringe on my freedom. That's how it works. You have the right to be ignorant until it takes away someone else's freedom, and then that right ends there. And it's intended to be challenged. We can't be led by the least among us. I don't think that's leadership anyway. I think it's subjugation. I think that's the only way it works is violence, force, fraud, and coercion. So anyway, we have 3 more stories before we can get to the Israel block. These stories which preceded have nothing to do with the Israel block upcoming. You shouldn't make any correlations. There is no causation. Don't worry about it. In this upcoming block, Alex Jones goes off on Ben Shapiro. Do we have the actual clip of that? Scott, would you just send that to Colby? That way we can.
Is it?
It's that Twitter clip I think you sent earlier. You found the source clip earlier. After that, we have just part of the report from Arthur Kwon Lee because we don't have enough time for the whole thing because he does have a spot later tonight, which is interesting. But this one, I just want to put it on record. What does the Talmud say about Jesus? And I do have the source material from which he is drawing his claims. This book is published, I think, by Princeton University, and it's Jesus in the Talmud by Peter Schaefer. Interesting. But wait, there is more. We have Occupy Baal Street, very creative title by Candace Owens, specifically to document the intersection of Trump and Rothschild in a way that is not the Wilbur Ross reference from Bloomberg's March 1991 story, Donald's Trump card. So it's like more on the Rothschilds. And it was a little interesting to hear Candace say it to her audience, which is a lot larger than the usual audience who hears about such things on this podcast. After that, we will start the Israel section. First story tonight, Israel dog rape joke on the red carpet, brought to you by the comedians at Due Dissidence. Can they make you laugh about a joke like that? I don't know. We will see. It's a tough row to hoe. And without further ado, we will go through this block so we can get into the deeper aspects of tonight's synergistic presentation. Colby, go ahead and switch that Alex Jones that I gave you from Sabby Sabs. Duly noted. She had a great report, but I need brevity. And so I just want to use the official source clip from the man himself because he has the documents, allegedly. Colby, over to you when you're ready. Engage.
But bitch, you don't point your finger at 100% Americana, bona fide, real McCoy, bitch, and tell me I work for the Russians, the Chinese, or the fucking Muslims. Fuck you. And I want the people that attacked us, the so-called Trump supporters, and you know who you are, that said I was an Iranian agent and a traitor. You got Ben Shapiro saying Tucker is a Muslim agent. No evidence. Saying I'm on some foreign payroll. Bull crap, buddy. You're the one on the Israeli payroll. Salem Radio that he's on, all that stuff is literally run by the Israeli government, funded directly by it. You are the agent of foreign groups, not me. It is Israel funding Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Hamas. And I've been exposing that for 30 years. So you take your little Mossad ass, Shapiro, shooting your mouth off how a bunch of Americanas are traitors, and you look in the mirror if you want to see a traitor, you little beady-eyed rat. These statements will kill the midterms. Why is he saying it? Does he have some secret deal with the Democrats to lose for them? I don't think so. Can you tell me, listeners, why he's doing it? Here it is.
Are you concerned, Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning? Could that be a
No, I love it. The numbers were great. You know what I really love? I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, you know, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran, until right now.
When you're negotiating with Iran, Mr. President, to what extent are American financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about Americans' financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
We're fighting wars. We can't take care of daycare. It's not possible for us to take care of daycare. Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection.
Okay. Well, then if their military is totally obliterated, you destroyed their nuclear program, well, then we can stop this. Oh, sorry, they're keeping the strait closed. Like I predicted before the war started, like the Pentagon told you, don't do it. And I want the people that attacked us, the so-called Trump supporters, and you know who you are, that said I was an Iranian agent and a traitor. You got Ben Shapiro saying Tucker is a Muslim agent. No evidence. Saying I'm on some foreign payroll. Bull crap, buddy. You're the one on the Israeli payroll. Salem Radio that he's on, all that stuff is literally run by the Israeli government, funded directly by it. You are the agent of foreign groups, not me. My family, both sides, was on the Mayflower. My family, both sides, was in the Texas Revolutionary War, literally ran it, started it, engineered it, was the treasurer of the Republic of Texas. Most trusted. Washington the Brazos, under the president's command. Oh, yeah, the U.S. government sent my family. Okay, you couldn't get someone with a more American pedigree than me. I'm not bragging. I've proven myself to be up to snuff with my ancestors. Look what I've already done. I'm not trying to brag, but bitch, you don't point your finger at 100% Americana, bona fide, real McCoy, bitch, and tell me I work for the Russians, the Chinese, or the fucking Muslims. Fuck you. It is Israel funding Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Hamas. And I've been exposing that for 30 years. So you take your little Mossad ass, Shapiro, shooting your mouth off how a bunch of Americanas are traitors, and you look in the mirror if you want to see a traitor, you little beady-eyed rat. I mean, that's fighting words, folks. Remember when Congressman Schiff said I'm a Russian agent and I blew up on air? That wasn't an act that time I blew up. When you're being called a Russian agent with no evidence and that you're a traitor on a foreign payroll, those are fighting words, people. I'm not going to take it. Ben Shapiro, his little smart-ass smirk. He's got 5% of the audience he used to have. Billions, over $1 billion was put by the Israeli lobby and big Zionist Texas oil people out of Frisco, Texas, into him to try to take over the media. And he still wasn't number one, but he was in the top 3 or 4 talk show hosts. They tried to have him replace Limbaugh. And all that money failed. So how's your agenda now, Shapiro? You got about 5, you look at his YouTube, you used to have 1 million views average video. Average video now, 5,000 views. That's more than 95% reduction. I don't know, do the math. What's 5,000 versus 1 million? Divide 5,000 into 1 million. What percentage is that a drop? And it's not about Shapiro having no audience, and they're just laid off in the last 3 layoffs combined, about 90% of their employees. They're just leaving it up there as a face-saving event, like leaving CNN on air, MSNBC with almost no viewers. Average MSNBC, 100,000, CNN, 60,000. Again, I can point a camera at my house at the wall of drying paint, it'll have more viewers than that. And there's all these other thousands of talk show hosts. Thousands of podcasters are bigger than an average CNN show. It's a joke. But the boomers, some of them, there are a lot of boomers that are more tech savvy than I am. It was old boomers that, called me up when I was on talk radio in like 96 and said, there's a thing called Shoutcast. The guy's name was Ron Moses. And he put me on Shoutcast and set it up. And I'd dial into his house with a phone line. And they put it out 8-bit. It went to #1 in the world. And from his trailer outside Las Vegas, he would stream us to millions. But my point is that these globalists are a joke. And they want to sit up and tell everybody that they're the establishment. They tell you what's legitimate. They tell you what flies. They tell you what's kosher. And then the World Jewish Congress and all these other AIPAC says, we don't know why we're the most unpopular. Everybody hates us now. Well, people don't like being told what to do. People don't like people running their lives. People don't like war crimes in their names. People don't like all this money sent to you and others. Massey voted like Rand Paul against all foreign aid. You went and picked a fight with him, called him anti-Semitic, went after him, and then he made him 10 times worse against you. See, let me explain something to all the bullies, not just the Israel law, because they're just one of the groups. America and the West was asleep before, so when you thought you were intimidating us, people were just asleep. Now people are awake and you're intimidating. You're like, it's not working. It's making it matter because we're awake. Okay, I'm explaining to you again. Maybe 10% of the people you were trying to intimidate were intimidated. Everybody else was just asleep. See? And I'm trying to do you a favor, explain how things work. I mean, I don't put out this information. I don't sit up here and say what I want to be true. Everything I say is what I actually believe. And if you had any brain cells left and weren't so full of hubris and bravado, and megalomania, you would know, oh, you got rid of Massey. The numbers even turn more against you. Every victory you have one-dimensionally is a giant second, third, fourth dimensional defeat. Every time you cut us with a little paper cut, you run a sword through your own heart, dumbasses. And the reason I'm against that happening is I can look at the next order of events. You're going to keep doubling down, doubling down, doubling down, doubling down, doubling down. And there's all these nuclear war scenarios. And it's just like, God, please stop. Discretion is the better part of valor. Michael Savage, super smart, Jewish American, America first, came on like 6 months ago and said, I'm talking to all these former generals and Mossad chiefs that are my friends, and they say Netanyahu is going to buy a mortgage with this greater Israel, this war with Iran. We got to stop it because down the road it's going to destroy Israel and the U.S. and everybody else. You think Michael Savage has got secret Hitler underwear on? You think he's anti-Semitic? No, he's smart, unlike you. He's not stupid. I don't sell crap. Bovine colostrum. Then I'll get back to news. I didn't do any plug in the first hour. And Bigly, about a year ago, puts out a survey. A lot of you that are, if you're a VIP, you get surveys. And
All right, guys. So Alex Jones had.
Did you know, according to the Talmud, Jesus Christ was a dark magician that is rightfully burning in an ocean of excrement and sperm, and that the rabbis of today rightfully despise him, no different than the Pharisees who demanded his crucifixion, and that he barked onto this vocation of being an evil sorcerer because he got his heart broken during his adolescence? And this is straight from the horse's mouth here. In Gittin 57a 3-4, Onkelos then went and raised Jesus the Nazarene from the grave through necromancy. What is the punishment of that man? A euphemism for Jesus himself in the next world. Jesus said to him, he is punished with boiling excrement. Sotah 47a verse 14. Jesus went and set up a brick and worshipped it as an idol. He caused the masses to sin. Jesus the Nazarene performed sorcery, and he incited the masses and subverted the masses and caused the people to sin. Sanhedrin 43a verse 20. On Passover Eve, they hung the corpse of Jesus the Nazarene after they killed him by the way of stoning, because he practiced sorcery, incited people to idol worship, and led the people astray. Shabbat 104b verse 5. Didn't the infamous Ben Stada take magic spells out of Egypt? His mother's husband, who acted as his father, was named Stada, but the one who had relations with his mother and fathered him was named Pandaria, his mother Miriam. This one strayed from her husband. In the Talmud, Jesus was conceived through adultery by his mother Mary, who was a whore, and a Roman soldier named Pantera. It says that he practiced Egyptian sorcery, idolatry, and was a fool that deserved to die. The Talmud says that God gave the not only the power to overcome the ways of the world, but the power to overcome God himself. The Talmud also states that Adam from the Garden of Eden was a transgender man who displayed both male and female characteristics, and that Eve had bestiality sex with the serpent. But I guess we shouldn't be surprised, because Jesus Christ came to liberate all people, and we all know how they feel about non. Let's pull this up. The souls of non come from impure spirits and are called pigs. Jalkut Rebeni, Gadol 12b. Even though God created the non, they are still animals in human form. It is not becoming for a to be served by an animal. Therefore, he will be served by animals in human form. Midrash Talpiath 255. And because the Talmud is a collection of 2,711 double-sided pages of exhaustive double talking and an endless justification of universal entitlement, I'm reading from mainline sources that they own, because one finds not mere footnotes about Jesus here, but thunderous repudiations of the man from Nazareth, labeled upon as the sorcerer Yeshua, who dared to elevate himself as a child of God, while leading the children of Abraham into the abyss of idolatry, as it is written in passages like Sanhedrin 43a. And rabbis meticulously record how on the eve of Passover, the one that they call the deceiver was justly stoned and hanged, not even crucified, after a herald cried forth for 40 days seeking any defense for his crimes for practicing sorcery, which were just miracles to help the people, enticing Israel to apostasy and mocking the sacred words of the Torah, and that his words and actions were those of a false prophet whose very existence embodied the shameless betrayal of their one true God, who demands exclusive worshiping and child sacrifice without the profane insertion of this proclaimed nuisance crucified carpenter as a divine intermediary. They refer to Jesus as Yeshua HaNatzri, whose miracles were to them nothing but Egyptian magic learned in the Nights of Deception, as detailed across Sanhedrin 67a and Shabbat 104b, where he is branded Ben Sadar or Ben Pandera, the son of an adulterous union that stained his mother's reputation in the eyes of the so-called righteous, a bastard, born of harlotry, who wielded spells to seduce the weak-minded away from their mitzvot towards a new cult that replaced their Baal sacrifice and Shabbat with what they refer to as empty symbols of bread and wine. And thus the Talmud does not flinch in declaring their vehemence that Jesus deserved stoning followed by hanging. The claim is that leading the Gentiles that should be properly serving the chosen is leading them astray into true freedom, which is serving them. According to the Talmud, this was the great crime that Jesus Christ committed, telling people that we are all God's children, not just these deceptive, lying, and manipulative. And they say that this was idolatry, that was not some minor offense, that this was a threat to the very soul of Israel. It was a direct affront to Baal. This is why see Jesus as a wound to their faith that festers into centuries of exile and persecution, precisely because his followers refused to heed the warnings embedded in the supremacist oral law that preserved their devil worshipping and bastardizing of the holiest places against this invitational Trinitarian model that they looked upon as a disguise for phony fulfillment. And boy, I must say, for a man that they don't want to acknowledge and they denounce, they sure talk about him a lot. Like, talk about living rent-free in the minds of demons. Oh, and that's right. You create nothing and are incapable of generating actual hard labor, so are hopelessly dependent on brainwashing the populace with this Judeo-Christian psychological operation enslaving generations blindly under central banking. And this is my primary contention. This is my primary enemy at hand that I'm trying to dispel, to have the masses wake up towards. The great lie today is the partisanship illusion that is created from the Judeo-Christian psychological operation. And the purpose of this video is to address the hilarity of brainwashed so-called conservatives who incessantly repeat that Israel is our greatest ally, spending our tax dollars bombing the limbs of little kids for being brown. By popular demand, King of Kings here will now be available as a fine art print at arthurquinley.com. The print itself is 24 by 30 inches, so visceral condemnation of Jesus awaits in Gittin 57a, where it's blasphemously written that the convert Onkelos summons the spirit of sin through necromancy, and it was not a resurrection. And it inquires on his fate into the world to come, because he worked, using this black magic that was not allowed. Only to hear from his mouth a self-admittance that Jesus himself would boil eternally in hot excrement. A punishment for one who mocked the words of the racist sages and who claimed that his distorted teachings should be indefinitely scorned for going against the rabbinic traditions that safeguarded Baal's filthy law. A scatological image not born of petty spite alone, but of profound theological rejection, illustrating how the rabbis viewed Christians in all their claims as spiritual excrement, polluting the pure stream of Abrahamic faith and delusion. And they claimed that this was Jesus's deserved humiliation. For what? Saying that all people are children of God and not exclusively the and political merchant class? Like, talk about not seeing beyond materiality. For what? Cleansing the temple of the money changers and child sacrificing demons? For what? Saying that unconditional love is real and that the true creator loves us all the same and that all our wrongdoings are forgiven through him? How does any of this sound evil? How do you listen to a man who says, I love all people and that we should all come together under children of God, and say you are a dark sorcerer? But the Talmud goes further. It really is a disgusting text designed to brainwash dysgenic people to feel that the world owes them eternally. There are unflinching references, like in Sanhedrin 106a, that allude to the Mother Mary as one who played the harlot with carpenters, that she was an unabashed whore, absolute blasphemy. The Talmud states that Mary descended into adulterous acts that produced a child of questionable lineage, a narrative thread woven for vulgarity and to dismantle the virgin birth beginning, exposing how deleterious these demons are. Such a foundation of deceit that they shamelessly live under, inexorably to the erection of idols like Baal, Moloch, and Saturn, while calling themselves the children chosen by God. In Sanhedrin 107b, Jesus is portrayed as this wayward student who was slighted by his rabbi's delay in forgiveness, so set up a brick as an object of worship, thereby embodying both a stupid caricature on one hand and a shameless progression from personal failing to public apostasy that breeds contempt to those who believe to be superior from others on the other. It's a collection of endless hatred for all non-Jews, bottom line. Because once again, we know how they feel about us here. The Jews are called human beings, but the non-Jews are not humans. They are beasts. That's once again in the Talmud. That's Baba Meziah 114b. The Akum, which means non, is like a dog. Yes, the scripture teaches to honor the dog more than the non. Arrogant Rashi Erod 22:30. A pregnant non is no better than a pregnant animal. Koshin Hamishpat 405. Although the non has the same body structure as the
All right, you guys, happy Thursday. I have to tell you that today in studio, we were wondering from a purely legislative perspective, okay, purely legislative, maybe theoretical, what exactly are the statute of limitations on being a widow? Is there a bill? Details. The devil is always in the details. We need further embellishments, particularly when we were covering Dora the Explorer, Ivanka the Explorer, discovering an amazing tale of how she discovered an island off the coast of Albania. You see, what we didn't do yesterday was further illustrate for you the boat. The story is she was on her friend's boat, remember? And she said she jumped off of it, she swam. Her and Jared then ran barefoot on the island like Adam and Eve. But the boat to which she refers is a particular boat that might defy even the imagination of most rich people, okay? Challenge, find your richest friend, ask them to describe to you the yacht of their dreams. I guarantee you, they wouldn't come up with anything remotely akin to the one that Ivanka jumped off of because, well, it's a Rothschild-owned boat, all right? The family that just straight up said, we created the modern state of Israel out of whole cloth. I mean, that family can afford to brag about being intentionally incestuous. There are no social consequences when you're a Rothschild. Anyway, regular humans who do not worship a Baal are not capable of comprehending this sort of wealth. So allow me to do some journalism and tell you about Mr. Nat Rothschild's boat. Yeah, this boat happens to be a planet. It's a super yacht appropriately named Planet 9. Planet 9, which is designed for heli-skiing adventures for the uninitiated. That's exactly what it sounds like, taking a helicopter up to ski, but he does it from a boat. So Nathaniel can sort of park his yacht in any body of water, jump on his helicopter, fly up to a mountain top, and do a little ski out. It's honestly a wonder then why Ivanka chose to swim to an island when she could have just, taken the helicopter that was available to her on this yacht. The helicopter, I will say that there's one drawback. The helicopter is only an 8-seater. I know some of you guys are like, well, Candace, I have more than 7 friends. So if I'm on this yacht, we want to take the helicopter up. It doesn't work. Don't worry. The yacht also has space to land a second helicopter. So I just feel like we should bring in that Ivanka glow from yesterday because I want to glow like Ivanka the Explorer. Here it is. Here's Ivanka again, just to remind you. It is spiritual on a yacht like that. The helipad on that particular yacht also doubles as a basketball court in case you want that helicopter to get out of there. Planet 9 is 5 floors in total. But worry not, because you're like, that's a lot of stairs. It has 2 elevators. It accommodates 16 guests. It has a master apartment that's 3,000 square feet. It has a movie theater, a steam room, 3 libraries, a jacuzzi, you name it. It features a beach club within it. Within the yacht, there's a beach club. It has 2 jet skis. Again, I don't know why Ivanka had to swim anywhere. Because if she didn't want to take the helicopter, she could have taken the jet skis. But I feel like swimming does make it sound a lot more spiritual. So I'll give her that. Anyway, here is live footage from the scene inside Albania.
We have to
Kushner.
stop him. Say, swiper,
No.
no swiping. Swiper, no swiping.
No.
Swiper,
Kushner,
no
no.
swiping.
Kushner, no swiping.
No swiping.
No, Kushner.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. By the way, I just also want to give a special shout out to the Rothschild family in general, because like I said, they are the only family in the world that can just be openly satanic all throughout history, openly incestuous, on camera, admitting to incest without facing any consequences, no social consequences. I mean, they straight up, like I said, admitted that they created the modern state of Israel. They selected the flag of it, the Seal of Solomon, straight occult, symbolic Baal worship, and it's perfectly fine because they have enough money to purchase the opinion of entire nations. Like they get to just print the textbooks to gaslight people into believing that noticing what they do, noticing what they have done to the world, the multiple sides of every war that they have funded in order to further empower themselves, noticing that is anti-Semitic, despite, again, concrete evidence in the form of their own family interviews regarding, how they practice incest. Because they want to keep world power within their hands. And that only works if you're incestuous. Remember, vice is nice, but incest is best, said that Rothschild in France. So best that they actually excommunicate members of their family who don't marry within the clan. But they get to just keep on keeping on because they got money like that. And in case you're wondering, why did they name this boat Planet 9? I appreciate that. Like I said, it's in your face. Because Planet 9 is, or I guess was, Pluto. Pluto, for those of you who follow mythology, the Roman name for Pluto is Hades, god of the underworld. The Romans believed that since Pluto lived underground, he controlled everything that was hidden in the earth, Earth's resources, which included gold and silver. I guess you could say gas and oil as well. The Rothschild gold comes from worshiping their god of the underworld. Pluto to them is the giver of riches and wealth. It's all so fitting. And like I said, booyah in your face. Anyway, I think we all understand that this is exactly what the Trump family has given not just themselves over to, but our entire nation over to. They just don't care anymore. It's sort of like this insatiable quest for wealth and money. They don't care who has to die, even their own friends. I mean, why care to investigate Charlie Kirk's death? But the better question is, was Charlie Kirk in the way? Charlie probably said no to the serpent in the Garden of Eden. And there was also a piece of the story here that Ivanka forgot to tell beyond the boat. And that was who was on it. She skipped this part in her beautiful retelling. But Jared Kushner did explain what happened on that yacht. And it featured an important character. Take a listen.
How did you discover this country and why did you decide to invest here?
So like all things in life, it always just kind of takes its course. I was on a vacation after we left government in the summer of 2021. We were on our friend Nat Rothschild's boat. We got picked up in Montenegro, and then we started sailing over to Corfu, and we spent a couple days in Albania. One of the nights there, Prime Minister Rama came to the boat. I had not met him when I was in government, but I was very, very impressed with his vision for what he wanted to do with Albania. I really didn't know anything about the country. I didn't understand the history, and the darkness of the history with the communism and the terrible leadership actually led to it being fully undeveloped.
Ah, there it is. The Prime Minister of Albania. I'm starting to understand why they might be investigating this for corruption. The Prime Minister of Albania was on the boat, the guy who did the deal, and in the process sold out his country and his ancestry. Good luck with that in the afterlife. So, what is the actual reason that they want this island beyond the slop that they're serving for the masses, beyond the Oprah suburban glow Ivanka is trying to assign to it? Well, the Rothschilds are only interested in owning the world, tale as old as Rothschild time, okay? Enslaving all of humanity with debt and controlling all of Earth's resources. It's that simple, really. It's all, what do you want to do? Enslave us, control the world, control the resources. Pluto, Hades got their back, right? So how would this acquisition help them? Well, the past may hold the answer to the future. Nikita Khrushchev, the one-time leader of the Soviet Union following Stalin's death, once visited Albania. I'm sure he visited more than once. But in 1959, he visited alongside his Soviet marshal, and they looked out at the bay and they discussed Albania's coastline, in particular, the Sazan Island, as a strategic naval position. And according to Enver Hoxha, who was the former prime minister of Albania, who was present, Khrushchev said of the island, quote, "With a powerful fleet from here, we can have the whole of the Mediterranean, the Bosphorus to the Gibraltar in our hands. We can control everyone." End quote. Ah, there it is, my friends. The always obvious goal. The Rothschilds always send their agents to seek to control the waterways. It's the illusion of capitalism. It's the illusion of, oh, we're just doing a deal over here. These are agents for the Rothschilds. And this is why they're doing the deal, to control the waterways from Bosphorus to the Gibraltar to the Strait of Hormuz and beyond. Hence the reason Trump has been obsessed with Iran, bombing Iran, absent a vote from Congress, absent the American people on his side. Whether we like it or not, your sons and daughters will die so they can attempt to overthrow Persia because there's too much power in the Hormuz Strait. And when they do that, if they can do that, their intention is to add it to the Rothschild empire. They want the Hormuz Strait. Global games, okay? Like I said, it's very simple when you understand what they're doing. You just got to take a look at the map. By the way, here's what Trump said this morning about wanting to take Karg Island, the one in the Persian Gulf. That's the one that Ben Shapiro's been screaming about. We have to take Karg Island. We got to take Karg Island. Yeah, we know Israel wants Karg Island. That's off the coast of Iran and therefore rightfully controlled by Iran. Take a listen to what Trump.
Colby, I have a feeling that if you play the first 1 minute of Due Dissidence, we'll get the topic they're covering on the record, and then we can just go to thank yous, and then we can move to the final block.
Here is praying mantis Lizzie Savitsky with Elon Gold. There's another Elon. This is an actual Jew, Elon, who just think the subject of dog grape is hilarious red carpet banter. Oh, whoops. Sorry about that.
Festival, which is a very prestigious fall.
It's a really big deal.
It's a really big deal, and for a film made in Israel, that's pretty damn cool. I was only raped by 2 Israeli dogs.
They only rape Palestinians.
No, I got also a dog.
Hilarious. Hilarious. These are the jokes, people.
All right,
These
go
are
ahead,
the
pause
jokes.
it. And whatever they say in the next 20 minutes, it's okay because Russell and Keaton are both Jews. So they have, as Ari Shafir would refer to it, license to Jew. So whatever they say, it's not anti-Semitic because they are commenting on their own folks over there at Due Dissidence. And they're hilarious while they do it. I highly recommend it, but we don't have time for more of that clip in tonight's show. I would like to go to thank yous, then I'll set up the final block. And Scott, comments on the last block that we just saw.
Yeah, man. It was Alex is getting into it. That's good. He's finally criticizing Israel. That's good to see. And then let's see. Okay, and then Candace, like, it's so weird. I have this irritation when like super rich people are like criticizing other rich people for being so rich that they're out of touch. It's like, it's like, Candace, you would kill for that yacht. You're working very hard to get a yacht like that. Don't pretend. And it's like, dude, who cares? I'm not gonna hate on someone because they got a big yacht. Fuck that, dude. dude. I want a big yacht. I ain't pocket watching. But it's like that's the thing. It's like she's probably into conspicuous consumption. Like she's all about that life. So why is she hating? Hating on a player, man. Come on, Candace. Anyway. Yeah. But everything else she said, I agree with.
Many such cases. So I would summarize much of what we've seen tonight as racism begets racism, just as ignorance begets ignorance. Love thy enemy. That's a saying of Jesus, don't you think, Scott? Isn't that a saying of his?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've thought a lot about that over the years. I don't know that it means forgive evil. I don't know that it means like give evil quarter. What I think it means is, let's say you're going through a translation and you're trying to get to English. So is love thy enemy the same as do not hate thy enemy? Because do not hate thy enemy might say you give no quarter to evil, but you're not going to poison yourself with hate. And hate is like wishing something on your enemy that you're only doing something to yourself. So I think there is room to understand the words of Jesus juxtaposed to still not tolerating evil in the world. And I think maybe some of these translations might have been messed with over time. What
I'm
else
also
did I have?
also a big fan of not cucking to your enemy. And I'm a big fan that white people should be able to have their own dating apps without the whole world erupting into pandemonium. Like black people can have a blacks only dating app. Asian people can have an Asian only dating app. White people should be able to have a whites only dating app without getting banned internationally and having a huge incident. And I think whites should have whites only organization. We should take our own side in this society because everything is against us. And it's a very coordinated attack. We cover it on the show all the time, dude. Like it's to Israelis' benefits to disempower and ethnically replace the white race, and it's happening in a very coordinated, systematic fashion. And I think we should stand up for ourselves a little more. And it's not hate. It's just taking our own side. I'm all about that life.
I miss the finer parts of diversity, dude. If I hung out in an all white group, I can't listen to most of the music I love.
I'm just saying.
So I would be a hypocrite. It would be like, oh, I can't love that music because people of a different skin color, man. You know what I'm saying? So how about this? How about we just find logical, reasonable people, work together, whatever color we might be, out of the 7 billion people allegedly on this planet? Because you should look into the population numbers too. At some point, there's some very interesting data on that. Might be exaggerated for some other agenda going on. But before we set up the last block, Scott, where can we reach you during the week?
Well, I'm just gonna do some direct calls to action. So if you go to freeframe.studio, I run a video marketing agency specifically for construction companies here in Nashville, but also suited to do marketing services for anybody anywhere. Okay. So if, we can run Google and Facebook ads. I have a marketing agency that has managed over $9 million in ad spend that I partnered with. And so we're geared up to, if you own a business, if you're a business owner and you're looking to scale and you have a budget for marketing, reach out to me and we'll make that happen. So there you go.
I was trying to look something up, so I'm going to go to Colby for thank yous, and let's see how you're doing over there.
You bet. All right, we got a couple from Rumble tonight. We've got $25 from Now Please. Said USS Liberty tells the truth about Israel and the U.S. and the 1963 coup. Would that be the 1967? That's when Liberty happened.
Well,
right?
there's the November 22nd, 1963 coup that could also be referred to. That follows after the 1947 November 22nd coup, where they blackmailed Nelson Rockefeller, according to the guy who founded the Mossad.
Gotcha. Very cool. Okay, so we had another one from This Is My Story. We had $20. Said value for value. Thanks, gentlemen, for another great show.
All right, I'm looking up a picture. I'm just going to do it live. Let me show you what I got so far, and then we'll just set up the last block, and we'll just do it live because that's how it has to be done at 4 a.m. in the morning. I was Damn, did I type over my page? I feel like it's foiled. Should I do it off the top of my head instead of showing you web pages? Can I do it like that? Can we just do it and you look it up? How about I give you the words and you find the pictures? Is that possible? Let's see how far I can get here. Man, it's not going anywhere. All right, let me do it like this. Once upon a time, there was a guy, an artist in history. His name was Sir Thomas Lawrence. He made a famous painting called Satan Summons His Legions. If you were to search someplace other than Brave, which would give me no image results when I searched it, you see that? You could find Jacob Rothschild, Marina Abramovich in front of Sir Thomas Lawrence's painting, Satan Summons His Legions. So that's a real thing. Marina Abramovich also working at the Rothschild Foundation as like a art teacher, right? She's also working over there at NATO. You might notice if you zoom in on this picture, you can find the familiar face of the Statue of Liberty, and you can watch a Jake Shields video from earlier this week making such notations. But you could also go to my Twitter page. Can we do that live? Can we do Twitter live? Let's see. We're going to do at, what is it? Is it colon at Tragedy and Hope? Oh, maybe it's like this. At Tragedy and Hope. Colon. Is that the search? And then you do Sir Thomas Lawrence. Did I forget how to search Twitter? It's been a couple years. Did I do it right? Colby, what do you think? Anyway, if you did it properly, you could. Okay, so let me put it like this. If you did it properly, you could go to my Twitter feed and find that same observation from many, many years ago.
Your Twitter feed, you go to there's a little search at the very, very, very top.
Yeah. Okay, so people who know how to use it, who care, they can do such things. My point being, the same Jacob Rothschild in front of the same picture of Satan Summons His Legions with Marina Abramovich is the same Jacob Rothschild who's in the Balfour100.org official webpage of the Balfour Declaration talking about how his family created Israel. So you might connect some dots over time, figure out how that all works, or you could avoid all that nasty hard thinking and just say it's a conspiracy theory and go back to wherever the puppeteers lead you next in your life. If you'd like to avoid things like that, you can always go to getautonomy.info. You can get educated on how to be self-reliant and not be one of the people who is referred to as goyim, like the swine, the animals to be slaughtered because you don't know any better. Maybe people should just learn some better ideas along the way and keep it away from ignorance, because racism, hatred, ignorance, and a lot of the 7 deadly sins occupy themselves in that area. Move out of that area. You can experience a lot more life. Now, to do this last trick, I have to, this is part of tricknology. You were missing the Yakub section later or earlier if you missed on this. I want to show you the show card. Here's all the stories we have yet to cover. So what I'm going to do is Corbett Report, honorable mention. You'll never guess who got caught spying in the U.S. It's Israel. But you guys probably already knew that, so we're going to move on. We should not integrate our military with any foreign nation. Ron Paul. I think we can keep that. Gwyneth Paltrow, she's selling Israeli real estate these days. We're going to skip that. Jerry Seinfeld saying Palestine doesn't exist, brought to us by Jimmy Dore. We're going to skip that. Israel's assassination program fully explained, John Mearsheimer with Tucker. I think we got to skip that. So we're just going to copy paste and I'll delete out what we're going to skip. And then we're going to go all the way down through Play Us Out, because we have this nice Mike Winner song. If you guys remember a few hours ago, we had a guest on this show, and I will do the deletions here in momentito. And just like that, the show is shorter and we have a chance to actually make it before Colby falls asleep. Now, the rabbi threatening Arthur Kwan Lee was the last story. I think we get why, right? So he's got a lawsuit And that's pretty interesting. If you want to check it out, go to arthurquanlee.com or check out his YouTube page. And then the Olive Roots here is going to be the last clip that we're playing tonight. Gal Gadot weaponizes the ADL, and the gentleman who brings you the information, he's using his own First Amendment right to speak, does not represent the views of the show. It has nothing to do with any of the other clips we showed tonight. Now, without further ado, I'd like to thank you guys all for tuning in and not dropping out. And as I delete this last entry, I'll have given Colby enough information to play us out. We will see you next week. I'm sorry we had to cut so much content from tonight's show, but a lot of news this week. A lot to learn to make sense of what is otherwise fragmented and confusing, purposefully confusing information. So if you did a little homework by watching this podcast, I think you'll have a more solid week and be a lot closer to achieving your goals in real life. See you guys next week. Scott, thank you so much. Colby, thank you so much. And everyone, will see you next week. Peace.
And thank you for tuning in to the weekly report. We should not integrate our military with any foreign nation. Not since the notorious 2012 National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, provided for indefinite detention of American citizens has the annual funding bill been as misused as this year. Embedded in the bill is an insult to every American who values our national sovereignty. The NDAA's Section 224, the United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative, would integrate the Israeli military with our own, fusing technology, production, intelligence sharing, and more. The U.S. and Israel already work together heavily on missile defense, but this provision would greatly expand coordination to seemingly every area of defense technology, including AI, quantum, autonomous systems, directed energy, cyber, biotech, and many more. It also proposes network integration and data fusion. In other words, the U.S. military's data could soon be the Israeli military's data. It is hard to think of a more American last position than handing the keys to the Pentagon and our intelligence community to a foreign country. The insanity of Section 224 is made even more clear with news over the weekend that the Pentagon has raised to critical the threat level of Israel spying on the United States and its officials. We should not integrate our military with any foreign country or organization, but integrating with a country that is a critical espionage threat to our national security. How does this make any sense? The problem for American lawmakers is that after the killing in Gaza and now Lebanon, the American people, particularly younger Americans, have turned sharply against the U.S. relationship with Israel. This foreign entanglement has sucked billions of dollars from the U.S. Treasury over the decades, and it has sucked us into endless conflict in the Middle East, including the current U.S. war on Iran. Rather than listen to the will of their constituents, Congress has decided to defy the wishes of Americans in favor of the wishes of a foreign government. AIPAC largely controls our Congress, and passing Section 224 would be a great victory for the foreign lobby. It should come as no surprise that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu endorses Section 224. He may have written it for all we know. Should Section 224 remain in the NDA, it would essentially remove future Congresses from any role in determining what level of support, cooperation, and oversight should be included in the U.S. relationship with Israel. It would be worse than President Obama's 10-year guaranteed U.S. financial support for Israel. Funding would not only be on autopilot, but the U.S. would be further drawn into Israel's multiple wars with its neighbors. Worse than backing up Israel in its regional wars, the wars themselves would become ours. Americans must speak out against plans to integrate our military with any foreign country. What we should be doing is disentangling from these overseas obligations, whether they be NATO or support for Ukraine or backing Taiwan against China. We already spend more than $1 trillion a year on our own military, and our national debt is nearing $40 trillion. Taking on the obligation to fight even more wars
Go ahead,
overseas
pause that dude for a
will
second.
hasten our bankruptcy.
He's got a good point. $40 trillion. Who do we owe it to? That's a rhetorical question. We don't have an answer, but I do have this picture of the guy who was talking about creating Israel back in the Balfour Declaration days with a famous artist in front of a famous painting that might reflect this Statue of Liberty. So I don't know who we owe the interest to or the debt on a national debt, who owns the Federal Reserve and stuff like that, but I do know these facts over here. So anyway, as you were, thank you, Colby, for playing us out. Peace.
Section 224 must be stricken from the NDAA and is up to every American who cares about our sovereignty to demand that Congress do so.
Focusing on Palestine. Obviously, this is for researchers only, and I'm not condoning anything Hitler does or says, but we still should watch and understand what his views were at the time. So go ahead and start the video. The volume off on this, or here we go.
The fact has obviously escaped Mr. Roosevelt's notice that Palestine is at present occupied not by German troops, but by the English, and that the country is undergoing restriction of its liberty by the most brutal resort to force, is being robbed of its independence, and is suffering the cruelest maltreatment for the benefit of Jewish interlopers. The Arabs living in that country would therefore certainly not have complained to Mr. Roosevelt of German aggression, but they are voicing a constant appeal to the world, deploring the barbarous methods with which England.
So people who don't know, basically, the Jews who went in Palestine, people like the Rothschilds, these bankers, after they had the Balfour Declaration after World War I, which said they could have the land, but they had no justification for it. So they went in there, they sent these groups, they were funding them, they were highly well armed, and they were doing terrorism. They were killing tons of Palestinians, children, women. They were even assassinating the British. You know, the world's first terrorist attack was on the King David Hotel. They bombed the King David Hotel, killing 91 people. They disguised themselves as Arabs, went in there and did the bombing. So this was all going on during World War II. So, you know, you think the Jews would be fighting alongside England and America, but instead they were in Israel or Palestine trying to take the land.
Is attempting to suppress a people which loves its freedom and is merely defending it. This too is perhaps a problem which in the American president's view should be solved at the conference table, that is before a just judge, and not by physical force or military methods.
Yeah, they kept having like conferences telling the Jews to stop. They would send in someone and they would assassinate them. So obviously it wasn't working. And eventually that's how Israel got formed. They decided, well, I guess we'll just give them like half the land, but it wasn't enough. They just started taking more and more.
Mass executions, burning down villages, blowing up houses, and so on.
As you can see, that's exactly what's going on today in Palestine. They're doing the exact same thing. So after October 7th, when everyone's freaking out, they thought that was out of nowhere. That was after 80 years of being completely brutalized.
One fact is surely certain. In this case, England is not defending herself against a threatened Arab attack, but as an uninvited interloper is endeavoring to establish her power in a foreign territory which does not belong to her. A whole series of similar errors which Mr. Roosevelt has made could be pointed out. quite aside from the difficulty of military operations on the part of Germany in states and countries, some of which are from 2,000 to 5,000 kilometers away from us. Lastly, I have the following statement to make. The German government is, in spite of everything, prepared to give each of the states named an assurance of the kind desired by Mr. Roosevelt on condition of absolute reciprocity, provided that such state wishes it and itself addresses to Germany a request for such an assurance, together with correspondingly acceptable proposals. In the case of a number of the states included in Mr. Roosevelt's list, this question can probably be regarded as settled from the very outset, since we are already either allied with them or at least united by close ties of friendship. As for the duration of these agreements, Germany is willing to make terms with each individual state in accordance with the wishes of that state.
Yeah, so Hitler was trying to make peace with the Palestinians, also with the English. I remember in school, I kind of believed that Hitler started like attacking all throughout Europe, but it was actually England and France who declared war on Germany. You guys can look this up on even Wikipedia. This is mainstream accepted history. So you realize, oh, not everything I've been taught is 100% true.
But I should not want to let this opportunity pass without, above all, giving to the President of the United States an assurance regarding those territories which would, after all, give him most cause for apprehension, namely the United States herself and the other states of the American continent. And I here solemnly declare that all the assertions which have in any way been circulated concerning an intended German attack or invasion on or in American territory are rank frauds and gross untruths, quite apart from the fact that such assertions, as far as the military...
The idea of Hitler attacking America was insane, but Roosevelt badly wanted in the war, and he was trying to find a way in. But the war was extremely unpopular. People like Charles Lindbergh and stuff were against it, but Roosevelt felt like he needed to enter it, and he found a way. And something interesting, both Roosevelt and the Prime Minister of England were both Freemasons. I don't know if this means anything, but Hitler believed the Freemasons were completely taken over by the Jewish elite, and he banned all Freemasons, arrested them.
These are concerned could only be the product of the silliest imagination.
Yeah, it's interesting that he was super pro-Palestine. He sent 10 peace offers to England. They're all denied. And now this is a video, I believe it's the head of Jerusalem.
Al-Husseini is arguably the most controversial leader in historical geopolitics. As Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, Husseini used his religious authority to oppose Jewish immigration under the British Mandate. He preached that a Jewish homeland violated Islamic and Arab rights and cast Jews as invaders on sacred soil, despite Judaism predating Islam in the region by about 2,000 years. In November 1941, he met Adolf Hitler in Berlin. German records show...
I was told that he hated all non-white people, so why is he meeting with a Palestinian Japanese? I don't know, a little confusing.
Both agreed that the fight against the Jewish homeland in British Palestine was part of the wider war against the Jews. That meeting gave Nazi anti-Semitism a religious facade in the Arab-Muslim world. From Berlin, Husseini broadcast Arabic language propaganda urging Muslims to...
Netanyahu will use this as an excuse to kill Palestinians. Like, well, they had Mein Kampf, or he met with this guy, which is absolutely ridiculous. They were coming in doing terrorists, so of course he didn't want more people coming in.
The Axis and resist Jews. He even lobbied Nazi allies to block Jewish refugees from escaping Europe, later boasting this prevented the immigration of hundreds of thousands of Jews and led to their deaths. He personally encouraged Muslim enlistment into the Waffen-SS and became one of the Holocaust's loudest collaborators, fusing Nazi ideology with religious justification.
I don't think
a legacy
real evidence showing that, but we can't get into that.
That still echoes in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Since we just mentioned Freemasonry, let's hear a little video on Hitler and Freemasonry. This is something I haven't looked into much. This is from Uncommon Sense. He's one of my favorite accounts on Twitter. What's he say? Listen to Hitler describe how high-level Freemasons, Jewish bankers, and Jewish press and Jewish revolutionaries led to both World War I and the overthrow of the Russian Tsar and Russian Revolution. Was he wrong? This is a 1923 speech. By the way, I'm not saying any of this is true. I'm just reporting on his speeches. Thanks for watching Fight Back Podcast. If you like the show, like, subscribe, or share the video. There's also donation links.
Who, after all, are the Freemasons? You have to distinguish two grades. To the lower grade, in Germany, belong the ordinary citizens who, through the claptrap which is served up to them, can feel themselves to be somebodies. But the responsible authorities are those many-sided folk who can stand any climate. Those 300 Rathenows who all know each other, who guide the history of the world over the heads of kings and presidents. Those who will undertake any office without scruples, who know how brutally to enslave all peoples. Once more, the Jews.
Masonry is something I don't know that much about, but I went to rabbit hole the other night and I saw 14 American presidents for Freemasons, and we know very little about it because they make a vow to secrecy, and they might be murdered if they speak about it. And they basically take these little sections, they compartmentalize things, and only the top Masons, the 33rd degree, have full access. And it's like I said, there's conspiracies off it, obviously, but there's certain things that we know are true, and even the things we know are true are a little bit concerning. Both Hitler and Stalin believed that they were trying to overthrow their governments and purge them. Are they correct? I can't answer that, but you also look at the presidents that were, so it makes you should at least be asking these questions.
Why have the Jews been against Germany? That is made quite clear today, proved by countless facts. They use the age-old tactics of the hyena. When fighters are tired out, then go for them. Then make your harvest. In war and revolutions, the Jew attained the unattainable. Hundreds of thousands of escaped Orientals become modern Europeans. Times of unrest produce miracles. Before 1914, how long would it have taken, for instance, in Bavaria, before a Galician Jew became prime minister? Or in Russia, before an anarchist from the New York ghetto, Bronstein Trotsky, became dictator? Only a few wars and revolutions.
They were all Freemasons as well. The people that came over, the Bolsheviks who took over the Soviet Union, were almost all Freemasons, which is when Stalin took control of the government, he purged them all out.
Enough to put the Jewish people into possession of the red gold, and thereby to make them masters of the world. Before 1914, there were two states above all, Germany and Russia, which prevented the Jew from reaching his goal, the mastery of the world. Here, not everything which they already possessed in the Western democracies had fallen to the Jews. Here, they were not the sole lords alike in the intellectual and economic life. Here, too, the parliaments were not yet exclusively instruments of Jewish capital and of the will of the Jew. The German and the genuine Russian had still preserved a certain aloofness from the Jew. In both peoples, there still lived the healthy instinct of scorn for the Jew. And there was a real danger that in these monarchies, there might one day arise a Frederick the Great, a William the Fates, and that democracy and a parliamentary regime might be sent to the devil. So the Jews became revolutionaries. The Republic should bring them to wealth and to power. This aim they disguised. They cried, "Down with the monarchies! Enthrone the sovereign people!" I do not know whether today one could venture to call the German or the Russian people sovereign. At least one cannot see any trace of it. What the German people can trace, however, what every day stands in the most crass form before its eyes, is debauchery, gluttony, speculation ruling unchecked, the open mockery of the Jew. So Russia and Germany had to be overthrown in order that the ancient prophecy might be fulfilled.
Yeah, and Hitler's beliefs, I have no idea, I'm not saying this is true, but he believed after World War I, it was Jewish people in Germany that betrayed the country. And they were at this time during the speech, they were in massive debt. It was filth going on, poverty, the money was becoming worthless. So he was angry and bitter from the results of World War I. And they were saying Germany had to pay back the rest of the world for the debts. So it was money that they didn't have.
So the whole world was lashed into fury. So every lie and propaganda agency was brutally set in action against the state of the last, the German idealists. And thus it was that Judah won the World War. Or would you wish to maintain that the French, the English, or the American people won the war? They, one and all, victors and vanquished are alike defeated. One thing raises itself above them all, the World Stock Exchange, which has become the master of the people.
Yeah, he was actually, we don't know, he was, everyone thinks he's right wing, but he was actually anti-capitalist. He's anti-communist too, but he was against extreme capitalism. And something interesting during World War I, it was two brothers. One brother funded the Federal Reserve in America, the Warburgs. Another one funded the German bank. So these two brothers of the same ethnicity were funding the World War I.
What guilt had Germany herself for the outbreak of the war? Her guilt consisted in this, that at the moment when the ring closed about her existence, Germany neglected to organize her defense with such vigor that through this demonstration of her power, either the others, despite their abominable purposes, would have been robbed of their will to strike, or else the victory of the Reich would have been assured. The guilt of the German people lies in this, that when in 1912, a criminal Reichstag, in its unfathomable baseness and folly, had refused to allow the raising of 3 army corps, the people did not create for itself those army corps in the Reichstag's despite. With these additional 120,000 men, the Battle of the Marne would have been won, and the issue of the war decided. 2 million fewer German heroes would have sunk into their graves. Who was it who in 1912, as in 1918, struck its weapons from the hands of the German people? Who was it that in 1912, as in the last year of the war, infatuated the German people with his theory that if Germany throws down her arms, the whole world will follow her example? Hugh, the democratic Marxist Jew, who at the same hour incited and still today incites the others to arm and to subjugate barbarous Germany. But someone may perhaps yet raise the question whether it is expedient today to talk about the guilt for the war. Most assuredly, we have the duty to talk about it. For the murderers of our fatherland, who all the years through have betrayed and
Hitler's
sold.
beliefs were that the Jews betrayed them and made them lose the war. I don't know what evidence he's basing that off of, but he also believed communism, which had taken over the Soviet Union, killed, I think 16 million Christians. He believed the Bolsheviks, well, that's actually a lot of them were, and they were trying to overthrow Germany, which there is some truth to them overthrowing Germany. The ethnic background, I can't say in Germany, but they were communism trying to overthrow the country.
Germany, they are the same men who, as the November criminals, have plunged us into the depths of misfortune. We have the duty to speak since in the near future, when we have gained power, we shall have the further duty of taking these creators of ruin, these clouts, these traitors to their state, and of hanging them on the gallows to which they belong. Only let no one think that in them there has come a change of heart. On the contrary, these November scoundrels who still are free to go as they will in our midst, they are even today going against us. From the recognition of the facts comes the will to rise again. 2 millions have remained on the field of battle. They too have their rights, and not we, the survivors, alone. There are millions of orphans, of cripples, of widows in our midst. They too have rights. For the Germany of today, not one of them died. Not one of them became a cripple, an orphan, or a widow. We owe it to these millions that we build a new Germany.
Yeah, I think most people think, Hitler's the most evil man who ever lived, which is possible. But with AI translating his speeches and subtitles, I think it's interesting that we can actually listen to his words and see what his mind was thinking. Whether it was good, that's for you to decide. Most of us would say no, but it's good to be able to see it. I think I actually had one more video on Freemasonry you want to pull up. I think it is that one. I think, could be wrong though. Yeah, I think it's that one. Yeah, and I don't think this is Hitler. This is just because that didn't do a very good job of covering the Freemasonry, like it was titled. But so this one I think covers him and is fighting the Freemasons.
Germany claimed that high-degree Masons were willing members of the Jewish conspiracy, and that Freemasonry was one of the causes of Germany's defeat in World War I. On January 8th, 1934, the German Ministry of the Interior ordered the disbandment of Freemasonry and confiscation of the property of all lodges, stating that those who had been members of lodges when Hitler came to power in January 1933 were prohibited from holding office in the Nazi Party or its paramilitary arms, and were ineligible.
It's interesting when you see how many Freemasons were presidents, how they were so tied in the beginning of Hollywood, the music industry. Again, this is a subject I've just started digging down. I always thought it was some kind of crazy conspiracy nonsense. I'm going to be bringing people on to discuss it. But there was lots of powerful Freemasons, and Stalin also came to the conclusion and purged all the Freemasons.
Appointment in public service, consistently considered an ideological foe of Nazism in their worldview. Special sections of the security service and later the Reich Security Main Office were established to deal with Freemasonry. Freemasonic concentration camp inmates were graded as political prisoners and wore an inverted
will never die. Wonder Woman was Israeli, served in the ITF, the Israeli terrorist forces. She's already doing this. Wow.
And where we are an indigenous people.
This Greenstein wants to tell you that she's indigenous to the land of Palestine, and her grandpa comes from Czechoslovakia. Welcome to another episode of the Olive Roots podcast. I'm your host, Chose Yu. Today we have an oldie, but a goodie. We're going to talk about Gal Gadot, which is not her real last name. As you know, these demons love to change their last name. Anyways, this is Gal Gadot receiving her ADL International Leadership Award in 2025. Never is now. So the ADL is the Anti-Defamation League. And the president, which is this demon on the left side, his name is Jonathan Greenblatt. You know, there was a God's chosen people person called Leo Frank, and he was falsely accused of unaliving a 13-year-old girl. Her name was Mary Fagan. And they blamed Jim Conley, a black man, and the black man testified against the J-man. And then all this chaos started, and they said anti-Semitism because the J-boy was lynched. So this is not about the ADL. That's a deep rabbit hole to get into right now. But this is about Gal Gadot. As you know, Gal Gadot's real name is Gal Greenstein. Yeah, very Semitic. Apparently, her ancestors come from the land of Palestine, also known today as Israel. Okay, well, let's see what this demon has to say. In the meantime, make sure you grab your popcorn.
Wow, 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 wow.
She's already doing the meme. Wow. Terrible actress. Wonder Woman was Israeli, served in the ITF, the Israeli terrorist forces. She's already doing this. Wow.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for this incredible recognition. And an enormous thank you to the ADL. Jonathan, thank you so much for your kind words.
They colonized the ribbon too. Oh, bring the hostages. I thought it was a war. That means they're prisoners of war. The real hostages are the Palestinian people in the Israeli dungeons getting raped. Men getting raped by God's chosen people. Let's proceed.
As we all know, hatred, intolerance, and bigotry are on the rise. Most of us will never have experienced a worse time for anti-Semitism in our lifetimes.
Yeah, maybe because you're unaliving children in Gaza, as they call it, Gaza. Yeah, well, maybe the J's behavior lead to anti-Semitism. Maybe just that kind of behavior.
But we should feel safer knowing that the ADL has our backs. So thank you, ADL, for the work that you do for all of us. My name is Gal. I'm a mother, a wife, a sister,
And an antichrist.
a daughter, an actress.
Terrible one.
I'm Israeli.
Of course. You're an antichrist. What else can you be?
And I'm Jewish.
Oh, Lord have mercy. It's all the titles in one creature.
I'm gonna say it again.
Of course. Say it loud from your chest. Proudly. You know who was proud, right? Satan.
My name is Gal, and I'm Jewish.
My name is Josie, and I'm Christian. Such a weird thing to say. Like what, you want a kosher donut or foreskin?
Isn't it crazy that just saying that, just expressing such a simple fact about who I am, feels like a controversial statement?
Yeah, that's how it feels like when I say I'm Palestinian. Every accusation is a confession. They turn things around. Saying Palestinian means you're Hamas. Who controls everything? The Palestinians? Who? The Christians? The Muslims? That's who. She was Wonder Woman. How did she become Wonder Woman with that accent and terrible acting? Why is Wonder Woman Israeli? Why? Because you know who owns Hollywood. Come on.
But sadly, this is where we're at today. I grew up in Rosh Hashanah, in the center of Israel.
Occupied Palestine, where your grandparents never stepped a foot on.
My mother was the daughter of a Holocaust survivor.
Oh my God, these people never die. It's like they keep multiplying. Holocaust. Oh, here we go. Victim. Your victim card expired in Gaza. Aza. It expired, Gal. Greenstein.
Her father, my grandfather, Avraham Weiss, may he rest in peace,
He's resting in hell for being antichrist.
was born in what was then Czechoslovakia.
Czechoslovakia. Yeah, so you're not from the land of Palestine. You're from Europe, Eastern Europe, precisely. What are you doing in Palestine? Just God promised us this land. Man, get out, take that garbage and throw it in the trash, and then burn the trash.
He was the only one in his family who survived. His
Oh man, these people always survive.
father died fighting for the Czech army when the Nazis invaded, and his mother and brother were murdered in the gas chambers of Auschwitz.
Oh, the gas chambers. Which ones? The ones that had wooden doors and they can be locked from the inside? Is it the same camps with swimming pools and gyms? Okay.
He came to Israel with nothing.
He came to Palestine with nothing? Well, he came with his Talmud.
And built a life for himself.
In a Palestinian home that he took furnished.
And despite the horrors he endured,
Horrors he endured? Which horrors? The fabricated ones, okay.
always taught me the values of love.
Love, the values of love, Israeli love. Great, that's love, guys. What happened in Gaza is love. These demons.
Compassion.
Compassion. Shooting children in the head. It's compassion.
And tolerance.
Tolerance. Tolerance. J values.
את לא משיגה שום דבר בכעס ובשנאה. You don't win anything with anger and hate.
So what happened in Gaza? Is that compassion? Is that love? Oh, okay.
He used to tell me.
Yeah, you never listened to what he said. Because you're a demon.
Thank you.
She's about to like transform into a reptile or a demon or something.
On my father's side, I'm the 8th generation to be born in the land of Israel.
The land of Israel.
Is hidden in the Statue of Liberty.
Freemasonry will become embedded.
The Illuminati identify with Lucifer, and that is their huge idol dedicating this country to him and showing that they rule here.
And this is hidden in the Statue of Liberty.
Freemasonry will become embedded in the American culture, and the eye will appear on the banknotes. These principles will be honored with a gift from your French brethren. This is the statue we're
That, I
giving.
believe, is the guy, the French guy who made it.
Oh, this is a maquette. The real thing is bigger. Much, much bigger.
Lucifer literally means the light bearer, okay? So for the Statue of Liberty, you have the torch representing light and enlightenment. If you look at the radiant crown, she has these 7 horns sticking out of her head. That's symbolic of the sun, representing enlightenment. Enlightenment is a good thing to them. It doesn't represent America. It doesn't represent freedom. It represents Lucifer.
This is one of the Rothschilds. I think it's Jacob Rothschild and Marina Abramovic. She's an actual witch. She does satanic rituals called spirit cooking, where she uses blood, semen to summon these demons. She's done them for Hillary Clinton. She was the ambassador to Ukraine for children. It's very terrifying, disgusting. The Rothschilds, they're obviously helped create, they run the banking systems, everyone knows. They also help create Israel, the satanic, very clearly satanic country. Behind them, that is Lucifer. Lucifer summoning his legions. Why are these people standing? They're like telling you, standing in front of this picture. Like they're literally telling you who they are. But then again, back to what we were talking about, Lucifer. Look how much he looks like the Statue of Liberty. So I started looking it up and I pulled up, I went to Wikipedia because this is the most mainstream source. There's lots of stuff that isn't on Wikipedia that could be true, but this is just showing every aspect of the people who laid the Statue of Liberty. They're all Freemasons, and many of them 33rd degrees, which are very rare, very hard to get. You're gonna start seeing a pattern of a little bigger 33-degree Masons. This is a Scots American businessman, Freemason. He was Grand Master of the Masons of the state of New York, literally the Grand Master. He laid the foundation stone of the Statue of Liberty on August 5th, 1984.
The Illuminati identify with Lucifer, and that is their huge idol dedicating this country to him and showing that they rule here.
And this is hidden in the Statue of Liberty.
Freemasonry will become embedded in the American culture, and the eye will...
conspiracy is a story of history. It's the story of plunderers taking care of people who produce. They claim to take care of them through government, which doesn't give you anything, it doesn't take away first. So it's not creating something out of nothing. It's very real what they're doing. They're taking your rights or taking some people's rights and adding more to someone else's rights.
If you haven't heard about our Grand Theft World community membership, here are a few of the things you've been missing. A mobile app where you can access replays of the Grand Theft World podcast and show notes. Access to the Grand Theft World community on Discord, where we crowdsource news and resources, and you can contribute to the show. The opportunity to participate in the Grand Theft World bi-weekly town hall. Exclusive content from Richard Grove, including behind-the-scenes footage and future access to unpublished material. 93 episodes of the Peace Revolution podcast, and the Grand Theft World newsletter delivered straight to your inbox each week. If you want to stay ahead of the great game, visit us at grandtheftworld.com, click or tap the button in the top right-hand corner, and join a vibrant community of researchers blazing a new path to truth. We'll see you there.
I'm in outer space with a microphone.
Long history, so scoop it as I unfold the groove, tune in, and not drop out, not to cop out, the post beers, remove music. This wealthy cat was moving, stack of cash and sports cruiser, major acts and deals mover, promoted fast like homeschoolers. Then noticing one day some bills that went unpaid, those crumbs they led one way, discovered some unfun game, Then he was called into a meeting to disrupt and expose, but that was the day that the world froze. So stuck in the traffic and then caught in the panic, he dipped out in a frantic speed to exceed the seed planted at the event, and what would soon come, connecting dots to be revealed in Project Constellation. Big props to Maria, broadcasted, that's where I'd hear and get hooked on the name of Richard Grove. What he's saying is hypnotic. Synchronicity came out like chronic, all in full stride, compadres around all sides, seeking sources to provide solution. The heavy-handed knowledge is Willie saying the peace revolution, never knowing I was missing the blessing. The heaviest session recorded and revealed the ultimate history lesson in this quest, and I'm a Midwestern who's rocking it dope. Subscribe to media produced by tragedy and hope, and if you didn't know the gift, and here's what you've been missing, and listening is where conviction is revealed in descriptions in a brain model. Don't come out hollow, but full throttle, and dive in the deep end so history doesn't repeat, and make it complete. Catch Grand Theft World every week with Richard and Tony, chop it up with the homies, and I ain't talking about that public school baloney. And it's like you should know me, quoting Gatto in the flow that I'm growing, and LD's bearded is showing the time capsule stack of stats is open. So spread it around, the show is ready to pounce. Audience that abounds, seeking out what's profound. I know it is challenging fallacies in the balance when a forensic story in it, boring men while exhorting in examination, contemplation, meditation, revelation, celebration, destinations planned, targets arrived. Autonomy crew of souls that survive, broke free from the 9 to 5, and we doing it live. Hey, with hope in our flow, where consciousness grows, as opposed to you don't have to think about it, dude. Cause it's a comedy show that be bombing truth, whoa, trying to make uncommon truths be more commonly known. That it's a Grand Theft World that I'm living in. Ain't no reptilian skin, just some normal humans who love to sin. From their banking powers they aim to win, deceive and betray all man. Making everyone slaves to them. It's a Grand Theft World that I'm hearing at. The sky's like a pyramid. For those tuning in, they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts. Yeah, like that aspect that they lack. Yo, Trivium core, deal with that, Rebel, bring the back, cause it's a Theft World. Rolling out, got the Grove model out, tracing Rockefeller dollars straight to clouds. SEC connections are hard to doubt, but most go the common route, walking with their head in the shroud. Yo, it's a Grand Theft World that I'm peering at, disguised like a pyramid, but those tuning in, they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts. You should know It's not a video game.
This isn't Grand Theft Auto, folks. This isn't a video game.
This is Grand Theft World.
All right, LD.
It's a Grand Theft World that I'm peering at in the sky like a pyramid. For those tuning in, they'd be feeling it. Revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts.
If you need a single location to get cutting-edge information and keep up with the rapidly changing world around us, tune into Grand Theft World, where a forensic historian and a logic professor break down the week's news in depth and in context. There's a ton more there, so go check it out. And don't forget to get your Freedom Vault on the homepage.